Chapter 1 Fellow Hunters. Before we begin this descent into memory and fire, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the climb. Now let us begin. The floor was made of black glass. Kong Juno had stood on this exact surface 17 times in 20 years, and each time the glass had reflected something different back at him. At 22, it had reflected a young man still stupid enough to think the towers could be beaten by courage. At 31, it had reflected a team of 7, the best he had ever assembled, standing in formation before the final boss, believing they were ready. At 41, it reflected only himself, the last survivor of a party that Monarch Guild had quietly abandoned by cutting the supply line on week 3 of the Floor 99 siege. Tonight, at 42, Floor 99 of the Pinnacle Tower reflected a man who had perhaps 4 minutes left to live. The Abyssal Sovereign moved through the black glass air with the grace of something that had never been in a hurry. It was 3 meters tall, constructed from condensed gate void material, the same substance that made up the walls between realities, and it had been killing hunters since the first tower opened. The creature was not fast in the conventional sense. It was precise. The Abyssal Sovereign's first strike came as a diagonal slash from the upper right, a pattern Juno knew as Pattern Sequence 7, which transitioned into a pivot and a ground-level sweep approximately 1.4 seconds after the initial impact. He had read this sequence so many times that recognizing it was less like thought and more like breathing. He read it from the microsecond tension in the creature's shoulder joint, the slight forward rotation that preceded the full extension, and threw himself sideways, letting the attack shear through the air where his head had been a fraction of a second before. The sound it made was like tearing reality at the seam. The floor behind him cracked into a spiderweb of black glass fractures that spread outward for 3 meters in every direction. He landed on his broken right arm, and the pain was extraordinary, a white-hot explosion that flooded his vision with interference for a moment, but his body moved on training alone while his mind caught up. He rolled to the left, brought his weapon up, tracked the pivot. The body remembered even when the mind was occupied with pain. 4% mana. 1 attack. Maybe 2 if he was conservative. Not 2, 1. There was no room for miscalculation when the reserve was this thin. He chose to burn it all on 1. The counter sequence he had designed on his 13th attempt against the Abyssal Sovereign required precise timing and a specific positioning window. Bait the ground sweep by holding too long in the forward position, step inside its arc at the last possible moment, drive upward into the unguarded joint beneath the left mandible where the gate void material was thinnest and where a blade of sufficient force could reach the core. At 4% mana, executing the technique would strip him completely clean, and the mana backlash would probably knock him unconscious for the critical 15 seconds that followed. But the Sovereign would have a destroyed mandible joint, and the fight would be over. He read the pivot. He held the position. He waited. The ground sweep came. He stepped inside. The blade went in exactly where it was supposed to. And then the Abyssal Sovereign's second arm, the one he had never seen at use, the one that should not exist according to 20 years of combat memory, came from the left side in a horizontal strike that his body had no pattern for, no reflex ready, no counter prepared. Kong Juno understood in the half-second before impact that in his previous 20 years of runs, all 17 times he had stood on this floor, all the hundreds of hours of preparation, all 847,293 memories, this variant had never appeared. The tower had given the Sovereign an extra limb. Something had changed the encounter specifically for this run. The blow took him in the chest with enough force to launch him across the chamber. He hit the far wall. Black glass, of course. Everything in this tower was black glass, and felt ribs go in a sequence, felt the lung compress against the sudden pressure change. He slid down the wall, leaving a dark smear on the reflective surface, and came to rest on the floor with his cheek against the cold glass, looking at his own reflection from 3 centimeters away. The reflection looked back at him with 42 years behind its eyes. The system activated with the familiar pulse of its recording function. He felt it come online the way he always imagined death would feel, not as an ending, but as a shift in perspective, a sudden calm distance from the body and its pain, a cool clarity that settled over his consciousness like still water finding its level. The system was not a weapon. It was a recorder, a preservationist, a last resort contingency embedded in the original awakening gate by whoever or whatever had designed these towers. It had activated once before, when he died at 31 on floor 73, and that activation had been the foundation of his second chance, the chance that had just ended. This would be the third chance. Text crawl, tower memory system, active. Recording final state. Pattern library, 847,293 entries. Host consciousness preserved. Initiating rewind protocol. Destination, October 14th, the morning it began. The black glass floor was the last thing Juno saw. The reflection of a man who had spent 20 years building towards something that had just been taken from him by a limb that should not have existed. Then the world went white. Then the white resolved into a water-stained plaster ceiling that he recognized. The ceiling of his apartment near Hongdae. The one he had slept under at 22 before the towers made him wealthy enough to afford something better. The foam mattress beneath him was the cheap kind that left marks on your back. The clock on the phone charging by his bed read 6:43 a.m. The date read October 14th. The morning the first gate appeared. He lay completely still for a long moment, cataloging the sensations with the systematic attention of someone who had done this before. His right arm was intact. His ribs were intact. His mana reserves were empty, not depleted from use, but genuinely empty, the way they had been before his first awakening, before the gates had torn open the world and changed everything about what a human being could become. He was 22 years old in a 22-year-old's body, with 42 years of memory behind his eyes and 847,293 combat patterns organized in the system that floated in the upper right corner of his vision like a patient prompt. Tower memory, active. Pattern library, 847,293 entries. Secondary function, pattern override, locked. Unlock condition, clear 5 previously cleared floors in current run. Begin second run. Juno closed his eyes. He had done this before. He understood the specific weight of this moment, the disorientation of waking young after decades of accumulation, the grief of understanding that the team you built and the life you constructed across 20 years was erased, the cold rage that came from knowing precisely who was responsible for your death and understanding that they were, right now, asleep in a comfortable apartment inside their glass tower in Gangnam, alive and unaware that the hunter they had sent to die on floor 99 had just woken up 20 years in the past with a complete map of every crime they had committed and every crime they were about to commit. He opened his eyes. He pressed yes on the system prompt. 22 years old. E-rank stats. S-rank knowledge. The third run had begun, the second reset run. And this time, Kang Juno was not going to make the mistakes of the previous 2 attempts. He was not going to underestimate the timeline. He was not going to wait for Monarch to make their first move before he started constructing his counter. He was not going to let a single person who had been used against him walk into the trap again when he could redirect them before it closed. He got up, showered, ate the instant ramen that was all his 22-year-old self had in the cabinet, and stood at the window watching Seoul go about its last morning of ordinary life. In 6 hours, the first gate would tear open above Seoul Station and everything would change. In 20 years, the consequences of that change would culminate on a black glass floor with a creature that had grown an extra limb. He had 6 hours. He sat down at the table, took out the notebook he had bought at the convenience store downstairs the previous evening after waking in the small hours with 20 years of memory flooding back in, and began writing. Names, dates, locations, sequences. The architecture of the trap that had killed him, drawn out in precise detail from the inside, every player, every lever, every pressure point. The work of dismantling Monarch Guild had begun, but somewhere in the city, Director Huang was already reading reports about an unusual new hunter with no guild affiliation. How long before those reports reached the right desk? Chapter 2 At 9:12 a.m. Juno stood on the corner of Namdaemunaro and watched the crowd move through its ordinary Thursday morning patterns. The city had not changed from his memory of this morning. The coffee shop on the corner with the yellow awning that would close in year 3 when the gate energy costs made small business operation in the affected zone untenable, then reopen under different management in year 4, then close again permanently in year 6. The delivery motorcycles weaving between taxis with the aggressive fluency of people who had made a peace with risk. The office workers moving in streams toward glass towers that were still, for now, just buildings, not the shadow versions of themselves that would emerge once the gate network expanded and the mana saturation in the urban atmosphere began affecting structural integrity in ways that required constant maintenance and specialized materials. A grandmother sold rice cakes from a cart near the subway entrance. The cart had a blue and white striped umbrella she would keep using for the next 7 years, through the gate noise ordinances and the evacuation protocols, and the year that a C-rank fracture opened 40 meters from her usual spot, and she simply moved 20 meters to the left and kept selling. Juno had bought rice cakes from her 17 times over 20 years. None of these people knew that in 35 minutes, a crack would open in the sky above Seoul Station and change the nature of the world they were walking through. Juno knew. He had walked this exact corner 20 years ago, or 20 years forward, depending on how you thought about the relationship between memory and present, and watch the crack appear with the uncomplicated terror of a young man encountering the impossible for the first time. He had run, along with everyone else. The shame of having run had faded over the years, replaced by the understanding that running was the correct response when you had no information, no capability, and no framework for what you were seeing. He was not going to run today. He walked toward Seoul Station and found a spot near the taxi rank where he had a clear sight line to the appropriate section of sky. A street vendor offered him coffee from a thermos. He bought a cup and held it in both hands, letting the warmth sit in his palms. The coffee was bad. He drank it slowly and used the time to finalize the first week's prioritization matrix in his head. Registration by day 1, afternoon, at the Myeongdong Avenue Bureau tent. Ariam on day 1 or 2. She worked the overnight shift, which meant he could catch her either late tonight or early tomorrow. Do-hyun by day 3. He would be at the Porter Broker's office by then. Juno had confirmed the timing from memory. The Myeongdong gate on day 3 for the first intelligence pass. The C-rank gate assessment by day 8. The priority was the first week. After that, the framework would be established and the subsequent steps would follow their natural sequence. 9:47 a.m. The crack appeared. It came exactly as he remembered. A hairline fracture in the visual field approximately 40 meters above street level, as though someone had taken a blade to the sky and drawn a line with surgical precision. No sound. No warning from the atmosphere. No change in air pressure, no detectable precursor of any kind. Just the sudden wrongness of a sky that had a seam in it that did not belong there. For 3 seconds, only Juno and perhaps a dozen other people on this particular corner noticed it, the ones who happened to be looking in the right direction at the right altitude. Then someone screamed from across the street. The scream broke something in the crowd's collective perception. Heads turned. Eyes found the fracture. The mass processing of something impossible began. The panic unfolded exactly as his memory predicted. The initial freeze, 3 to 5 seconds of collective paralysis as the crowd's shared frame of reference tried to accommodate what it was seeing. The breaking point when several people simultaneously decided to run, and the decision cascaded outward through the group, like a signal through a network. Within 90 seconds, the street was full-scale chaos. People streaming in multiple contradictory directions, cars stopping and honking in configurations that made no traffic sense. A man in a business suit standing completely still in the center of the road with his phone held vertically recording what would become, within 2 hours, the most watched piece of footage in Korean internet history. The crack widened at 9:48, which matched his memory precisely. The blue surge came at 9:49 a.m., a pulse of electric blue energy that expanded outward from the fracture like a slow ripple in a pond, passing through every surface and every person in its path, without apparent physical effect. Except for the effect that was only apparent in the hours and days that followed, when people who had felt it began to discover what they were now. Juno felt it differently this time. In the first run, the surge had given him the faintest whisper of mano-resonance, the minimum necessary to register as E-rank, the bottom of the scale, barely distinguishable from baseline human baseline. He had spent 3 months in the first run understanding that he had awakened it all. In the second run, the surge had felt familiar, because his memory of it had given him something to orient against. In this run, with the tower memory system already active in his consciousness, and 847,293 memories organized and accessible in his neural architecture, the surge hit the system like a key turning in a mechanism that had been waiting for it. He felt the pattern library pulse in response, a deep resonance, something between sound and sensation, as the 20 years of combat memory and tactical knowledge settled more completely into the neural substrate of his 22-year-old body. The E-rank mana pathways were just now opening, expanding from nothing into the first thin channels, and the tower memory system was already mapping the optimal development trajectory through every one of them. He was E-rank in raw power, but his E-rank body now had the architectural plans for something that took his first-run self 20 years to build. The first monster emerged at 9:51 a.m., a basic goblin, knee-height, blue-green skin, and yellow eyes, the standard spawn for Floor 1 equivalent dungeon encounters. It crawled through the crack with the confused urgency of an animal that had been pushed out of a familiar environment and found something completely alien on the other side. It blinked at the October sunlight. It oriented on the nearest moving human, a woman in a red coat who was trying to get back to her car. Juno moved before it could reach her. He had no weapon and no armor. He was 22 in a light jacket and jeans, the same clothes he had woken in. But he had 847,293 memories of fighting things considerably worse than this. and he had the specific memories of fighting this exact spawn type in this exact configuration approximately 3,000 separate times over 20 years. The goblin's approach vector was textbook floor 1 aggressive, straight line, high speed, no feinting, no tactical assessment. Pure instinct. The weakness was mechanical. He swept the goblin's leading leg at the ankle, removing the structural support from the direction of momentum. Sent it face first into the pavement. Applied precise force to the cervical junction. The entire sequence required 1.3 seconds and produced no wasted movement. The woman in the red coat had managed to get behind her car. She was looking at him over the roof with an expression that combined gratitude and profound confusion. Juno ignored her and turned back toward the crack. 3 more goblins emerged in the next 40 seconds. He killed them the same way, methodical, efficient, unhurried. By the time government hunters arrived in their official vehicles, Juno had killed 7 goblins and was standing in a cleared radius, breathing normally, his expression the neutral calm of someone who had done what was needed and was now waiting for the next relevant development. The government hunter who approached him was clearly new, standard-issue mana vest with fold creases still visible from the packaging, the particular anxious authority of someone executing a protocol they had learned from a manual that had been written for a situation that had never actually happened before. "Are you awakened?" the hunter asked. "As of about 10 minutes ago," Juno said. "Technically accurate in the strictest possible sense. Registration tent is going up on Myeongdong Avenue. You should go." The hunter looked at the 7 small bodies arranged in the cleared radius around Juno. "How did you, with no weapon?" "They have a predictable movement pattern if you read the approach correctly," Juno said. "Basic biomechanics." He walked toward the registration tent. The Bureau's emergency awakening processing was exactly what improvised crisis management looked like. For folding tables under pop-up canopies, technicians with portable mana readers and tablets, a line of confused newly awakened people who had not expected their Thursday to contain this particular development. The line moved slowly. Juno observed the other registrants while he waited, the ones who were trying to hide their readings when the technician showed them the numbers, which usually meant they were higher than baseline, and instinctively understood that this made them interesting to people with agendas. When his turn came, the technician pressed the reader to his wrist. The display showed what Juno expected. E rank. Minimal mana signature. You'll need the basic aptitude course before solo gate entry authorization. The technician filled out the form with the efficiency of someone who had already done this 200 times today. Name: Kong Juno. Prior combat training: 20 years. Sum. The technician handed him a card with a registration number and a booking URL. Juno took it with the same expression as everyone else in this line. Slightly overwhelmed, slightly grateful, utterly unremarkable. Unremarkable was the objective. The most powerful position was the one no one was actively watching. And today was the day Kong Juno officially entered the system as an E-rank nobody who had done something mildly notable with some goblins and had been noted and filed under anomaly. Minor, E-rank, monitor passively. Not a priority, not a threat, just a data point. He pocketed the card and walked back into the city that was still mostly running normally, with sirens growing in the distance and the blue light of the gate pulse still occasionally flickering from the direction of Seoul Station when conditions were right. He had 6 objectives for the remainder of today and tomorrow. All 6 were in motion. The dismantling of Monarch Guild started with this card, with being so unremarkable that no one looked closely enough to see what was underneath. Chapter 3. The convenience store on the corner of the residential street 2 blocks from Juno's apartment was the kind of business that existed in the gaps between more ambitious operations. Not positioned for foot traffic, not trying to compete on variety, surviving on the loyalty of the surrounding neighborhood and the reliable demand for rice, ramen, and convenience items at hours when everything else was closed. It smelled like the particular combination of sealed packaging and cleaning product that was universal to this category of establishment. CO Ariam was at the refrigerated drinks section with her back to the door, restocking the cold shelves with the automated efficiency of someone deep in a task they had completed enough times that the hands moved while the mind went somewhere else entirely. She had her hair pulled back in a practical way. Her hands were steady, even at 11:30 p.m. on a day that had included watching a gate tear open above Seoul Station on a news live stream, while managing a convenience store shift, and, Juno suspected, quietly and privately having the kind of day that fundamentally rearranges your understanding of what is possible. The door chimed. She turned. Juno had thought about this moment in detail during his planning session that morning. He had considered several approaches, ranging from the direct, "I know you're awakened and here's why you should join my team," to the oblique, planting information and letting her arrive at the relevant conclusions herself over a period of weeks. He had discarded the oblique approach because weeks were too long. Monarch's recruitment team would reach her in approximately 4 months. He needed to establish a prior relationship and a prior loyalty before that recruitment arrived. The direct approach, however, required care. She was 23 years old, working a night shift on the day the world changed, and a stranger walking in at midnight to tell her he knew things about her future was more likely to produce a call to the authorities than a productive conversation. He needed the middle path, enough specificity to be credible, enough restraint to be non-threatening. He went to the drinks section and selected a can from the lower shelf. The kind of choice that bought time, required a trip to the counter, justified standing still long enough to have a conversation. "Welcome," she said, with the flat politeness of an 8-hour shift. He set the can on the counter. "Do you know about the gates? The first one opened this morning." "Everyone knows about the gates." She scanned the can without looking away from him. "Already assessing," he noted. The assessment instinct that would make her excellent in gate environments was already present, just unrecognized. "The news has been running it all day. Every channel. Have you registered?" "The Awakening Survey. The Bureau is taking voluntary registrations from anyone who felt the energy pulse this morning." Her eyes sharpened. "Why would I need to register?" "Because I think you're awakened." He said it simply, without theatrical weight. "And if you are, your options narrow very quickly once others discover it, before you've registered on your own terms." A pause. Her expression moved from automatic politeness into something more active, evaluating, calibrating. "How do you know I'm awakened?" "I don't know for certain," he said. "But I awakened this morning, and I've been paying attention to how it feels and how it looks in people who have it. You've been on a 10-hour shift on the most alarming day this city has ever had. You're not tired in the way you would be if you were simply running on adrenaline. You're alert in a specific way that's different from stress. Your hands haven't shaken once, even though presumably you were somewhere in the city when the gate opened this morning, and that is a legitimately frightening experience. And the way you've been watching me since I walked in is not how a normal person watches a stranger who's making odd conversation." He held her gaze. "You're assessing threat and capability simultaneously. That's not a civilian instinct." She did not reply immediately. The store hummed around them. The refrigerator units, the radio at low volume, the ambient city sounds through the glass door. 641, she said. He gave her 1,001 coin and waited. "The Bureau registration tent is on Myeongdong Avenue," he said, accepting his change. "If you register before the end of the week, you choose your own designation code. After that, the Bureau assigns one from a generic sequence. The guilds read the registration rolls the day they're published, not tomorrow, not next week, the same day. If your designation code is flagged as high potential before you've made any decisions about who you want to work with, you lose the negotiating position you'd otherwise have." He moved toward the door. "I'm saying this because the guilds are going to approach you regardless. You should approach yourself first." He pushed the door open. Behind him, he heard her set down the can she had been holding and pick up her phone. He walked the 2 blocks back to his apartment through streets that were quieter now, the crisis energy of the morning having subsided into the particular evening quiet of a city that is still processing something large. He had planted what he needed to plant. The seed was the simple truth. You are awakened, the world is changing, the guilds are coming, and you have approximately a week of independent identity left if you don't act. He did not need to explain that he knew her history. He did not need to reference what Cho Songmin's defection file had eventually revealed, the reporting contract, the data, the Floor 73 supply line. He needed her to arrive at the registration desk with an identity she had chosen herself, before Monarch could frame the choice as theirs to offer. In the morning, she would be on the registration rolls. In 4 months, when Monarch's recruiter arrived with a flattering assessment and a 6-month contract, she would be a registered hunter who had already made one independent decision, and the psychological architecture of making a second one would be more accessible than it had been to the version of her who had been waiting for someone to tell her what she was. That was the difference he was trying to make. He had not told her about the reporting clause because telling her about it would require explaining how he knew about it, and explaining that would require explaining the tower memory system. And the tower memory system was not something he was ready to explain to anyone yet. Perhaps not for years. Perhaps not ever. The burden of that knowledge, the full weight of 2 previous runs, the grief of watching people make choices he could not prevent, the rage of watching Monarch Guild operate with impunity across 2 lifetimes, was his alone to carry, and carrying it alone was the price of carrying it at all. What he could do was reduce the surfaces where it could cause harm. Arium's reporting contract in the previous run had been a result of specific vulnerability at a specific moment. He had just changed the conditions at that moment. Given her independent identity, independent registration, independent understanding of what the guilds were and how they moved. When Monarch arrived with their flattery and their contract, she would be meeting them from a different position than she had in the first run. A position where the choice was genuinely hers to make. Whether she made the same choice or a different one was still not determined. But she was going to make it as herself, not as someone who had been maneuvered into a corner before she understood the board. He walked home through the quiet streets of a city that was still recalibrating and began planning the morning. That night, before he slept, he wrote Ariam's name in his planning notebook and next to it, registration complete by day 2. Monarch recruitment contact day 120, estimated. Offer received. Decline or redirect. Outcome dependent on relationship building. Review at day 90. He had written similar notes in previous runs. In the first run, there had been no notes. Only the retrospective grief of understanding what had happened and why. In the second run, the notes had been written, but the run had ended before he could review them at the scheduled date. In this run, the notes were infrastructure. He was building everything as infrastructure, not a series of individual choices in response to events, but a design system that would produce the outcomes he needed regardless of how each individual moment unfolded. The system had redundancy built in. If Ariam did not register tomorrow, he had alternative contact points that would achieve the same goal through different means. If Dohyan declined the 1-week trial, he had other porter candidates who could fill the role and similar development potential that he had identified from his first-run knowledge. If the Monarch guest contract fell through, he had the materials agreement with the pharmaceutical contact, which provided sufficient independent financing to operate without it. He was not betting everything on any single choice. The first run had taught him that singular bets were how you died. The second run had taught him that even careful multiple path planning could fail if the timelines were wrong. The third run was about building a system robust enough that a timeline variation of 10 or 15% in either direction was survivable without losing the essential architecture. He reviewed his notes until midnight. Then he closed the notebook, set it in the locked drawer, and slept. Tomorrow the first gate would open. Tomorrow the real construction began, and the anonymous message that arrived at midnight changed everything he thought he understood about what second run really meant. Chapter 4. The Myeongdong E-Rank Gate was 12 meters wide and positioned above the pedestrian shopping district like an afterthought. A door cut into the air above a space designed for retail traffic, which had immediately and catastrophically collapsed the entire tourism ecosystem of the street when it appeared, and which had been the subject of 3 separate formal complaints from commercial property owners in the 2 weeks since the first gate opened. Juno knew the gate as well as he knew his own apartment. He had cleared it 43 times as a low-level grinding exercise in the first run's early years, using the consistent spawn rate and predictable layout to test technique variations and equipment configurations. He could navigate its interior in complete darkness and had, twice, done exactly that as a training exercise. He entered it on day 3 as one of approximately 30 hunters in the Bureau's first official organized group clear. The group structure was standard for early registration events of this kind. A mix of E-Rank hunters who had barely completed their aptitude certification, a few D-Rank veterans who had transferred from other registration districts, and a single B-Rank team lead named Beck Junsik who was there to provide mentorship and supervision. Beck was affiliated with a minor guild called Red Current, which operated in the northern districts and had no operational overlap with Monarch's territory. He seemed competent, patient, and genuinely interested in helping the newer hunters develop rather than just completing the clear as quickly as possible. Juno registered as a solo entrant on the group manifest, allowed under the early-stage gate regulations, which were still being drafted in real time by a bureau that had not anticipated needing them. He was given a numbered bib with the same logic as a charity run. Inside, the gate geometry was the standard floor 1 construct, branching stone tile corridors, ambient blue mana crystal lighting at regular intervals, spawn rooms positioned on a predictable grid that any hunter who had done a floor 1 equivalent more than twice would recognize and route through without difficulty. The goblin density was standard. The spawn-respawn timer was consistent. The boss was the same goblin champion that appeared in every E-Rank gate of this type. Juno moved alone through the left branch while the main group worked the right. He had a bureau-issued short sword, standard first-entry equipment, serviceable, nothing distinctive, and an E-Rank mesh vest that was technically rated for this environment. His mana reserve was a thread, the thin first line of E-Rank power that his 22-year-old body had developed over 3 days of having access to something it had never previously had. The pattern library did not tell him which direction a goblin would dodge before it dodged. What it gave him was the compressed behavioral architecture of 20 years of combat against this spawn type. The approach vectors, the attack sequences, the specific reflexive counters that had been refined across hundreds of encounters until they required no conscious processing. When a goblin came from the left corridor with a club raised in the overhead position, his body was already moving to the appropriate counter before his conscious mind had registered the threat. First room, 40 seconds. Second room, 28. Third, 19. By the fifth room, Beck Jinsik had detached from the main group to observe. Juno noticed him in the corridor junction, but kept his focus on the room. Solo. Beck said, from the junction. Yes. E-rank. Yes. Beck watched the sixth room clear in 22 seconds. 5 goblins, all handled with the sequential efficiency of someone who had mapped the room before entering and was executing a predetermined clearance rather than improvising. You don't fight like an E-rank. I studied the Bureau's Gate Creature Behavioral Database before the aptitude course, Juno said. The movement patterns are well documented. Most E-ranks can apply documentation at combat speed. Most E-ranks haven't spent as much time with it as I have. He moved into the seventh room. The gate boss was a goblin champion. Twice the standard size, rudimentary stone club, elevated constitution, and HP, basic tactical intelligence. The textbook E-rank approach was a sustained engagement of 15 to 20 minutes, using terrain choke points and attack timing to chip down the champion's HP pool without absorbing too much direct damage. Juno executed the optimal kill sequence instead, 7 attacks in the specific positions that maximized damage per attack relative to the champion's defense architecture, and the fight ended in 4 minutes. The gate stone dropped a D-rank mana fragment. He pocketed it and stepped out of the gate. He was removing his numbered bib on the Myeongdong Avenue sidewalk when he became aware of the 2 relevant observations simultaneously. Beck Jinsik was going to file a report with Red Current, which was acceptable and expected, and the man leaning against the wall on the opposite side of the street, watching the gate exit with the practiced passivity of someone who did not want to be noted as watching, was wearing a Monarch Guild Field Operations Visitor badge. Na Young-ho. He was mid-30s in this timeline, younger than the late 40s version Juno remembered most clearly. The one who had, over 20 years, accumulated the accumulated weight of someone who spent decades executing decisions he knew were wrong at the behest of men who did not share the consequences. In this version, he was still acquiring that weight. His face was less lined, his posture carrying the easy professional confidence of someone who had not yet been fully shaped by what his career was going to require of him. The eyes were the same. Flat, precise, professional. Logging what they observed without apparent effort, the way a skilled watcher logs everything as a matter of habit. He would have timed Juno's exit from the gate. Log the D-rank fragment, pull for an E-rank solo clear. Cross-reference the name against the registration rolls. This was the first entry in the file that Na Young-ho would build on Kong Juno over the next 4 months. The file that would, in the first run, culminate in a recommendation to Huang Jinsu that had read, controllable. Proceed. Juno did not acknowledge him. He dropped the bib in a recycling bin and walked toward the transit station. Behind him, the sound of Na's notebook opening and a pen clicking. The first report had been filed, and the game of being observed without appearing to know you were being observed had officially begun. Every step of this would need to be managed with the precision of someone who understood that the audience was always present, always recording, always looking for the pattern that would let them classify and control. He was going to give them a pattern. It just wasn't going to be the one they were looking for. In the transit station, riding back toward his apartment, he went over the exchange with Na Young-ho in his head, not the content, which he had already cataloged, but the quality. Na was good. He had been doing this for a long time, and he would not be easy to deceive for long. The controllable assessment would stand for perhaps 60 days, maybe 90 if Juno was careful. After that, the accumulating evidence of his performance, the gate clear times, the formation adjustments, the independent financial maneuvering that he had already set in motion with the fungal labyrinth materials agreement, would produce a different assessment. He needed to make the most of those 60 days. The immediate objectives: sign the guest contract, complete his first Monarch-sanctioned gate runs, establish his baseline in their operational record as useful but unremarkable, collect intelligence on the building's layout, the personnel, the decision-making structure, identify the key documents, map the chain of authorization that ran from the Floor 73 supply line decision back to whoever had given the order. Cho Sang-min was the key. Cho Sang-min had the documentation. But Cho Sang-min was still inside Monarch, would not leave for another 3 months, and would not be approachable until he had passed through the specific sequence of moral reckoning that eventually produced a man willing to open his filing cabinet to a stranger. Juno could not rush that process without breaking it. He had to let it develop at its own pace, while keeping himself in position to receive it when it arrived. That was the discipline that 20 years had taught him. the patience to hold the correct position while the situation matured to the moment when action would produce the right result. Moving too early wasted the opportunity. Moving too late let it close. The skill was in reading the exact window. He got off at his station and walked the remaining 4 blocks home, reviewing his timeline, confirming his next steps, preparing for the morning. But the surveillance footage Do-hyun had intercepted showed something Juno had never seen in 20 years of combat. Director Huang, kneeling before a figure whose face the cameras refused to capture. What was Monarch Guild protecting, and for whom? Chapter 5 Sujin's repair shop existed in a state of organized permanence that suggested it had always been there and always intended to remain. The sign with their father's hand-lettered work, the particular smell of machine oil and heated solder, the radio on the news station that their father had always kept low as background while he worked, and that Sujin had maintained as a habit in the years since. These things had not changed, and would not change, Juno suspected, for as long as Sujin was physically present to maintain them. He knocked on the open door on day 4. She looked up from the gutted laptop on her workbench with an expression that resolved from neutral to fond to sharply assessing in approximately 2 seconds. Sujin had always been capable of this range in rapid succession. The family trait of reading situations quickly applied to reading people with the same speed. "You look tired," she said. "I'm 22. I look fine. You look like something happened to you that you're not going to tell me about." She turned back to the laptop. "Sit. Tea's on." He sat on the stool near the window that had been his stool since childhood. He had left his claim on it by carving his initials into the underside at age 9, which Sujin had discovered and been furious about, and which had been there ever since. A permanent minor monument to the decade when his judgment was objectively worse. He poured tea into the rabbit mug and held it in both hands, and looked at the back of his sister's head, and tried to locate the right starting point for a conversation he had been planning for 2 months. "Were you near the gate opening yesterday?" he asked. "Watched it on stream. I've had 12 calls since then from customers with electronics complaints. Gate energy disrupting semiconductor configurations, apparently." She extracted a component from the laptop chassis with the precision of a surgeon removing something that had no business being where it was. 2 of the calls were real problems. The other 10 were people who dropped their phones out of fear and are blaming the gate. "You're going to get more calls," he said. "A lot more. Within the next 6 months, the gate equipment repair market is going to be significant. Hunters whose gear takes damage inside gates. Guild equipment officers. Government hunter support. The Bureau is going to start issuing certification for man-adjacent equipment repair. It's in the framework documents they published yesterday, buried in the technical appendices." She set down her tools. "You've been reading framework documents?" she said. "I've been paying attention. You awakened 2 days ago." "Yes." She turned on her stool and looked at him with the particular Sujin expression he had always thought of as the inventory look, the one she used when she was taking stock of something and was not yet ready to declare the count. "What aren't you telling me?" she said. He thought about the answer for a moment. Not because he was uncertain, but because there were so many things he wasn't telling her that selecting the most important ones required prioritization. 20 years of memory. His death on floor 99. The details of how Monarch Guild would eventually try to use her as leverage in year 6, and the specific conversation he was here to prevent. Not the leverage attempt itself, which would require months of preparation he was only beginning, but the conditions that made the leverage attempt possible. A sister who was financially fragile and professionally isolated was more vulnerable than a sister who had resources and a recognized niche in an expanding market. "I have a sense of where this is going," he said. "The gates. The guilds. The market that's going to build up around them." He reached into his jacket. "I want you to be positioned well when it does." He put the envelope on the workbench. She looked at it without picking it up. "First gate clear," he said. "Emergency account. Not for the business. Just available. Juno. The certification for man-adjacent electronics repair is real. I can give you the URL. The Bureau is taking applications starting next month, and the fee is manageable. Within a year you'll have a niche that no one else in this neighborhood has, and that every guild and soul needs." He wrapped his hands around the warm mug. "I just want you to have the cushion and the information. What you do with them is your decision." She studied him with the inventory expression fully deployed. "You're different," she said. "I awakened. It changes your perspective. It changed you before you awakened. You came back from the university term before last looking different. You've been different since then." She picked up the envelope without opening it and set it beside the laptop. "I'll put it in the emergency account, and I'll look at the certification program." "Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I haven't decided what I think about any of this." She turned back to the laptop. "Come back this weekend. I want to show you the mana corruption issue in these battery controllers. It's interesting technically, and I think there's going to be more of it." He finished his tea, said goodbye, and walked back out into the street. The morning was unremarkable in the specific way that mornings were unremarkable before they became historically significant. He had 15 minutes before his next scheduled contact. Behind him, Sujin put the envelope in the drawer where she kept the emergency account bank card and did not open it yet, and went back to the laptop with the particular focus of a person who had filed a significant piece of information under to be thought about later when there is time. He had bought her the cushion and the information. The rest was, as he had said, her decision. He had faith in her decisions. Not blind faith. Faith built on 20 years of watching her navigate genuinely difficult situations with clarity and stubborn competence, the kind of faith that had been earned rather than assumed. Sujin had kept the shop open through the gate energy price spike of year 4, when most small businesses in the affected zone closed permanently. She had negotiated a man-adjacent equipment certification contract with 3 different guilds simultaneously in year 7, leveraging each against the others until she had terms that no single negotiation would have produced. She had found the mana corruption pattern in the battery controllers on day 2 of the gate era, before any other repair shop in Seoul had identified it, because she had been paying attention to the technical question that no one else was asking. She was going to be fine. What he was protecting her from was not her own capability. It was the external threat, the specific Monarch Guild leverage attempt that had come in year 6 of the first run, and that had worked precisely because Sujin had no warning and no resources and no context for what was being implied. He had no intention of allowing that to happen. The envelope in the drawer was the first layer of protection. The certification program was the second, an established professional identity that made her less vulnerable to zone-based economic threats. There would be more layers as the timeline advanced, and he understood better what was coming and when. He walked toward Gate District 1, where Do-hyun would be at the Porter Broker's office within the hour, and thought about the specific things he needed to show a 25-year-old with tactical instincts and no framework for how extraordinary he was about to become. He visited the repair shop for 2 reasons, he knew, and only one of them was the practical one: the envelope, the certification information, the business advice. The other reason was simpler and harder to articulate. He needed to see that she was real, not the ghost of memory, the version he carried in 20 years of grief and guilt, and the particular ache of one who had protected those around them imperfectly. The real Sujin, at 21, with machine oil on her hands, and the rabbit mug on the workbench, and the radio on the news station. She was exactly as he remembered, and also different in the way that people were always different from memory, more vivid, more present, less a symbol and more a person. He had carried her as a symbol for 20 years, the anchor of his humanity, the reason he kept climbing. Sitting across from her in the shop on day 4, he was reminded that the symbol was a simplification and the person was more complicated and more precious than the simplification. He could not tell her any of this. The full weight of what he carried was not something he could share. So he gave her the envelope and the information and left before she could ask the questions he could not answer, and stood on the street for a moment looking up at the faded sign, and let the grief and the relief mix until they were indistinguishable from each other. Then he walked toward Gate District 1. The plan for the next 3 weeks was clear in his head. Gate District 1 in the morning for the Do-hyun contact, the C-rank gate in Incheon on day 8 for the first rank advancement, and the Bureau certification assessment. The fungal labyrinth on day 14 for the materials contract setup. The Monarch invitation response on day 23. The letter would arrive. He would accept the meeting. He would perform the role of promising young talent being invited to a major organization. He was thinking about the sequence as a series of transactions, each one building the foundation for the next, each one adding a piece to the structure he was assembling. The emotional weight of it, the grief and the rage and the occasional dislocation of being 22 in a city that had not yet done any of the things he remembered it doing. He managed by keeping it in a specific compartment and not opening that compartment while operational tasks were in front of him. He had learned to do this in the first run, around year 3, when the constant pressure of climbing, while fighting Monarch, while managing the growing evidence of what Monarch had done to people he cared about, had become a weight that he could not carry all at once. He had learned to carry it in pieces instead. The grief in one piece, the rage in another, the strategic work in a third. He opened each piece when it was useful and closed it when it was not. It was not a healthy way to function, but it was a functional way to function, which was the appropriate metric for the situation he was in. Sujin's face as she put the envelope in the drawer. He closed that compartment. Gate District 1, and somewhere inside it, a monster he had killed on floor 47 in his first run was moving through a crowd of E-rank hunters who had no idea what they were looking at. The floor bosses were evolving faster than he had expected. Chapter 6. Park Do-hyun was reading the Porter broker's contract with the full attention of someone making a significant financial commitment in conditions of imperfect information, which was precisely the correct approach to a document of this kind, and precisely the approach that the broker's contract was designed to discourage through its presentation as standard paperwork. He had the contract in both hands, standing on the sidewalk outside the broker's office, taking advantage of the morning light to read the full document rather than skimming the highlighted summary sections that the broker's intake process directed clients toward. This was already more due diligence than most porters applied to the signing process. It would not, Juno knew, be enough. The clause he needed to find was on page 4, formatted in the same body text as the surrounding material, preceded by a paragraph about insurance coverage that most readers did not fully parse before their eyes moved to the next section. Juno had found it in retrospect, in the first run, when reviewing Do-hyun's file after his death on floor 12. He had spent a considerable amount of time afterward thinking about what he could have done differently if he had been paying attention at the right moment. He was paying attention at the right moment now. That contract has an extended depth clause, he said, stopping beside Do-hyun on the sidewalk. Page 4. Second paragraph from the bottom. It authorizes the contracting party to assign you to gate floors below your rated safety depth without additional compensation or exit rights. Do-hyun's eyes moved to him. He was 25, broad-shouldered, with the kind of face that seemed to have been assembled from materials intended for someone who spent a lot of time doing physical work in outdoor conditions. He read people with the quick practical assessment of someone accustomed to evaluating whether strangers were a problem or not. How do you know what's in it? He said. I've read similar contracts in the Bureau's public disclosure registry. This broker uses a template that the Bureau's standards office flagged in their quarterly review. They haven't revoked the license because technically the clause is legal if all parties consent to it explicitly. He nodded at the document. You have to know to look for it. Most porters don't. A pause. Do-hyun looked back at the contract, found page 4, read the relevant paragraph. His expression shifted slightly. Not alarm. Exactly. But the particular quality of recalibration that came from discovering that a situation you thought you understood was slightly different than you believed. What's your stake in this? He asked. Direct question. Juno had expected it. In the original timeline, the debriefs from those who had known Do-hyun before the gates described someone who asked direct questions as a matter of habit, who distrusted roundabout approaches as a sign of concealment. I'm building a team, Juno said. Independent operation. I need someone with your physical aptitude and instincts for a porter role initially, with a development path toward full hunter authorization if you want it. He took out the single-page rate sheet he had prepared that morning. My terms. Standard porter rate, no extended depth clause, guaranteed right to withdraw from any assignment above your rated depth, and a funded training supplement toward Bureau Hunter certification if that's a direction you're interested in. Do-hyun took the rate sheet and looked at it. He looked at the broker's contract. He looked at the rate sheet again. E-rank, he said, reading the registration designation on Juno's bureau card, which was visible at the edge of his jacket pocket. He had been looking for it the moment he started assessing. The registration card was the current equivalent of a credential. C-rank eligible as of day 8. Currently E-rank on the formal record. Juno met his eyes. The team's trajectory is toward A-rank territory within 12 months. I know that sounds optimistic for an operation that is currently one person. I'm building from specific knowledge of what I'm capable of and what I can develop in a team. Why me? The honest answer was, because in another version of events you died on floor 12 carrying a pack you shouldn't have been carrying because no one told you about the clause until it was too late. And you were 25 and you had every element of what it takes to become remarkable and no one gave you the environment to develop it. Because you're reading that contract standing on a sidewalk instead of signing it at the counter, Juno said. And because the way you've been assessing me for the last 60 seconds is the way someone with genuine tactical instinct assesses an unknown variable. That's not porter thinking. That's hunter thinking waiting for context. Another pause, longer than the first. Then Do-hyun folded the broker's contract and slid it into his jacket pocket. 1 week trial, he said. Same terms as the sheet. If you perform the way you're implying you can, we talk about a formal arrangement. 1 week, Juno agreed. They shook hands. Do-hyun's grip was firm and measured. The grip of someone who understood that how you shook hands was a piece of information you gave someone. Juno filed the information under, as expected, development trajectory confirmed. He had 7 days to demonstrate that what he had described was real. Previously, years had been required to earn Do-hyun's full trust. This time around, he had the advantage of knowing exactly what would demonstrate capability most efficiently, which gates would show the right elements, which moments to engineer as teaching opportunities. 7 days was enough. He had also made a decision about the porter contract arrangement. In the first run and the second, he had kept Do-hyun in the porter role longer than was strategically necessary, partly out of caution and partly out of a failure to appreciate how fast Do-hyun would develop once he had the right environment. In this run, he was going to push the formal hunter registration as soon as the Bureau's aptitude pathway made it viable, which, given Do-hyun's E-rank mana resonance that would become apparent during the first supervised gate assessment, should be achievable within the first month. A porter who died was a porter who died and was replaced. A hunter who died was a casualty and a reckoning. But a hunter who lived was someone who could grow into the role Juno needed him to fill. The shield that let the rest of the team operate at full capability without managing their own flanks. The anchor in chaos. The presence in a formation that changed what was possible for everyone around him. He needed Do-hyun to be that person before the timeline required it. The timeline was going to require it at approximately month 14, when the first major confrontation with Monarch's Field Operations Division would create conditions that only a B-rank tank with specific training and deep situational familiarity could navigate. He had 13 months. He walked home and began designing the curriculum in detail. The curriculum had 3 phases. Phase 1, months 1 through 3, was foundational technique. Shield geometry, weight distribution, force redirection versus force resistance. Basic aggro management. How to establish yourself as the highest threat target in a combat space and maintain that designation without expending mana recklessly. Spawn reading. Identifying the behavioral markers that telegraphed attack timing and coordinated pack movements. Do-hyun had natural instincts for all 3, which meant the phase was about giving the instincts vocabulary and structure rather than building them from nothing. Phase 2, months 4 through 9, was advanced application. Multi-spawn management. Holding aggro from 3 or more simultaneous targets without losing spatial awareness. Formation discipline. How to occupy a tactical position in a party formation that protected the highest value members while maintaining personal combat effectiveness. Gate type adaptation. The specific adjustments to stance, shield angle, and movement pattern that different gate environments required. Do-hyun would find this phase harder, because the instincts that had served him well in the foundational phase would need to be overridden in specific situations, and overriding good instincts was always harder than building correct ones. Phase 3, months 9 through 14, was operational integration. Running in the actual conditions they would face. Complex multi-faction encounters where the enemy was not a spawned creature, but an organized opposing party. High-stakes confrontations where mistakes had permanent costs. The specific dynamics of operating inside a gate, when external forces were also present and pursuing conflicting objectives. This was where the development would either consolidate into the genuine excellence Juno had seen in the first run or reveal the gaps that his training had failed to address. He expected it to consolidate. He was planning for the possibility that it did not. The curriculum document took 2 hours to write out in full, organized and cross-referenced, ready to be adapted as Do-hyun's actual development revealed what needed to be accelerated or revisited. When it was done, Juno set it in the planning folder beside the infrastructure documents and the intelligence notes. The system was filling in, but one entry stopped him cold. Na Young-ho's personnel file listed a secondary contact in the government's Hunter Bureau, someone with the authority to freeze hunter registrations without oversight. If that contact learned Juno's real identity, everything collapsed. Chapter 7 The C-Rank Gate in Incheon was a daily reset permanent fixture that the Bureau had designated a supervised assessment environment in the regulatory framework, which meant that hunters with unusual capability profiles could request entry for formal assessment purposes, with a Bureau observer present, even before their formal rank certification matched the gate's classification. Juno had requested the assessment slot through Kim Woo-jin, a mid-level Bureau administrator in the Incheon regional office, whom he had reactivated from a professional contact he had cultivated in the first run. Kim Woo-jin had processed the request without particular interest, a routine bureaucratic exercise in an environment where the rules were new enough that unusual requests were simply flagged as novel application of assessment protocol rather than problematic. They entered the gate at 7 a.m. Juno, Do-hyun as porter, and a bureau assessor named Shin Min-jae, who had the quiet, observational manner of someone whose professional value was in watching carefully and recording accurately. The gate interior was a flooded forest. Black water knee-deep through the first 3 rooms. Trees constructed from something that was almost wood but not. The light a green gold that rendered everything in slightly wrong colors. The spawn type was Shadowhound, mid-tier C rank, individually berated but forming coordinated packs that elevated the practical difficulty to the C rank category. Shadow hounds were one of the spawn types that had killed the most C-rank hunters in the early period of the gate system, before the behavioral database accumulated enough entries to document the pack coordination mechanism. Juno had been part of building that database. He had spent 2 full years of the first run running C-rank gates and systematically documenting shadow hound behavior because no one else was doing it systematically and the casualty rate was unnecessarily high. He knew the coordination tell, a slight flattening of the ears on the leftmost pack member approximately 0.4 seconds before the pack initiated its synchronized attack sequence. He had documented it in the first run at the cost of 2 healers who died in the time it took him to identify it. In this run, it was simply knowledge. He moved through the first room with Do-Hyen on his left flank, stepping through the black water carefully, reading the bottom geometry from memory, choosing the approach that kept solid footing under both of them. Do-Hyen watched his foot placement and adapted without instruction, applying the same logic to his own navigation, already demonstrating the quality that would make him exceptional, learning methodology by observation, applying it independently, without needing to be told to. First pack, 3 shadow hounds, semicircle formation. The leftmost hound's ears flattened. Juno stepped left. The pack attack closed on where he had been. He completed the counter-engagement sequence in the time it would have taken the other option to resolve unfavorably. 40 seconds, 3 kills, clean. The ears, Do-Hyen said, from his position at the flank, after the third room. Yes. That's the coordination tell. The leftmost one signals before they move. Yes. How did you? He stopped himself. Then, you read it. I read it, Juno confirmed. They moved through the gate with Juno spending half his attention on clearing and half on demonstrating technique in ways that Do-Hyen would absorb and integrate. The gate boss, a greater shadow alpha that could summon additional hounds and coordinate them in real time, was cleared in 8 minutes, which Juno extended artificially to use the time working through 3 specific mana expenditure efficiency techniques that his C-rank body needed to build the physical pathway for, regardless of what his pattern library held in memory. The gate core dropped D rank. He absorbed it on the spot. The rank boundary dissolved. D rank achieved. The bureau assessor looked up from his tablet. You cleared a C rank gate at E rank level. 3rd documented instance in Korean hunter history. I'm submitting a C rank eligible certification assessment. I know, Juno said. Walking back toward the transit station, Do-Hyen kept pace 1 step behind and slightly to the left, already finding the protective positioning instinct that would eventually make him one of the most reliable tanks Juno had ever worked beside, and said nothing for 5 minutes. Then, the D-rank advance. Just from the gate core. The core plus 3 weeks of consistent gate work and specific mana pathway development. The core was the trigger. The preparation made it possible. Most hunters don't absorb cores that cleanly at first. Most hunters don't spend 3 weeks building the specific pathways that make clean absorption possible before attempting it. Juno looked at him. The preparation is always the actual work. The absorption is just the confirmation. Do-Hyen was quiet for another minute. You're going to be difficult to keep up with, he said. It was not a complaint, exactly. It was a statement of intention. I am going to try anyway. You won't need to keep up, Juno said. You'll develop your own path. It runs alongside mine, not behind it. After the session, sitting on the stone outside the gate exit with their packs around them, both of them cooling down in the morning air, Juno felt something he had not expected to feel on day 7 of the 3rd run, a kind of uncomplicated satisfaction. Not the satisfaction of a plan coming together, though the plan was coming together, but the simpler satisfaction of having taught someone something real and watched them use it. He had spent 20 years in combat, and most of those years had been lonely in a way he had not fully registered until he was old enough to understand loneliness as a structural feature of his situation rather than a personal failing. When you knew what was coming and no one else did, the gap between your knowledge and theirs created a distance that never fully closed. You could be surrounded by people and still be essentially alone in the relevant sense. Do-Hyen had been the exception in the first run, not because he knew what Juno knew, but because he asked the right questions. The questions that acknowledged that Juno was carrying something he couldn't share rather than assuming the silence was simple reticence. It was a rare quality, and Juno had not fully understood it until it was gone. You're already a hunter, Juno said. Formally or not. Do-Hyen looked at him. The Bureau aptitude test is 4 weeks away. You'll pass it. He stood and picked up his pack. After that, you're on the team roster as a licensed hunter, not a porter. Do-Hyen stood. You've already decided this? I've planned for it. The decision is yours. He met his eyes. But yes, I expect you to pass. Do-Hyen was quiet for a moment. Then, I expect you're right. They walked toward the transit station and Juno filed the exchange under. Confirmation received. Development on track. They took the transit back towards Seoul in the early afternoon, both of them quieter than the first few sessions, the silence the comfortable kind that came from having established a working relationship that did not require constant maintenance. Do-hyun looked out the window at the Incheon industrial corridor passing outside. The mix of ordinary warehouses and the new gate-adjacent businesses that had sprung up in the weeks since the first portal. Specialized equipment vendors, man-and-material transport companies, a bureau administrative outpost in a converted container. You're going to apply for hunter certification this week, Juno said. Not a question. Yes. The bureau aptitude test is on Thursday. Based on what you showed in the C-rank assessment run, you'll pass the physical component without difficulty. The mana resonance reading might come in below E rank and flag for retest. Your awakening is still developing. If that happens, request the secondary assessment option. It's in the regulations, subsection 4 of the Hunter Certification Protocol, and most people don't know to ask for it. Do-hyun looked at him. How do you know my awakening is developing, he said. I watch how people move under exertion. Your baseline mana output is higher today than it was on day 1. That's not a normal training adaptation at the rate you're showing. It's awakening progression. It's going to stabilize within 2 weeks, and when it does, you'll have E-rank resonance at minimum. He paused. Probably D-rank potential by month 2. Most porters who awaken don't advance past E-rank in the first year. Most porters who awaken aren't receiving the training framework you're receiving. He kept his tone straightforward, not flattering. Your natural development trajectory is accelerated. The training is giving it structure. That's the combination. Do-hyun absorbed this in the practical way he absorbed most significant information, without performance, without deflection, with the direct integration of someone for whom information was immediately operational. All right, he said. Thursday, Juno confirmed, and looked back out at the corridor, and let the silence resume. The comfortable kind, the kind between people who understood each other's operant planning mode and did not need to fill every gap with words. What he did need to do was answer the second anonymous message, which had arrived while Do-hyun was talking. 3 words that made Juno's blood run cold. Check the roster. Chapter 8 The Monarch Guild letter arrived on day 23, and it was exactly what Juno had expected in every particular that mattered. Heavy stock paper. The Monarch crest embossed in gold at the top, which communicated resources and the assumption of permanence with the efficiency of a well-designed visual signal. The language was precise and flattering. Complimentary references to his gate-clearing record, the framing of a meeting as an opportunity to discuss a potential arrangement that could benefit both parties. The pre-selected meeting time that assumed acceptance without explicitly requesting it. He read it twice. He had written out the expected text in his notebook from memory, the full letter as he remembered it from the first run, and the comparison was nearly identical. The word advantage had become opportunity. The word valued had become esteemed. These were the only discrepancies he could identify. He was not certain they were meaningful. He wrote his acceptance on a plain card, sent it by the messenger service, and told no one about the meeting. Monarch Guild headquarters occupied a full city block in Gangnam. Before the gates, it had been a standard commercial financial building, the kind of glass and steel structure that expressed corporate ambition through volume and reflective surfaces. After the gates, Monarch had acquired it through a rapid real estate transaction that had been funded by the first major gate core yield from a B-rank portal in Incheon, and had converted it from a generic commercial space to something specifically designed to communicate that one organization was defining what power meant in a world that was still working out the rules. The lobby was the clearest expression of this intent. High ceilings that used vertical space as a statement, rotating glass cases displaying rare artifacts from gates that most hunters would never access, uniformed security personnel who looked expensive in the specific way that signified training rather than just physical presence. The receptionist confirmed his name and directed him to an elevator that played soft instrumental music and had mana crystal lighting in the corners, which was either an aesthetic choice or a demonstration of resource access, or both. Director Hwang Jinsu received him in a conference room on the 32nd floor. He was 61 years old, small and thin, with the particular stillness built by spending decades in rooms full of people who were larger, stronger, and more physically capable than him, and who had learned to make that differential irrelevant through the methodical application of resources and information. He sat across from Juno with the fluid authority of someone who owned the room in a sense that had nothing to do with the paperwork and everything to do with the habit of many years. In the first run, Juno had handled this meeting poorly in 2 specific ways. The first, he had pushed back on the contract terms with enough force to signal that he understood their implications more fully than a 22-year-old should. This had moved him from promising asset to requires monitoring, in Huang's categorization. The second, he had made a reference, oblique, but real, to his awareness of Monarch's intelligence-gathering practices. This had not been subtle enough, and Huang had filed it as a data point. In this run, Juno said almost nothing that wasn't asked of him. He listened. He asked about operational logistics. He expressed enthusiasm at the calibrated level of a young hunter who was ambitious but not yet strategic about it. He asked about advancement timelines in a way that communicated he was thinking about his own career rather than about the underlying architecture of what was being offered to him. Huang watched him with the flat, practiced assessment of one who had read people in rooms for 30 years and had refined the skill to the point where it required no visible effort. Juno had met enough intelligence operatives and senior executives in his first run to recognize the assessment pattern and to know exactly what tells to suppress. At 42, he was considerably better at this than at 22. You've had an unusual start, Huang said. C-rank eligible at 3 weeks. No guild affiliation. A sole completed C-rank gate assessment on day 14. The gates have been productive, Juno said, with the appropriate faint pride of someone who doesn't quite know how to be modest about early success. At the end of the meeting, Huang offered the guest hunter contract. 6 months, B-rank gate network access, full equipment provisioning. Juno reviewed the appendices with careful attention, noting every clause, and said he would return a signed copy within a week. He walked back through the lobby. At the exhibit case near the entrance, a floor 47 artifact, a sword. He paused for 2 seconds, not examining the artifact, noting the security camera positions, the desk rotation timing, the door to the internal stairwell that was, per his memory, the less observed egress point. He had not agreed to the contract, but the intelligence audit of Monarch Guild's internal architecture had just formally begun, and by the time he was done with it, he would know more about this building's vulnerabilities than anyone in it except possibly Huang himself. He had not agreed to the contract, but he had agreed to the meeting, and the meeting had given him the first direct access to the building he needed. Over the next 4 visits, he would complete the survey. Over the following 6 months, he would fill in the gaps with intelligence gathered from Cho Sungmin's eventual documentation, from careful observation during gate runs, from the cross-referencing of everything he observed against everything he had known in the first run. The contract itself was almost irrelevant to the immediate objective. What mattered was the access the contract created, the guest hunter arrangement that put him in the building on a legitimate basis, that put him in operational contact with Monarch's field teams, that gave him the cover to move through spaces and collect observations without triggering the specific alarm that an unknown external actor would trigger. He was not unknown. He was invited. And within the scope of being invited, a great deal was possible. He rode the elevator down through 32 floors of glass and steel, listening to the soft music, watching the mana crystal lighting shift in the corners, and thought about the specific vulnerability in the security rotation that he had identified on the first visit. He thought about the archive on floor 34. He thought about the authorization chain that ran from the floor 73 supply line decision back to Huang Jinsu's office. He thought about how long he had waited, across 2 runs, for this. Not long enough to be bitter. Not so long that patience had become resignation. Long enough to be very precise about what he was going to do with the opportunity when it fully arrived. He walked out of the Monarch lobby, into the Seoul morning, and took stock. The guest contract was signed. He was inside the intelligence architecture. Na Youngho's current assessment was controllable, which meant the access was wide open for the next 60 days before the accumulated performance evidence would shift that assessment. He had the building's layout confirmed. He had identified Yu Jae-hee, Co Kiho, and the unknown analyst as the 3 critical contacts to develop or monitor. The timeline for Arc 1 was on track. What he was thinking about was the 20 years on the other side of Arc 1. Across the first timeline, he had taken 20 years to reach floor 99 and died there. In the second run, he had died on floor 73. This third attempt had given him the complete intelligence that both previous runs had produced, which should in theory make the tower climbing portion of the plan significantly faster. He could optimize every gate clear for maximum rank advancement relative to time invested. He could avoid the specific mistakes that had cost him advancement time in the first 2 runs. The floor 23 miscalculation that had set his first run advancement back 8 months. The floor 51 encounter that had required 3 months of recovery time. The year 11 detour through a gate type that turned out to have no useful mana yield for his specific advancement profile. The theoretical path to floor 99 in this run was significantly shorter than 20 years. But the Abyssal Sovereign had grown an extra limb. The tower was modifying the challenges specifically for this run, specifically for him, which meant the optimized timeline he was calculating was not necessarily the timeline he would experience. He would not reach floor 99 faster just because he knew the old paths. The paths were changing. He was going to reach floor 99 faster because he was better prepared and better resourced, and because the team he was building was going to be able to handle modifications that would have killed his first-run self. He filed this under strategic planning uncertainty, managed by building capability rather than optimizing timeline. Then he went to find Do-hyun for the afternoon training session. He turned the corner and stopped. Do-hyun was already there, and so was Director Huang's personal lieutenant, smiling like a man who had already won. Chapter 9. The Monarch Guild Headquarters Security Protocol ran on a 12-hour cycle. The handover period between outgoing and incoming security teams was 40 minutes long, which was standard procedure designed to ensure continuity of coverage, and which had the practical effect of doubling the number of bodies in the building while having the actual attentive monitoring. Because 40 minutes of parallel operation during which two teams were conducting acknowledgement rituals and briefing exchanges naturally directed most of the available attention toward the transition process rather than toward the observation zones the teams were theoretically covering. Juno had identified this vulnerability in the first run. He had not been positioned to use it at the time. As a not yet contracted guest hunter with building access privileges to floors 1 through 15, he was positioned to conduct an extensive architectural and personnel survey of every space he could legitimately access, and to use his memory to fill in the spaces he could not. He completed this survey in 3 visits over 5 days. Each visit managed to appear like a routine consultation or equipment briefing. He confirmed the internal structure matched his recollection with high fidelity. Administrative offices on floors 16 through 22. Operational command on floors 23 through 30. The secure archive on floor 34, which he could not access directly, but whose existence he confirmed by the traffic patterns of specific senior staff members, 3 of whom exited the elevator at 34 on each of his 3 visits, with the particular purposeful return posture of people who had just delivered or retrieved something of significance. He identified 3 operatives, UJE and Records Division, involved, per Cho Song-min's eventual defection file, in managing documentary evidence related to the Floor 73 supply line incident. Not an immediate threat, an existing asset to track and, in time, potentially leverage. Co Kiho in the Legal Division, 12-year tenure, increasingly uncomfortable with his role over the previous 3 years according to the Cho Sang-min file, a potential defection candidate when the timing became appropriate. The third was the one he had not expected, a junior analyst whose name and face did not appear in any file Cho Sang-min had ever shown him. The analyst appeared on his second survey visit, found reasons to be in the areas where Juno was conducting his survey at implausible intervals for coincidence, and made eye contact for precisely 1 second too long before moving away with the performed casualness of someone aware they had been noticed. Juno did not know this person. That was the anomaly. He knew, from Cho Song-min's comprehensive defection documentation, the operational roster of Monarch Guild at every level that would have been visible to an analyst of Cho Song-min's access. If this junior analyst had been in the organization at the time of Cho Song-min's departure, they would have appeared somewhere in that documentation. Either they were too peripheral for any file to have captured them, or they had been hired after the point where Cho Song-min's knowledge became current, or they were something Juno's extensive pattern library had no record for. He added it to the active investigation list. On the 3rd visit, he was formally introduced to Na Young-ho. The vice director received him with the professional courtesy of a man evaluating a potential asset. The same talent scout energy he had demonstrated at the Myeongdong Gate 3 weeks earlier, now directed from closer range. The flat professional quality was there. The physical alertness was also there. The maintained combat capability that distinguished Na from the purely administrative executives who surrounded him. The unconscious readiness that never quite left even in a carpeted conference room. The E-rank who cleared a C-rank gate, Na said. C-rank eligible, Juno said. The clearance was a supervised assessment. Semantic. Na studied him with the focused patience of someone doing arithmetic. I saw you at Myeongdong on day 3. 7 goblins, barehanded, under 2 minutes. The approach vector is predictable once you understand the directional commitment pattern, Juno said. It's less impressive than it looks. At E-rank density, the physical engagement is well within human parameters if the timing is right. Most E-ranks don't find the timing. Most E-ranks haven't studied gate creature biomechanics before they awakened. Na was quiet for a moment, continuing the arithmetic. Something about the result was not satisfying him. The numbers were adding up to something that his experience couldn't classify cleanly as either exceptional talent or something more unusual than that. Controllable, he would write in his report tonight, Juno knew with certainty. That was the word from the first run. the assessment that had made Huang comfortable enough to extend the guest contract. He intended to give that assessment reason to change, but not yet, and not in a manner that read as threatening. The shift had to come from demonstrated performance rather than confrontation, and it had to come at the timing of his choosing, not theirs. "We look forward to working with you," Hunter Kong. Na said. "Thank you for having me," Juno said warmly, and meant none of it, and neither of them knew. Only one person in the room was aware of that. Walking back out through the Monarch lobby after his third visit, Juno reviewed his intelligence product. He had confirmed the architectural layout through direct observation supplemented by memory, the security rotation schedule, the access point vulnerabilities, the personnel distribution across floors. He had identified 3 operatives he needed to track. He had registered Na Youngho's assessment of him and was satisfied that controllable was the current conclusion. The one element he had not fully resolved was the junior analyst he didn't recognize. In his first run's intelligence on Monarch's operational structure, this person did not appear, which meant either they were too peripheral to have appeared in Cho Songmin's files, or they had been hired between Cho Songmin's knowledge cutoff and the present, or they represented a category he hadn't identified. He had run through the possibilities on the transit ride to the building and had not reached a comfortable conclusion. Most of the options were benign: a new hire, a recently promoted junior, someone whose role was too small to register in the documentation Cho Sang-min had eventually shared. But the 1 second too long eye contact and the subsequent performed casualness bothered him. That was a trained response. Not the instinctive assessment he had described to Arium, but a deliberately managed response to being noticed. Who trained junior analysts at Monarch to manage their reaction when they were being observed? He filed it. He would find the answer eventually. For now, the survey was substantially complete, and the contract was the next step. He returned home, reviewed his notes against his memory of the first run, and identified 14 discrepancies worth tracking. Most were small: personnel changes, minor structural modifications, one room that had been repurposed. All were consistent with the years that had passed between when his memory was formed and when he was now standing. The building was Monarch Guild headquarters, more or less as he remembered it. The trap it contained was the same trap it had always been. He signed the guest contract the following morning and sent it by messenger. And then he began thinking about Seo Keho. Keho was in the legal division. 12 years inside Monarch, according to Cho Song-min's eventual defection documentation. Long enough to have accumulated the specific form of moral fatigue that came from processing the legal architecture of decisions you knew were wrong for long enough that you had rationalized them into something bearable. Keho had not defected. He had stayed. He was still staying, in this timeline, sitting at his desk and processing the filings that made Monarch's corruption legible as bureaucracy. But uncomfortable people in legal divisions sometimes made small choices. Documents left accessible in the shared filing system rather than moved to restricted access. Answers to questions that were slightly more complete than the official response required. Moments of quiet individual agency that were too small to be noticed as defection and too significant to be fully innocent. Juno had not had time, in either previous run, to develop that relationship. He had either died before it was necessary or been moving too fast through the critical sequence to invest in a slow burn contact. He had time now. The guest contract gave him 6 months of legitimate presence in the building. 6 months was enough to establish a professional rapport with a mid-level legal analyst who had no reason to expect attention from a guest hunter. He would start next week. Something simple, a question about the gate zone licensing documentation, the kind of question a young hunter might ask out of general professional curiosity. Establish that he was the kind of person who read legal filings carefully and who appreciated accurate information. Build from there. He was not yet sure what he would need from Seo Keho when the moment came, but he intended to be in a position to ask. The message that arrived 30 seconds later made that timeline irrelevant. Asterisk Gate 2 opens tonight. Not in 3 days. Tonight. They changed the schedule and did not tell the public. Asterisk why? Chapter 10. The first official Monarch contracted gate run was a B-rank clear in Buchin, the Iron Spire complex, before the actual A-rank Iron Spire gate had opened. Just a standard B-rank permanent reset dungeon that generated consistent material yields and that Monarch had established as their primary commercial gate in the greater Seoul metropolitan area. The team was 7 people, 2 Monarch A-rank hunters leading, 3 B-rank specialists including Juno, and 2 porters. One of them Do Hyun, who had been approved for this assignment through Juno's formal request and Na Youngho's eventual concession. Do Hyun had been watching the layout since the gate mouth opened. He had spent the previous 2 weeks running increasingly difficult assessments with Juno, and the development curve had been exactly what Juno had predicted. Not spectacular in individual session terms, but consistent, structured, building on each previous session in a way that compounded. He was D-rank now, the awakening having manifested as a physical enhancement path with exceptional constitution stat and natural aggro-management instinct. His Riot Shield hybrid was already something distinctive. The two Monarch A-rank leads were examples of their organization's particular training philosophy. Prioritize objective completion over party safety. Treat guest hunters as expendable operational assets rather than protected personnel. Move fast and expect the lower-ranked members to keep pace or sustain the consequences of failing to do so. Juno had worked within this framework in the first run for 2 years before the full implications became clear. He had no intention of working within it for 2 years in this run. The gate interior was a vertical structure, multiple platforms connected by iron bridges and ladders, spawn points positioned on each platform, boss on the summit. He had run it 11 times. He knew the spawn timing, the attack vectors, the platform transitions, every relevant variable. He watched the lead formation for the first 3 platforms without saying anything. On the 3rd platform, the spawn came from above, a ceiling-mounted drop attack in a configuration that the A-rank lead had not anticipated, and that would have resulted, in the original timeline, in Su Banjun taking a direct impact that cracked 2 ribs. Juno adjusted position before the attack trajectory reached its resolution point, intercepted the impact on his own positioning, absorbed it with correct stance geometry, and cleared the spawned attacker in the same movement. Su Banjun was standing where the impact would have found him, processing what had just happened. The A-rank lead turned. You broke formation. The ceiling attack vector was clear from the prior platform's spawn signature. I prepared a contingency. Juno kept his tone informational. Your left flank was exposed to a trajectory your formation didn't account for. I had it covered. Su Banjun would have taken a direct hit. He let a measured pause sit. I acted on what I saw. I should have communicated the preparation first. My apologies. The lead studied him for a moment with the evaluating expression of a man determining whether difficult but useful was an acceptable category for this particular asset. Formation integrity is my call, the lead said. Understood, Juno said. Behind him, Do-Hyen made the sound that was almost a laugh. The run completed successfully. The boss fell. The material yield was solid. 2 Monarch observers who had come along as support staff documented every notable moment, including the formation break and its outcome. The report to Na Young-ho would include both elements. But Su Banjun was alive. In the original timeline, Su Banjun had died on Platform 7, 3 platforms above where they were now, with the same injury that had started on Platform 3 compounded by the Platform 7 encounter. The 2 injuries together had been fatal. He would not die on Platform 7 today because the Platform 3 injury had not occurred. Juno walked toward the gate exit with Do-Hyen at his shoulder, the material yield in their packs, and filed this under the category of work done correctly. Not spectacular, not easily visible, but real. On the way back from the gate, Juno briefed Do-Hyen on what he had observed of the Monarch team's operational culture during the run. The formation breaks happen because their priority model treats guest hunters as acceptable losses when the formation call produces better overall yield, he said, in the practical tone of someone sharing operational intelligence rather than making an accusation. If the formation call protects the A-rank assets and sacrifices the guest hunter, that's a rational outcome by their calculation. That's why you adjusted position, Do-Hyen said. It was not a question. Yes, and why I apologized afterward rather than argued the point. Their assessment of whether I'm controllable matters more than whether I'm right about the specific formation call. He paused. You need to understand the culture you're operating in before you can move effectively inside it. Do-Hyen was quiet for a moment. You're not planning to stay with Monarch. It was also not a question. No, Juno said. I'm planning to use the guest arrangement for the specific access it provides. After that, we operate independently. How long? 6 months of the guest contract. Possibly less. He looked at the city, moving past the transit window. There's documentation I need access to that I can only reach from inside. After I have it, the arrangement ends. Do-Hyen absorbed this with the equanimity of one who had quickly learned that Juno's planning horizon extended further than he was typically sharing and who had decided to trust the planning rather than the partial information. All right, he said. That was the moment, Juno thought. That single syllable, with the weight of a decision behind it rather than just acknowledgement. Do-Hyen committing to the team without knowing the full extent of what the team was doing or where it was going. Trust offered in advance of information. That trust had taken years to earn before. In this run, he had earned it in weeks. He did not take it lightly. The B-rank run had also given him direct observation of how Monarch operated when they thought they had everything under control. The 2 A-rank leads ran the formation with the efficiency of people who had been doing this long enough that it was automatic. They were not bad hunters. In a different organizational context, they would have been assets. What made them problems was the same thing that made Monarch a problem. The organizational culture that had trained them to treat people below them in the hierarchy as instruments for achieving objectives rather than as individuals whose survival mattered independently of the objective. This was not a character flaw. It was a training outcome, the result of working inside an organization that had, over years, systematically reinforced the message that guest hunters and porters were replaceable resources. The A-rank leads had internalized this message not through malice, but through the ordinary process of absorbing the values of the environment you worked in long enough to stop questioning them. Juno had watched himself absorb the same lesson in the first run. He had watched it happen slowly, around year 3, when he had started accepting formation calls that left guest hunters exposed, because that was what the operational culture expected. He had recognized it and corrected it. Most people who stayed inside Monarch long enough did not. Su Bongjun had survived today because Juno had corrected it. Su Bongjun did not know that. He just knew that the formation break had saved him from something he had not seen coming. And he had given Juno a nod walking out of the gate that said, "Noted, remembered." That nod was, in the long run, worth something. Not as a debt, not as an alliance, but as a witness. Someone who had been in the gate that day who would, when the time came and the case was being built, remember clearly what had happened and who had done what. The case would need witnesses. He was, at this stage, accumulating them without drawing attention to the accumulation. But someone had noticed. The analyst report sitting in Lee Myri's encrypted inbox described an unknown hunter operating below the system's ranking threshold, with combat metrics that matched no living registered hunter. They were looking for him. Chapter 11 CO Arium C-Rank Awakening Assessment came back on day 42, which was 3 days earlier than expected. The slightly accelerated timeline that Juno was beginning to attribute to the fact that his day 1 conversation with her had moved her toward registration earlier, and earlier registration meant earlier formal assessment. She found him through the Independent Hunter Cooperative Registry. He had joined it on day 12 specifically because he anticipated this contact, and because the Cooperative Registry was the appropriate place for newly awakened hunters who were trying to make decisions without guild pressure to find information and independent operators. The message was, "You told me to register on my own terms. I did. You said guilds would come. One already has. I need advice." He met her at a coffee shop near Mapo with enough distance from both his apartment and the convenience store to qualify as neutral ground. She arrived 6 minutes early, which he noted as consistent with someone who had been thinking about this conversation and was not trying to appear unconcerned. She sat across from him with the alertness of a person who had recently discovered that the world contained significantly more possibilities than she had previously accounted for, and who was simultaneously excited and alarmed by this discovery. She held her coffee with both hands. "Monarch Guild," she said. "Of course," he said. "They contacted me before my formal assessment results were even published. How is that possible?" "They have a contact in the Bureau's Preliminary Resonance Review Office who flags high potential awakenings before the official results go out," Juno said. "Most major guilds do. It's not formally allowed, but it's consistent enough that the Bureau has started a review process on the practice, which will take approximately 2 years to produce any result." He paused. "What did they offer?" She described it precisely. The standard healer contract, the equipment provisioning and insurance, the salary 3 times what independent first-year work would yield, the smooth presentation of every practical advantage, the implicit framing that declining was a failure of rational self-interest. All accurate. All the way Monarch recruited people who hadn't yet learned to read the subtext. "Did you sign?" he asked. "Not yet. They gave me a week." Her gaze sharpened with the direct assessment she had been developing since the night the gate opened. "You told me to register on my own terms. You told me this was coming. You knew it specifically, not generally." "How?" "I study patterns," he said. "Guild behavior, recruitment timelines, how the major organizations move when they identify high-potential new awakenings. I've been tracking it intensively since before the gates opened because I wanted to understand the landscape I was going to be operating in. Monarch's pattern with healer recruitments is consistent and documented if you know where to look." She considered this. The explanation was true without being complete, which was the kind of truth that held up under scrutiny from people who were smart enough to sense its edges. "My advice," he said, "is don't sign with Monarch. Because their healer contracts have operational assignment override clauses that remove your right to decline high-priority gate assignments regardless of your rated depth. You'll end up on floors above your certification without meaningful ability to refuse." He met her eyes. "Additionally, the reporting provisions in the standard contract require you to provide operational data on independent hunters in your district. The framing is administrative. The use is intelligence. She went very still. He let the silence hold for exactly the right duration. I run an independent team, he continued. Currently small. I'm offering you a position on different terms. No reporting provisions, no assignment overrides, full exit rights, market rate plus gate yield share, 3-month trial before either of us commits to anything longer. He took out the single page he had prepared and set it on the table. I know on paper this looks like choosing a risk over a guarantee. I'm asking you to make a different calculation than the one Monarch is presenting. She read the terms carefully. Twice. What's the calculation I should be making? She asked. That in 18 months, this team is running A-rank gates, he said, and that the people you work with matter as much as the contract you sign. She folded the page and put it in her bag. 3 months, she said. You'll need to actually demonstrate what you're claiming. I'm a healer, which means I'll be watching everything very carefully, because my job is to know when something is about to go wrong before it does. Good, he said. That's exactly what I need. Walking back from the coffee shop after she left, Juno considered the version of this conversation he had not had. In the first run, Ariam had come to him with her resignation from Monarch, not with a request to join his team, which she had done quietly and without fanfare by leaving Monarch's contract and going independent. He had met her 3 years later through the Independent Hunter Cooperative Network, when she was already established enough that the offer he could have made in year 1 was not the offer he was in a position to make. The relationship that had developed after that had been a professional one that was, in both runs since, slightly awkward around the edges in the way that relationships were when the history between the people in them was unspoken. This version of the relationship gave him something different. A 3-month trial that was, structurally, an invitation to demonstrate what the team could be, and a healer who was, for the first time, meeting him before Monarch had an opportunity to shape her understanding of what hunter work looked like. She was going to watch everything carefully, she had said. She was a healer, she had said, which meant it was her job to notice what was about to go wrong before it did. He knew exactly what she was going to see in the next 3 months. A team that operated with unusual coordination, a raid leader who knew the spawn patterns in detail that no documentation explained, a tank who was developing faster than any rank in the available comparative data. She was going to have questions. He would give her partial answers. They would develop a working relationship built on demonstrated capability and the specific trust that built between people who had been in dangerous situations together and had come out on the right side. It was not the full truth, but it was a foundation. He intended to be very careful about what he built on it. 3 days after the Monarch Guild infiltration, Juno sat with his back against the wall of a district commissary, watching the entrance while his food went cold. The building was cheap, plastic tables, overhead fluorescents, recycled protein rations, but it was one of 6 spots in the city with no camera coverage within 2 blocks. Park Do-hyun arrived 4 minutes late, which meant he had run counter-surveillance. Good instinct. Juno had taught him that in another life, during the months after the third gate collapse when every information broker in Seoul had been selling hunter identities to the highest bidder. Do-hyun did not know that. As far as he was concerned, he had developed the habit himself. Monarch moved inventory last night, Do-hyun said, dropping into the seat across from him. 2 vans, no manifest. Out through the eastern checkpoint at 0340. How many guards? 6 on the vehicles. Another 4 watching the loading dock with their IDs blocked. Do-hyun pushed a folded printout across the table. I could not get closer without compromising the cover. Juno unfolded it without looking away from the entrance. 4 names, 3 locations, 1 timestamp. Huang was moving assets before the second gate opened, which meant he knew the opening schedule in advance. That was the connection he had been building toward. The inventory shift confirmed one more thing. Monarch was not just profiting from the tower. Someone was feeding information in both directions, hunter intelligence flowing into the tower and tower behavior flowing back out as tactical advantage. Huang was the broker, but he was not the architect. Juno left money on the table and walked out before the coffee had time to cool. He had 3 hours before his next scheduled contact with Ariam, and a name to run down before then. Every step he took felt more deliberate than it should have. Like walking across ice, he could already hear cracking. Chapter 12. The fungal labyrinth's materials market value was one of the least known operational intelligence advantages in the first run's gate economy, and Juno had arrived at it the hard way. 2 years of investigation into why certain gate material buyers were paying premiums for biological compounds that most hunters discarded as processing too complex yield. This time, he had the destination. He entered the labyrinth solo on day 49. The interior was immediate and total sensory displacement. The spore-dense air that filtered all color toward yellow-brown. the mycelium corridors that looked like soft biological formations and were harder than engineered stone, the particular silence of an environment where ambient organic mass absorbed sound almost completely. Juno had run this gate 47 times. He could have run it blindfolded. He moved with his mana spread as a perceptual field, using the slight disruption in spore density that active camouflage created. The fungal animate bodies, when they were prepared to strike, produced a microenvironment differentiation detectable with enough sensitivity. Standard C-rank hunters didn't have that sensitivity. He did, between the current C-rank rating and the pattern library's accumulated knowledge of exactly what that differentiation felt like across 47 previous runs. He cleared as he moved. He harvested the growth nodes simultaneously, 12 specific positions in the labyrinth's architecture where the rare compounds concentrated. The positions were not random. They followed a pattern based on the gate's mana flux geometry that had taken him 2 years to map in the first run and that he held complete from memory now. 12 nodes, 12 compounds, full harvest in one run. The boss was a fungal queen, a large stationary creature with a spore pulse attack that operated on a timing cycle, devastating to hunters who discovered the cycle empirically during the fight and cheap to defeat for hunters who knew the cycle in advance. Juno knew it in advance. 6 minutes. The gate core dropped D rank. He absorbed it. C rank achieved. He sat in the quiet of the cleared gate for a moment, feeling the pathway expansion settle into his body's architecture. This was the rank his first-run self had reached at year 1. Day 49. The materials contact, a researcher in the pharmaceutical gate materials sector who worked with a mid-sized biotech company that was pivoting to gate biology applications, received him that afternoon with the professional warmth of a researcher who had been expecting a vendor contact and was pleased by the quality of what arrived. Juno laid out the 12 compounds with their harvest documentation and described the volume he could sustain on a weekly basis. The standing materials agreement was finalized by evening. What the money bought was not comfort, or gear, or even operational capacity. It bought independence. Specifically, it closed the financial gap that Monarch's equipment provisioning had been designed to occupy. A team that generated its own operating revenue had no reason to accept the organizational relationship that the provisioning arrangement was meant to establish. A team that was self-sufficient was a team that Huang Jinsu could not leverage through the gradual accumulation of dependency. In the first run, Juno had been dependent on Monarch's resources for 3 years before he recognized the dependency as a trap rather than an arrangement. By then, the trap had already done most of its work. In this run, the trap had been closed before it had a chance to open. He walked home in the early evening, through streets that were still adjusting to the presence of gates as a permanent feature of the urban landscape, and felt something he had not felt in either of his previous runs at this point in the timeline. The specific quality of being ahead. Not safe, not finished, not free from risk, but ahead. The fungal labyrinth materials agreement represented the financial independence pillar of his infrastructure. He had 2 other pillars to build. The first was the intelligence pillar, the Cho Sang-min documentation, the specific records of Monarch's criminal activities that would eventually make the legal case he needed. Cho Sang-min was still inside Monarch, would leave in approximately 2 months, and would be approachable within 3. Juno had already begun the groundwork, the professional contacts, the carefully noted observations that would let him demonstrate specific knowledge when the moment arrived, the patience to let Cho Sang-min's own reckoning develop at its natural pace. The second was the alliance pillar, the network of people and organizations that would support the case against Monarch when he was ready to make it. Lee Myrie at the Hunter Bureau was already in contact and in a monitoring posture that was, at this stage, neutral. He would develop that relationship slowly, with care. The Independent Hunter Cooperative was building a legal challenge to Monarch's zone licensing, which he had seeded with the right information and which would develop independently without requiring his direct involvement. Yoon Chul-soo of Apex Guild was not yet in contact. That meeting would come in Arc 2, but the conditions for it were being set. He realized, doing what the first run had eventually taught him to do, but doing it from the beginning rather than discovering it 20 years in, building a structure rather than fighting a battle. The battle had to come eventually, but battles without structure behind them were just expensive, in time, in people, in the specific kind of exhaustion that came from fighting the same fights repeatedly without ever changing the conditions that produced them. He had paid that cost twice. He refused to pay it a third time. The materials agreement with the pharmaceutical contact was his first independent revenue stream. He set up the second stream the following week, a direct arrangement with a gate equipment certification body that needed reliable mana compound samples for standardization work. Samples that required the kind of controlled gate environment and consistent harvesting technique that most hunters could not provide, but that Juno could supply from 4 different fungal equivalent gates in a 2-hour circuit. The third stream was already in motion. The Independent Hunter Cooperative's legal challenge to Monarch's zone licensing had been seeded with the right information 3 weeks ago, and the cooperative's legal team was now pursuing it without his active involvement, which was exactly the correct state for an asset that he did not want traceable back to him. Combined, the 3 streams provided enough operational capital to sustain a team of 5 for 6 months without touching a single Monarch provisioning arrangement. Not comfortable, not luxurious. Enough. The financial independence pillar was complete. He filed the completion in his planning document, marked the milestone, and moved to the next item on the infrastructure checklist. The Cho Sang-min contact window was opening in approximately 6 weeks. He had prepared 3 different approach angles, depending on the circumstances of Cho Sang-min's departure from Monarch, whether it was a managed exit with standard NDA, a conflict departure with partial severance, or a sudden resignation. Each departure type created different conditions for the first contact and required different opening language. He had the right language for each. He would be very good at the first conversation. The documentation it produced was going to end Monarch Guild. He believed that. The evidence was too systematic to dismiss. 17 cross-reference data points, 3 independent source chains, and 2 behavioral predictions that had already proven accurate. Whatever doubt he might have carried in the first run had been burned away in the years since. But belief was not enough. Belief did not stop a bullet, and it did not stop a government override of hunter licensing. And it did not stop the 9 ways Huang could legally destroy an unaffiliated E-rank hunter before the second gate opened. He needed leverage, the kind that could not be buried or bought. CO Arium had given him one lead, half accidentally, in a conversation she thought was about gate preparations. The name Vice Director Na Youngho had come up in a context she clearly had not intended, and Juno had filed it without reacting. Na Youngho was 3 steps removed from Huang in the org chart and 2 steps removed in the actual power structure. He was the kind of man who kept records because he was smart enough to know he might need to run, and those records would be the currency of his escape. If Juno could find them first, the leverage problem solved itself. The memory archive surfaced the silhouette framework, identification of hidden financial conduits through pattern deviation in public licensing records. He had never used it for finances in the first run. He had not known he needed to. Tomorrow he would start pulling hunter licensing records from the public registry. 3 days to complete the picture. The second gate would open in 5. That was enough time. Barely. He checked the door, checked the exit, and reminded himself that barely had always been enough before, and that the anonymous message waiting in his encrypted file had not yet told him what it expected in return. Chapter 13. The training philosophy Juno had developed over 20 years and 3 runs for teaching shield technique rested on a single foundational insight. Most tanks learned to resist force, when the actual skill was to redirect it. Resistance required constant effort proportional to the force being applied. Redirection required a smaller expenditure of correctly positioned energy and produced better outcomes at scale. The difference manifested in combat longevity. Tanks who resisted fatigued at a rate that increased with encounter intensity, while tanks who redirected maintained efficiency across longer engagements. Do Hyun had the instinct for redirection. He had demonstrated it in the first training session in the way he adjusted his grip under impact, distributing force rather than opposing it directly. Juno had recognized it immediately because he had seen the same instinct in Do Hyun in the first run, expressed as a personal style that had evolved without explicit teaching and that had taken 8 years to reach its full expression. He was going to compress that to 12 months. They ran a paired E-rank gate on day 52, below both their current ratings, specifically chosen for the training environment rather than yield. Juno talked Do Hyun through the technique architecture while running the gate simultaneously. The stance geometry for force distribution through the legs rather than the arms, the hip rotation that redirected lateral impacts, the visual target priority that meant watching the threat's center of mass rather than the weapon, the specific counterintuitive insight that moving slightly toward an incoming attack in the last fraction of a second before contact reduced the effective force experienced. More than moving away did. Your weight, Juno said, after the third room. It's forward again. You're using your arms. Do Hyun reset his stance. He had been doing this, catching the technical regression after corrections, for 2 sessions. The correction was taking. It just took longer than the initial instruction because the body was rebuilding a habitual pattern rather than learning a new one. Ground through it, Juno said. From the feet up. The fourth room. Do Hyun held a 5-spawn frontal rush without moving his feet. Not perfectly. 1 foot shifted fractionally on the third impact. But the structural principle was expressing itself in his body rather than just his understanding of it. Better, Juno said. It feels different when it works, Do-Hyun said. Because you're not fighting the force anymore. You're using it. After the session, Do-Hyun said, you know the actual technique architecture. Not the way it's usually taught, hold your ground, brace, resist, but the actual physics of why it works and why the standard teaching is a simplified version that's easier to describe but less efficient to execute. Yes. Where did you learn it that way? 20 years of training people and observing outcomes. From watching a lot of people fight, Juno said, including a lot of people who fought in a way that worked better than the standard method, and trying to understand why. He looked at Do-Hyun. You're going to be exceptional at this. You already are. You have the instinct. The technique is just giving the instinct a vocabulary. Do-Hyun was quiet for a moment. You keep saying things like that, he said. Future tense. You're going to be. You will. Like you know. I know what I see, Juno said. What I see is someone who's integrating technique faster than anyone I've trained alongside at a comparable point in their development. Another pause. Then don't stop, Do-Hyun said. Teaching me. Whatever you actually know about how to do this well, teach me all of it. I'll apply what I can and ask when I don't understand something. That's exactly the arrangement I was hoping for, Juno said. After the session, he ran a solo maintenance gate to review the training notes he was building for Do-Hyun's curriculum. 6 weeks into the run, 3 weeks into formal team operations, and the development trajectory was already diverging from the first run in the ways he had planned, and in a few ways he had not. The ways he had planned, Do-Hyun's technical advancement was tracking ahead of the first run timeline. The foundational technique corrections were taking hold. The instinctive combat intelligence was developing in the structured direction rather than the ad hoc direction it had taken in the first run, where trial and error was the only teacher available. The ways he had not planned. Do-Hyun was asking better questions than the first-run version had asked at this stage. Not just direct questions about technique, but conceptual questions about why certain approaches work structurally, about the relationship between tactical positioning and mana expenditure at the party level, about how to read a spawn room's geometry before entering it rather than reacting to it after. These were the questions of someone who was not just trying to get better at what he currently did, but was trying to understand the underlying system. It meant Do-Hyun was building models, not just skills. And models, once built, generalized in ways that skills did not. This was going to compress the development timeline even further than Juno had expected. He made a note in his planning document, revise projected B-rank technique timeline to month 9. Then, after a moment's thought, revised again to month 8. Some gifts were beyond planning for. You simply had to be present to receive them. After the training session, he ran a solo maintenance gate to work through some of the mana pathway exercises that he needed to complete without distraction. The gate was a D-rank water cave, standard environmental difficulty, moderate spawn density, predictable boss. He cleared it in the automatic way you cleared something you had cleared hundreds of times, his body moving through the sequences while his mind worked. Do-Hyun had asked good questions in the session. Better questions than Juno had expected at this stage. Not just, how do I do this, but why does this approach work, and what are the conditions where it doesn't? The second type of question was the more sophisticated one. The one that indicated someone building a model rather than acquiring a skill. Models generalized. Skills were specific. Do-Hyun was building models. This was a development that Juno had not fully accounted for in the training curriculum he had designed. He had designed a curriculum for someone who would learn the skills he was teaching and apply them. He had not designed a curriculum for someone who would learn the underlying principles and generate new applications independently. He was going to need to revise the curriculum. Not because the current version was wrong, but because Do-Hyun was going to outpace it if Juno did not keep expanding the conceptual scope. You could not teach someone who was building models only the specific instances. You had to give them the underlying architecture, the theory, the edge cases. Otherwise, the model they built would be correct but limited, and a limited model would fail precisely in the situations where an unlimited one was needed. He killed the cave boss with the clean efficiency of a man whose mind was elsewhere and was thinking about something else entirely, collected the gate yield, and walked out into the afternoon. The curriculum needed to expand. He had, by his estimate, 3 weeks before Do-Hyun started hitting the ceiling of what the current version could offer. 3 weeks was plenty of time, if the timeline held. Juno ran the calculation for the third time, while Ariam briefed him on the Gate 2 patrol assignments, and the math kept coming out the same. Second gate, 5 days. Third gate, 11 days after that. The Monarch Guild financial sweep needed to be complete before Gate 3, because that was when Huang would have the political cover to start making people disappear without explanation. You are not listening, Ariam said. I am listening. Patrol rotation shifts at the 4th hour. Backup response is 8 minutes. There is a blind corner at the eastern approach where the scanner does not reach. He looked up. What did I miss? She studied him with the expression he remembered from 3 years into the first run, the one she wore when she was trying to decide whether to trust something she could not fully see. In that version of their history, it had taken her 14 months to stop watching him that way. He did not have 14 months. Nothing, she said carefully. You got it all. The blind corner is new. They adjusted the layout since the first gate. How do you know that? I watched the first gate patrol pattern for 6 hours before I applied for the team. It was true enough. It left out the part where he had watched the same patrol in a different year, on a floor 50 levels higher. She accepted it. Later that trust would break. But that was later. He returned to the calculation. Gate 2. Gate 3. The Monarch's sweep, and underneath all of it, the question of the anonymous messages, which he still had not answered, because he did not yet know who to answer them to. Check the roster. He had checked it. The name he found there had not appeared in any roster during his first run, not in any gate assignment, not in any guild record, not anywhere across 17 years. Which meant either the second run had changed something fundamental, or it had always been there, and he had never been looking closely enough, and he did not know which possibility frightened him more. Chapter 14. The Iron Spire Gate appeared above a Gyeonggi-do industrial complex on day 60, which was 3 days earlier than Juno's memory of the event. He noted the deviation and added it to his log. The fourth timeline variance in the current run, all consistent with minor acceleration of gate opening events. Possibly, he theorized, a downstream effect of the earlier clearing patterns he was establishing, which might be creating mana flux conditions that precipitated gate formation slightly ahead of the original schedule. The implications were manageable. What mattered operationally was that Na Youngho's meeting message arrived on day 67 instead of the 73rd, he remembered. The Iron Spire is classified A rank, Na said at the debrief briefing. The Bureau is organizing a joint expedition for day 80. We want you on the team. Juno had been expecting this. Timeline. Assembly day 79. Entry day 80. He processed this against his memory. The Iron Spire expedition in the first run had been day 90, 10 days later. This compression was significant. Not dangerous in itself, but it meant he had 10 fewer days to prepare Dohyan for A-rank gate dynamics. Equipment, he said. Full A-rank provisioning for the expedition team. Bureau standard for joint clearance events. My porter needs to be on the team roster. Park Dohyan. D-rank, hunter authorization pending. His shield work is the best I've seen at his development stage, and his pattern recognition in variable spawn encounters is above what the D-rank rating reflects. Na paused. This is an A-rank gate. His depth ceiling is already B-rank equivalent in capability terms. The formal rating is behind the practical capability. Juno maintained a steady tone. If the objective is the strongest possible clearance team for the first A-rank gate in Korean hunter history, Dohyan belongs on it. A longer pause than Juno had expected. Na was running something through his assessment framework that required more time than usual. I'll bring it to Huang, Na said finally. Good. Juno extended his hand for the file he had been told to expect. The survey data. I'll start pattern analysis now. 10 days is not a lot of preparation time for first entry A-rank dynamics. Na slid the file across. Juno opened it and began reading with the expression of someone seeing it for the first time. The architectural data matched his 17 runs through the Iron Spire with high precision. Floor 1. Cathedral space, ceiling-mounted spawn. Floor 2. Transitional bridge structure with spawn from the walls. Floor 3. He stopped. A notation in the lower margin of the third floor survey data, in a different typeface from the document body, added after the original compilation, or from a different source. It read, Mana signature anomaly, third floor, northeast corner. Unknown artifact type. Origin, unclear. Recommend priority assessment on first expedition entry. He read it twice. He read it a third time. In 17 runs through the Iron Spire across 20 years, he had never encountered an artifact on the third floor. He had never seen this notation in any version of the survey data he had reviewed. Either it had not existed in previous runs, or he had never seen the original survey document and had been working from secondary summaries that had omitted it. The system had no record of this artifact. He closed the file and continued the meeting with Na, and did not let his expression change, and filed the artifact notation under active deviation, significance undetermined, priority assessment required. The Iron Spire now held something new. He held the survey file closed in his lap on the transit ride home and did not look at it again, but thought about the notation continuously. The document architecture, different typeface from the body, different information density, the specific phrasing, origin unclear, which was not standard Bureau survey language. was consistent with something that had been added to the original document after the fact by someone with different knowledge than the survey team. The survey team had noted an anomalous mana signature. Someone with access to the document had added the origin unclear and recommend priority assessment language. Who had that access? In the Joint Clearance Protocol for A-rank gate expeditions, the survey documentation was shared between the Bureau, the primary expedition organization, Monarch, and any co-expedition parties with formal standing. Monarch would have received the survey data before the joint clearance meeting. They would have had time to review it, add notes, return it as a modified document that then became the official briefing file. The addition could have come from Monarch. If Monarch had identified the artifact on the third floor and added the notation to ensure it would be officially assessed during the first expedition, potentially by a Monarch-affiliated team member rather than a neutral observer, then the artifact was already within their intelligence orbit, which meant his pocketing it, if Monarch had wanted it and had arranged for it to be found by a specific person, was either a successful intercept or exactly what they had intended. He could not know which yet. He needed more data. He needed to reach the Iron Spire, find the artifact, and understand what the memory archive's recognition of it actually meant before he could assess whether Monarch's involvement in the notation was strategic or incidental. 11 days until the expedition. He reviewed his preparation list and added, investigate artifact notation provenance. 11 days until the expedition. He had set up the team preparation schedule with Dohayan and Arium. 3 joint gate sessions, 2 A-rank environmental assessments using modified versions of the gate creature behavioral research that he had published to the independent database, and a full team debrief on Iron Spire environmental conditions using the survey data Na had provided. Arium's first month on the team had confirmed everything he had known about her capability from the first run. Her healing technique was exceptional, not just reactive, which was what most healers trained for, but predictive. She read combat dynamics the way that the best supports did, not waiting for someone to get hurt and then responding, but positioning her mana output to intercept the likely injury before it became serious. In the first run, it had taken her several years of independent work to develop this instinct. In this run, 3 weeks in, she was already demonstrating it. She had also been watching him. Not suspiciously, at least not entirely. More in the way that someone with genuine analytical intelligence watched a situation they did not fully understand, gathering data before forming conclusions. She had seen his gate clear patterns. She had watched how he read spawn behavior. She had heard him give Dohayan technical corrections that were more precise than any documentation she could find to support them. She had not yet asked the question directly, but he could see the shape of it forming. She was going to ask it after the Iron Spire. He had an answer prepared. The same answer he had given Lee Myrie. Pattern recognition secondary ability, exceptional application, no quantifiable mana output, but expanded with enough specific technical detail to satisfy someone who was watching from the inside of the team rather than from a bureau monitoring function. The answer would be enough for now. The full truth was, as always, not available. Juno had spent most of the first run operating on partial information, filling gaps with pattern extrapolation, and occasionally being badly wrong in ways that cost him people he could not afford to lose. He had learned, eventually, to treat the gaps themselves as data. What you could not see told you as much as what you could, if you knew how to look at the outline of the absence. What he could not see right now, who was sending the messages, why they were helping him, what they expected in return, whether the name he had found on the roster was a coincidence, an invitation, or a trap. He laid those 4 unknowns out in the memory archive and let the pattern library run against them while he walked the gate district perimeter, checking his mental map against the physical layout. The district had changed since the first gate, subtle shifts in where the crowds gathered, which vendor stalls had moved, which buildings were already being reinforced with tower-grade material. The city was adapting, unconsciously, to the reality of permanent incursion. In the first run, it had taken 18 months for people to stop treating the gates as a temporary crisis. Here, they were already building around them. He stopped at the northern boundary of Gate District 1 and looked south toward where the second gate would emerge in 4 days. The pattern library surfaced a match. Gate 2 First Emergence, Year 1. The boss roster. The patrol vulnerabilities. And buried in the cross-references, a single anomalous entry from Year 7 of the first run, a note he had written himself, about a boss variant he had never encountered again. A variant that matched the description of what Dohayan had photographed in the crowd 3 days ago. The floor bosses were not just evolving to match him. One of them had been positioned here before the tower even remembered he existed. That was not adaptation. That was preparation, and someone had done the preparing. Chapter 15 Lee Myrie ran the Hunter Bureau's anomalous performance monitoring function from a desk that was organized with the systematic precision of someone who believed that environmental structure was a prerequisite for clear thinking. 3 monitors arranged in an arc for simultaneous reference, file system organized by date and significance rather than the institutional chronological default, a whiteboard that served as an active analysis surface rather than a display. She was 34 and had been at the Bureau's analytical division for 6 years, long enough to have developed a personal methodology for identifying statistical outliers in hunter performance data that was significantly more sophisticated than the institutional standard. The institutional standard was designed to flag obvious anomalies at high confidence levels, which meant it missed the interesting cases, the patterns that were clearly anomalous to someone with enough experience to read the texture of the data, but that did not register on automated detection because they were individually small and collectively large. Lee Myrie caught the individually small and collectively large. She had called Juno on day 72. One day earlier than the first run, another minor timeline acceleration, consistent with the pattern. He arrived at her office at the appointed time, reviewed the scatter plot she showed him on the monitor, listened to her description of the 3 comparable cases in Korean hunter history, and gave her the prepared answer. Pattern recognition enhancement. A secondary ability. I've had it since awakening. I process combat encounter patterns faster than my rank level would suggest. I can't quantify the mechanism. It doesn't produce measurable mana output, only performance outcomes. She made a note. We see secondary abilities of this type occasionally. They're difficult to classify because the Bureau's detection architecture focuses on mana output as the primary measurement vector. She watched him across her desk with the expression of someone who has received a technically complete answer and is aware that it is not the whole answer. I'm keeping this file open. Monitoring status. Reasonable, he said. He stood to leave and paused with the timing of a thought just occurring. The Chunwei case, he said. The falsified background. How was it ultimately identified? Through the gate-cleared data or through something else? Her gaze took on the particular sharpness of someone whose interest has been engaged by an unexpected question. Gate-cleared data flagged it initially, she said. The identification came through social network analysis. Inconsistencies between his claimed relationships and the actual records of those relationships. People who said they knew him who had no documentation of knowing him. Interesting, Juno said, as if filing this for general reference rather than specific application. He left the building and stood on the Jongyo sidewalk, reviewing the exchange. She was precisely the kind of intelligent, motivated, institutionally frustrated analyst who could be either a significant problem or a significant asset, depending on how the relationship developed. The first time, he had given her too little and she had filled the gap with suspicion, and the monitoring file had become a liability when Monarch began using Bureau administrative channels against him. This time, he had given her something true, incomplete, but true, and she would continue watching from a position that was at least partially informed rather than entirely speculative. The monitoring file would stay open. In approximately 4 years, when he needed someone inside the Bureau who could move the Hunter Control Directorate from the inside, Lee Myrie's monitoring file and the relationship built on partial honesty would become the foundation of something very different. He had 4 years. He walked toward the transit station and began thinking about the Iron Spire. The Lee Myrie monitoring file would stay open and active. That was not a problem. It was, in the long run, a feature. What he needed was for the file to remain in a neutral assessment state rather than becoming an adverse finding, which meant continuing to provide her with information that was true without being complete, on a schedule that felt organic rather than managed. She was watching the gate-clear data. He would let the data show what it showed. There was no point in trying to falsify performance records that were directly observed. What he could manage was the framing. Every time she had a question, he would give her an answer that was accurate and that pointed toward the exceptional but categorizable conclusion rather than the anomalous and requiring escalation conclusion. The pattern recognition ability was a real capability. Calling it a secondary ability was not wrong, just incomplete. She could research secondary abilities and find that the category was real and that the Bureau had no established method for quantifying them. That research would give her a framework for her notation that closed the analytical loop rather than leaving it open. He had navigated this conversation 3 times in previous runs. Each time, the outcome depended more on what she was given to work with than on what he said. What she was given to work with was a monitoring file that had a plausible explanation in it. The explanation was in the file now. He had 4 years to develop the relationship past the monitoring stage. That was more than enough. He was thinking about this on the walk back to the transit station when his phone buzzed with a message from Do-hyun. Bureau sent the aptitude test result. D-rank mana resonance confirmed. Hunter authorization pending processing. They said 3 business days. Juno stopped walking. D-rank on the aptitude test. He had predicted D-rank potential by month 2. They were 6 weeks in. He wrote back, "Good. Collect the authorization card when it arrives. I'll update your formal designation on the team manifest." Then he stood on the sidewalk for a moment, letting the particular quality of this piece of information settle. D-rank hunter authorization in 6 weeks. His previous estimate of B-rank technique by month 8, based on the assumption that the formal advancement would follow a certain trajectory, needed to be revised upward. Do-Hyen would reach B-rank in technique and advancement by month 6. And the Iron Spire expedition was in 11 days, which meant Do-Hyen's first A-rank gate environment was going to come before the formal authorization even finished processing. He would be there as a D-rank support specialist, which was the bureaucratic designation that gave him combat authorization without the full guest hunter framework. It was enough. He was ready. Juno had known that, really, since the first training session. He had just needed the confirmation. He walked the remaining 2 blocks to the station and began composing his preparation notes for the expedition, the specific environmental adaptations he would need to communicate to Do-Hyen and Arium before they entered the Iron Spire for the first time, the things he knew about the gate that the survey data did not contain and that he could convey as research findings, without explaining how he had found them. He was bringing a fully prepared team into an A-rank gate that no one had ever cleared before. The tower was going to have to work harder than it expected. He ran the entry again, pulling the variants' known behaviors from the first-run archive: adaptive camouflage, pattern recognition, mimicry of human movement. A Floor 23 boss that had learned to walk like a survivor. He had killed it eventually, but not before it had spent 3 weeks inside a hunter base undetected. 3 weeks inside, and no one noticed. That meant it could pass. Not perfectly, not under close scrutiny, but well enough to move through a crowd of E-rank hunters looking for threats that looked like monsters. And now one was in Gate District 1. Juno kept his pace even, his expression neutral, his heartbeat at 68 BPM. Panic helped nothing. Rapid decision-making in constrained information environments required the same calculation discipline as a Floor 40 boss fight, just without the visible enemy. First, confirm. He needed eyes on the entity Do-Hyen had photographed without alerting it. If it was truly a Floor 23 variant, it could read behavioral disturbance at about 8 meters. He needed to stay outside that radius. Second, determine its objective. Bosses did not operate without purpose. Something had sent this one ahead of Gate 2's opening, which meant something knew the schedule in detail. Third, decide whether to kill it, follow it, or use it. He had 4 days. In the first run, he had 17 years and still gotten it wrong in ways he was still paying for. But he was not the person he had been at 23, standing in front of his first gate with borrowed equipment and borrowed confidence. He was the person that version of himself had eventually become. And that person had learned, at considerable cost, what the tower's patience truly meant. He turned south toward Gate District 1's central checkpoint and started calculating the approach angle. Whatever the tower had placed here was operating on a longer timeline than he was. Chapter 16. The Iron Spire gate mouth was a dark oval approximately 3 meters wide at its base, positioned flush with the industrial compound's concrete perimeter wall as if it had always been there, and the wall had simply grown up around it. The low-frequency tone it produced, at the threshold of hearing, felt as much as heard, was audible from 200 meters away in the right atmospheric conditions. 14 hunters assembled in the staging area under the Bureau's floodlights at 6 a.m. on day 80. Juno noted each one. The Monarch contingent, himself, 2 A-rank leads whose names were Baek Seon and Oh Jung-soo in his memory, and Kang Hyun-soo, the C-rank specialist whose file in Cho Song-min's documentation described his primary role as party intelligence collection rather than combat operations. The government observers, Yun Young-hyun leading, 3 additional observers with recording equipment. The independents, Kim Bora and Oh Sung-won, both A-rank, both capable, neither with guild allegiance. 2 others he recalled as solid operators. And Do-Hyen, listed as D-rank support specialist, a category Hwang had approved with less resistance than Juno expected, which he noted as a variable to monitor. Kang Hyun-soo was watching Do-Hyen. Not obviously. The attention was managed with professional discretion, glances that appeared to be the general environmental awareness of someone in a new operational context, extended slightly past what pure environmental awareness would require when they happened to land on Do-Hyen. Juno filed this. Monarch wanted data on Do-Hyen specifically, which meant Hwang had flagged Do-Hyen's development as a monitoring priority independent of Juno. He spoke briefly with Yun Young-hyun in the pre-entry briefing and established the professional respect baseline he had planned. They entered. The cathedral space of the Iron Spire's first floor was exactly as Juno remembered. The vaulted black stone ceiling, the metal grating floor through which void light pulsed from below, the sound absorption that turned the space to an eerie near silence despite 14 people standing in it. The spawn's signatures the survey teams had measured were not immediately visible. He looked up. Above, he said. At the calm speaking volume, he had calibrated for maximum information transfer without triggering a panic response. Steel Mantis class, ceiling surface. Minimum 8 contacts. Everyone look up. 14 heads turned. The Steel Mantis spawn was nearly invisible against the black stone ceiling until it moved. A 6-limbed exoskeletal creature with chromatic camouflage adapted to the Iron Spire's specific visual environment. In the first run, the first expedition had lost 2 hunters in the first 3 minutes before anyone understood the ceiling attack vector. In this run, the identification had come before first contact. Yun Yonghyun called the wall formation immediately and cleanly. The party moved. Juno met the right side cluster, the main body of the Mantis pack, which initiated from the right, while 2 decoys drew attention left. At the formation edge, with Do-Hye in position behind him, shield angled at the ceiling trajectory rather than the horizontal. The fight was real. A-rank material. Even with pattern library support, Juno took 2 impacts, not damaging at his current rank with correct positioning, but real physical exchanges that required his body to execute at its current B-rank ceiling. Do-Hye took a direct Mantis leg strike on the shield that left a visible dent in the gate steel and transferred shock to his arm that he would feel for 2 days, and held his position through the full engagement without breaking. 12 Mantises. 6 minutes. Yun Yonghyun made a note and called the advance. Floor by floor, the Iron Spire opened as Juno's memory had laid it out. The bridge structure, the wall spawn, the boss sequences, until the 3rd floor's northeast corner, where the survey notation had placed the unknown artifact. He reached it at the expedition's 3rd hour, in a moment when the party's attention was on the cleared boss and the yield assessment was happening 20 meters away and Kang Hyansu was occupied with his documentation. The artifact was a disk of dark material, approximately 8 centimeters in diameter, not metal and not stone and not any material Juno's 20 years of gate experience had cataloged. Its surface was inlaid with characters he did not recognize from any script he had seen in gate environments. It was warm to the touch, which was unusual for gate artifacts. Most ran cold or neutral. When his hand closed around it, the system produced a response he had never experienced, a resonance that came not from the pattern library, but from the system's architecture itself, a deep pulse like something recognizing something. Text. Unknown artifact. Resonance match. Tower memory. Origin. Pattern override. Unlocked. He pocketed it before anyone got close. He had pattern override now. He did not yet know what had put the artifact on this floor. The tower, deliberately, was his best hypothesis, or what it meant that the pattern library had recognized it as its own origin. But the tower's deviation log had just clicked to a new entry, and behind Juno's calm expression, the architecture of his certainty about this run had developed its first significant fracture. He stood in the Iron Spire's 3rd-floor corridor for a moment longer after pocketing the disk, ostensibly reviewing his expedition notes on his tablet while the party moved toward the yield assessment. The system was still resonating with the low pulse that had come when he touched the artifact. Not alarming, not urgent, but present, like a signal being maintained rather than a one-time event. He had encountered a lot of unusual things in his first run and his second. He had encountered gate void artifacts that disrupted mana channels, environmental anomalies that produced temporal distortion at the floor level, floor boss variants that exhibited behavior not seen in any prior encounter. He had cataloged all of it as part of building his understanding of how the towers worked. He had never encountered an artifact that the memory construct itself responded to. The system was not, as he understood it, designed to respond to external objects. It was a recording and replay mechanism. It stored his memories and made them accessible, and it provided the pattern override function that let him force bosses back to original behavior states. It did not have a detection function for external resonance. It did not interact with gate artifacts, except that it just had, which meant either his understanding of the system was incomplete, which was likely, given that he had built that understanding through 2 runs of empirical investigation without any documentation or guide to work from, or the artifact was not a standard gate artifact. Both were probably true. The expedition moved to the 4th floor. Juno moved with it, recording his observations, answering questions from Yun Yonghyun about the 3rd floor spawn behavior, performing the role of the knowledgeable guest hunter with the excellent pattern recognition. But the artifact sat in his jacket pocket with its persistent warmth, and the system kept its quiet pulse, and the fracture in his certainty about the shape of this run kept widening with each floor they climbed. Floors 4 through 7 of the Iron Spire progressed without further anomalies. The spawn types matched his memory with good fidelity. The bridge crawlers on 4, the void weavers on 5 and 6, the Iron Sentinel formation on 7. The Sentinel formation had been the primary casualty producer in his first Iron Spire run, and he managed the encounter with Yun Junghyun's formation call to prevent the specific mistakes he had seen kill people on 7 across multiple previous runs. Do Hyun held 7's primary spawn line for 4 minutes. It was the longest sustained aggro hold he had managed at anything above D-rank equivalent spawn density. He did not break. His stance geometry was correct. He took 3 full impacts without losing position, absorbed each one through his legs rather than his arms, maintained the formation integrity that let the flanking party members work without managing their own exposure. After the 7th floor was clear, Arium found Juno at the edge of the cleared space. She was reviewing her output log on her system panel with the focused attention of someone identifying where mana had been spent less efficiently than it could have been. "You positioned to draw the secondary sentinel away from the main body," she said, before Yun Junghyun called the formation split. "The secondary always breaks from the main body on the 3rd engagement wave," Juno said. "I prepared the position in advance." "How did you know about the engagement wave pattern?" "Survey data combined with creature behavioral analysis." The Iron Sentinel is a variant of the Armored Guardian spawn type that appeared in the B-rank Incheon Gate in Month 2. The wave break behavior is documented in the independent research database I published too. A pause. "Not suspicious, exactly. Something more precise than that." "You publish gate creature behavioral research," she said. "Yes." "At C rank. Previously E rank." "Yes." He met her eyes. "I study patterns. It's not complicated. It's just time and attention." A moment passed, then she looked back at her output log. "Your positioning on 7 saved 2 party members from the secondary engagement. I tracked the mana I would have spent healing them if the secondary had hit the formation." "I know," he said. "You always know," she said, not quite quietly. He did not answer that. They moved to the stairs for floor 8, and she stayed 1 step behind him. The protective positioning that she had settled into naturally over 3 weeks of working together, the healer's instinct of staying close to the person most likely to need her and least likely to ask for it. The knock on Juno's door at midnight. 3 taps. Pause. 2 taps. The recognition signal he had taught Do Hyun as a casual security habit meant something had gone wrong enough that it could not wait until morning. Chapter 17. Na Young-ho called 40 minutes after Juno reached home, which was precisely the timing expected from someone who had received a detailed expedition report from Kang Hyunsu and had had enough time to read it and identify the 2 elements requiring immediate follow-up. "The formation break on the 1st floor," Na said. "I identified the ceiling-mounted spawn vector before contact and adjusted to cover the right flank exposure," Juno said. Yun Junghyun's post-expedition assessment includes a formal commendation. "The formation break prevented 2 casualties in the opening engagement. Your file now says uncontrollable instead of controllable." The acknowledgement was more direct than the first run. Juno processed this. Na was operating with more information than before, which meant Kang Hyunsu's intelligence collection had been more thorough than the previous run's equivalent. "I can see why that assessment would change," Juno said. "I don't operate predictably within command structures that prioritize hierarchy over outcomes. I acknowledge the formation break, apologize to the raid lead, and the expedition's official record will reflect that the breach produced the correct outcome." He let a pause sit. "If Monarch prefers a guest hunter who breaks formation and lets casualties happen rather than one who breaks formation and prevents them, that's a preference I can accommodate by declining the next expedition invitation." A silence. "You pocketed an artifact on the 3rd floor," Na said. "It's in my expedition report. Flagged as an unclassified retrieve, itemized for bureau assessment, submitted directly to the Joint Expedition Documentation System before I reached home." He said it with the patient clarity of one who had prepared for this question and prepared for it 3 hours in advance. "It's documented. If Monarch has a licensing claim on 3rd-floor artifacts from a jointly sanctioned bureau expedition, I need to see the documentation." Another silence. "Send me your expedition report," Na said. "Already submitted to the bureau. They'll share it with all co-expedition parties per the Joint Clearance Protocol. Standard procedure." He waited. Was there anything else? Na ended the call. Juno held his phone and looked at the artifact in his open security box. The memory archives pattern override indicator was a steady green light in his peripheral vision. The disk was warm against the box's interior, a warmth that didn't seem to dissipate with time. He closed the box. He opened his deviation log. The artifact was deviation entry 43. His deviation log had been at single digits at this point in the previous run's timeline. 43 deviations in 3 months was a significantly elevated rate, and the quality of the deviations was also different. Not small timing shifts and minor spawn variations, but a physical artifact of unknown origin that the system had recognized as its own, and a floor boss variant that had killed him with an attack that should not have existed. The tower was not just evolving. It was actively responding. To him specifically. To this run. To the fact that he was here again, running the patterns it had designed this world around, and finding in him something that warranted a different kind of engagement than the tower's previous responses. Whether to classify this as promising or existentially concerning, he suspected the answer was both, and that the distinction would only become clear much later. He put his phone down and went to the security box. The artifact was still warm. He held it in his hand in the quiet of his apartment. Late evening, soul traffic, a distant background hum, and tried to think carefully about what he actually knew rather than what he feared or hoped. What he knew. The artifact had appeared in a location where no artifact had existed across 17 previous runs of the Iron Spire. The pattern archive had recognized it, a response that was not part of its documented function. The recognition had unlocked pattern override, which was a real functional change to his capabilities. The artifact was warm to the touch. Unlike any gate artifact he had encountered in 20 years had been warm. What he did not know why, who or what had placed it there. Whether the placement was deliberate and targeted at him specifically or incidental, and the system's recognition was an emergent property he had not anticipated. What pattern override would actually do when he used it on a floor boss that had mutated beyond its original behavior set. Why the system had a pattern override function to begin with. What it implied about whoever had designed the system and what they had anticipated when they embedded it in the original awakening gate. The questions were multiple and the answers were zero. That was a legitimate intelligence assessment. Unknown origin, unknown purpose, known effects, insufficient data for strategic conclusion. He had operated in conditions of insufficient data before. The appropriate response was to continue gathering information while maintaining operational capability, and to flag the topic as a priority for investigation in Arc 2 when he would have more resources and more access. He put the artifact back in the box and locked it. Tomorrow, the real work with Na Young-ho continued. But tonight he had something else to think about. The unknown analyst in the Monarch lobby, the one whose file did not appear in Cho Songmin's documentation, had been in the building when Juno returned from the Iron Spire that afternoon. The expedition debrief had been brief, a logistics handover with Monarch's operations staff, and Juno had used the opportunity to observe the building one more time with the specific awareness of someone looking for a person rather than a layout. He had seen the analyst. She had been crossing the lobby from the elevator bank toward the exit, carrying a sealed document bag, and she had clocked him with the same 1 second too long eye contact before looking away with the same performed casualness. She was younger than he had initially estimated. 26, maybe 27. Her Monarch ID badge showed a building access level that was standard for administrative staff, floors 1 through 20, no archive access. Her document bag was the kind used for interdepartment routing, not for secure transport. But the managed eye contact was trained behavior, who trained administrative staff with building access 1 through 20 in managed observation response. He had spent an hour that evening working through the possibilities. Monarch's internal security trained all operational staff in basic surveillance awareness. That was standard. But operational staff were hunter-rated employees. Administrative staff with building access 1 through 20 did not typically receive that training, unless they were not administrative staff in the functional sense. Unless the ID badge and the document bag and the administrative floor access level were a cover designation. Unless someone had placed a covert operative inside Monarch's administrative layer in the same way that Juno was using the guest hunter arrangement. A legitimate role that provided legitimate access and that served a secondary purpose that had nothing to do with the primary role. He did not know who had done this. Her employer was unclear to him. He did not know if her presence was related to the anonymous message, to the artifact, to the memory construct's anomalous resonance, or to something else entirely. He had to find out. But carefully, and not yet. The midnight knock had been Dohyan, pale-faced, and moving faster than his usual deliberate pace. The Monarch Guild vehicle that had passed their training location twice in 1 hour had been registered to a shell company, whose ownership traced back to the Hunter Bureau's logistics division. Not Monarch. The Bureau. That changed the geometry of everything. If the Bureau was running independent surveillance on unaffiliated hunters in Gate District 1, it meant someone inside the government structure had flagged his activity. Anomalies got resolved one of 2 ways: absorbed or eliminated. The Bureau's preference was absorption when it could manage it, which meant he had a window, if he moved inside it correctly. How long were they watching, he asked. I do not know. I only caught the second pass because I was already running counter-surveillance. Do-hyun sat down and put his hands flat on the table. If the Bureau is watching, the Guild is watching the Bureau. We may already be in both databases. We have been in the Guild database since I applied for the unaffiliated card. That was deliberate. He paused. The Bureau feed, I did not expect this early. What do we do? The memory archive surfaced 4 options in order of risk. Disappear and rebuild identity. Advance the Monarch timeline. Make direct contact with the Bureau, or wait. Options 1 and 4 were losing moves. Option 3 required information he did not yet have. Option 2 was what he had been building toward. He looked at the time. 3:47 in the morning. Gate 2 opened in 3 days. We accelerate, he said. The Vice Director's records. I need them before the gate opens. Do-hyun held his gaze, doing his own calculation. Then, tell me where to start looking. Chapter 18. Hwang Jin-soo made the full membership offer on day 86 with the characteristic timing of a practitioner who had spent 30 years learning when to apply pressure and when to offer relief. The Iron Spire expedition commendations were 3 days old, fresh enough to be relevant, not so fresh that accepting an offer in their immediate aftermath would look reactive. The artifact documentation dispute was still in process, an unresolved tension that the offer arrived inside, as if the offer were a solution to it. The conference room, the Han River through the window, the heavy stock paper. Guest hunter arrangements are inherently transactional, Hwang said. Full membership is a different category of commitment. It's what we offer to individuals who are building something with permanence, people who understand that the gate system is a 20-year project, not a short-term opportunity. You're building something with permanence, Hunter Kong. Juno listened with the expression of someone who was genuinely considering this. The contract modifications I mentioned, Hwang continued, sliding the new document across. The data sharing clause has been strengthened for full members. Explicit protections for your operational data. Juno read it. The modifications were real. The data sharing clause had substantive changes, more explicit language, better defined limitations on what constituted shareable operational data, a dispute resolution mechanism that hadn't existed in the guest contract. Someone with legal expertise had drafted these modifications with genuine care for technical accuracy. The changes were also insufficient in the ways that mattered. The intelligence architecture of Monarch's information gathering was not a clause. It was a system. The way operational reports from multiple contract sources were cross-referenced in a proprietary database. The way party composition data was combined with gate-clear timing data and material yield data to produce intelligence products that no individual data point would reveal. The clause modifications protected the obvious points of entry. They did not affect the system's underlying function. He had spent 2 years in the first run inside that system before he understood fully how it worked. I'd like a week to review with my team, he said. Hwang accepted this with the surface equanimity of one who had long since learned not to let his real assessments show in his face. The walk back through the lobby. Na Young-ho in the lobby, positioned near the entrance with the practiced passivity of presence without obvious observation. Watching Juno exit with the expression of a man running a continuous assessment whose final result had not yet resolved. The pressure would come. Juno knew its shape. The administrative complications in his operating zones, the licensing delays, the quiet encouragement of competing independent hunters to set up operations in his primary areas. All the tools Monarch had used in the first run to create the conditions that made membership look like relief. He had already anticipated every one of those tools and built the counter-infrastructure for each. They would apply pressure and find no purchase. They would try harder. And at some point in the next 6 months, Hwang Jin-soo would understand that the E-rank who had cleared a C-rank gate on day 14 and who had been classified as controllable on day 3 of the run was not any of the things that classification had implied. He walked toward the transit station and composed his next move. The next move was the membership refusal, which he would deliver in writing within 3 days. He had drafted the letter in his head over the last week. Careful, professional, expressing genuine gratitude for the offer while citing the specific professional reasons that a young, ambitious hunter might give for preferring to remain independent at this stage of his development. The reasons would be real reasons. The kind that Hwang Jin-soo could accept as true without reading them as the beginning of a campaign against him. Because the campaign was already underway. It had been underway since day 3, when Juno had walked into the Myeongdong gate and let Na Young-ho see him. Everything since then had been a careful construction. The guest contract signed, the expeditions completed, the intelligence gathered, the team built, the financial independence established. The membership offer declined was the next step in a sequence that had been designed before any of it began. After the refusal, Monarch's pressure mechanisms would activate. Zone designation complications. Equipment vendor access issues. The indirect friction that accumulated until independent operation became expensive enough that the membership offer started to look like relief. He had countermeasures ready for every mechanism he knew about. For the ones he didn't know about, the mutations the timeline had introduced, the unknown analyst, the artifact, he had the general principle: adapt, absorb, continue. He had not made it through 20 years of tower climbing and 2 run cycles by having a perfect plan. He had made it through by having a good foundation and the capacity to build on it in real time. The foundation was solid. Whatever came next, he was ready for it. He spent the following morning reviewing the membership refusal letter he had drafted. It was, objectively, the best piece of writing he had done in this run. Precise in its courtesy, specific in its reasoning, constructed to read as the genuine conclusion of a thoughtful young hunter who had decided that independent operation was the right choice for his current development stage, and to read as nothing more than that. He sent it by messenger at 9 a.m. By 11 a.m., Huang Jinsu had received it. By noon, Na Youngho had been briefed. By 1 p.m., the first of the indirect pressure mechanisms would be activated. He could not know exactly which one, but the sequence was consistent enough across his memory of both previous runs that he could predict the general shape within 1 or 2 steps. He was sitting in the fungal labyrinth maintenance gate when his phone showed a message from the Independent Cooperative's legal team. The Bureau had issued a preliminary ruling on the zone licensing challenge. Partial win. 2 of the 4 contested licenses had been suspended pending further review. Monarch's priority designation in those zones was temporarily invalidated. He had expected a full win on 2 and a partial on the others. The result was 2 partials across all 4, which was slightly below expectation. He noted it. The legal team would appeal the partial rulings. The process would take months. That was acceptable. What mattered was that the challenge existed and had produced a result that was on the record. The first public evidence that Monarch's zone licensing practices were contestable. Small, bureaucratic, easily dismissed as a minor administrative dispute. The foundation of the public case that would eventually bring them down started with 1 minor administrative dispute on the record. He completed the gate, collected the yield, and sent the cooperative's legal team a message. Good result. Proceed with appeal. The walls of Monarch's empire were going to come down 1 brick at a time. The vice director's secondary residence was registered to his wife's maiden name, which meant it was not in standard property records, but it was in the insurance network, because even people hiding assets needed to protect them. Dohayan had found the address through a licensed records broker in 3 hours. What he had not accounted for was the guard rotation. For people, cycling in pairs on a 90-minute schedule, professional movement patterns, equipment that did not match standard Hunter Bureau issue. Private contractors. That level of operational security meant the records really were there, which was the confirmation Juno needed. Getting to them without triggering a response was the problem. The east entrance has a 6-second window during the rotation transition, Juno said, studying the diagram built from Dohayan's observation notes. Long enough to get through if there is no secondary alarm. There will be a secondary alarm, Ariam said from across the room. She had been quiet for most of the briefing. Someone who hires contractors does not trust electronic perimeter security to a single layer. Agreed. The secondary is pressure-sensitive, mounted below the threshold. He pointed to the diagram. Here, I need the pressure variance bypassed before I go through. Ariam looked at the diagram, then at him. You know this building's layout. I studied buildings like this one. That is not an answer. It is the answer I have. He met her eyes. Do you know how to bypass a pressure sensor? A long pause. Yes, she said finally. I know how. Then we have 2 days to prepare, and 1 shot at getting those records before Gate 2 opens, and Na Youngho moves everything to a location we have not mapped. He had broken into better-guarded buildings in the first run, under worse conditions. The difference was that back then, failure had meant starting over. Here, there was no starting over. He could not afford to find out what happened when he missed. Chapter 19 The B-rank advancement came on day 90. Juno had managed the approach to this rank boundary with the specific care that the system's accumulated knowledge recommended, not holding back the rank progression beyond the point where physical integration could absorb it, but also not rushing through the boundary faster than the mana pathway architecture could accommodate. Too fast produced circulation instabilities that compounded in the upper ranks. Too slow wasted potential that could have been operational months earlier. He had timed this for day 90 specifically because that was when the Iron Spire Hall's B-rank core was ready for absorption, when the preparation work of the previous 6 weeks had built the pathways that would make the transition clean. B-rank achieved. He stood in his apartment for several minutes feeling the shift settle. The mana architecture was substantially different at B-rank. Not just quantitatively more capacity, but qualitatively different access. Techniques that had required deliberate management at C rank becoming natural and automatic. The body's upper ceiling of what it could execute in a real-time combat sequence rising in a way he could feel as potential rather than just measure. This was the rank his first-run self had reached at year 5. He dressed and went to find Cho Sang-min. The former Monarch analyst's office near Sindarim was a rented second-floor space above a dry-cleaning business, unremarkable by design. Cho Sang-min worked in the specific vigilance mode of a man who had left an organization that made people into liabilities when they knew too much, and who understood that the half-life of that status was either very long or very short, depending on whether anyone decided to make use of what he knew. He was 38. He had left Monarch 6 months ago in this timeline, a managed departure that had produced a standard non-disclosure agreement covering work product, but not, crucially, criminal activity, which the NDA could not legally prohibit him from disclosing. I need documentation, Juno told him. 3 categories. The Floor 73 supply line incident, specifically the chain of authorization from the operational decision back to who gave the order. The Buchan Birang zone yield reporting discrepancy, the gap between actual yield and reported yield, showing approximately 40% underreporting to the licensing authority over 18 months. And the Bureau official who signs off on Monarch's zone designation applications. Cho Sang-min looked at him. I haven't told anyone about those things, he said carefully. I know. How do you know about them? Because I've been building an intelligence picture of Monarch Guild's operations since before I signed the guest contract, Juno said. And because the people who died on Floor 73 because of a supply line decision that was made in a Gangnam office building deserve to have that decision documented and held accountable. Cho Sang-min said nothing. He looked at the window. He looked at his hands. He looked at Juno. If I share this documentation, he said, Monarch will know I was the source. Eventually. Maybe not immediately, but eventually. Yes, Juno said. And when that becomes a risk, you'll be on the right side of a case that is being built with legal precision rather than sitting alone with knowledge that protects no one. Another long quiet. Then Cho Sang-min opened his filing cabinet. He pulled folders. 47 pages of documentation in total, floor plans, communication logs, authorization chains, yield reports with the falsified numbers and the actual numbers side by side. The most complete picture of Monarch Guild's criminal infrastructure Juno had ever possessed. He took the folders carefully, the way you accepted something that had been carried a long time and was finally being set down. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me, Cho Sang-min said. Just use it correctly. He walked out of the Sindarim building into the evening. The folders were in a secure bag on his shoulder, the weight of 47 pages of documentation that had taken 2 lifetimes and 1 defection to assemble. He had the floor plan evidence, the authorization chain evidence, the yield reporting discrepancy, the Bureau official's name. He had the complete legal foundation for the case he had been building towards since he woke up on October 14th. The case could not move immediately. It needed to be built properly, with legal counsel, with corroboration beyond a single defector's documentation, with the specific institutional contacts that could receive it and act on it. That work would take months. It would require Lee Myrie at the Bureau, the Independent Cooperative's legal team, eventually a government contact in the Hunter Control Commission that he had not yet identified in this run, but that he would find in Arc 2. But the foundation was now complete. The financial independence was established. The team was building toward the capability level the confrontations ahead would require. The intelligence on Monarch's structure was documented. The anonymous contact, the unknown regressor or the entity connected to one, was aware of him and about to make direct contact. Everything was converging. He had been in this position before, or near it. The end of Arc 1 in the second run, a slightly less complete version of this foundation, 2 fewer members on the team. He had been killed on Floor 73 in the second run because a Monarch-placed ambush had caught him in a specific positioning error that he had corrected for in this run by moving the timeline of the expedition by 11 days and by placing Do Hyun in the party formation rather than in a separate team. He would survive Floor 73 in this run. He intended to survive long enough to finish. He was done. He put Cho Sang-min's documentation in the secondary security location he had prepared, not his apartment, which was presumably monitored or would be within the week, but the rented storage unit in Mapo that he had signed on a cash-equivalent arrangement with the kind of quiet formality that produced no digital trail. The documentation went into a sealed container. The key went into a different location entirely. He had the evidence. He had independent financing. He had B-rank advancement, a growing team, intelligence assets developing inside Monarch structure, and the beginning of a legal case. He had the anonymous contact waiting for a meeting. He had, In all meaningful operational terms, the strongest position he had ever been in at this point in the timeline. And yet, the 62 deviation log entries sat in the pattern library like a running total of everything he did not control. The artifact pulsed in its box. The tower had modified the Abyssal Sovereign specifically for this run. The tower had placed an artifact that the memory system recognized as its own in the Iron Spire's third floor. The tower, or whatever designed and maintained the tower, was paying a quality of attention to this run that it had not paid to the previous two. He had been building toward dismantling Monarch Guild. He was, he thought, succeeding at that objective. What he did not know was whether there was another objective he had not identified yet. Whether the tower's attention was a problem he needed to solve or a feature of the run he needed to understand. Whether the anonymous contact, who claimed to know what Floor 99 became when it won, who was already much closer than he expected, was an ally or a variable he had not adequately prepared for. He was not frightened, exactly. He had been through too much to be frightened by uncertainty. But he remained alert to it, unable to rest completely, and he suspected that was the appropriate response to a run that was already deviating from his memory in ways that suggested the deviation was deliberate and structured rather than incidental. Tomorrow he would respond to the anonymous contact and take the meeting. Whatever it revealed, he would incorporate it into the structure he was building. He was Kong Juno. He had died on Floor 99 with 20 years of failure behind him and 42 years of hard-won knowledge in his head, and he had woken up at 22 with the will to use every piece of it. Nothing that came next was going to stop him, except possibly whatever had just triggered the secondary alarm in Na Youngho's residence 45 seconds early, before Arium had finished the bypass, while Juno was still standing in the transition zone between the outer perimeter and the front entrance. Someone inside the building already knew he was there. Chapter 20. The message arrived at 11:47 p.m. on day 93. Juno was at his desk reviewing the Cho Sang-min documentation, the 47 pages organized by category, indexed, cross-referenced against his own intelligence notes, when the encrypted messaging application showed an incoming notification from an address he did not recognize. The encryption architecture was complex, routed through a minimum of 6 relay points, with the 7th point returning no trace data at all. Whoever had set up this communication pathway had access to infrastructure considerably beyond standard civilian operational security. He opened the message. "You are not the first to remember. Floor 99 is watching you." He had received this message before. He had received its equivalent at this approximate point in the previous 2 runs. Always the same words. Always from an untraceable source. Always with the particular quality of something that was neither threat nor guidance, but something in between. The first time, he had spent significant resources trying to trace it and had concluded it was either Monarch intelligence attempting to destabilize him with an implication that he was known, or an unknown third party with awareness of his unusual capabilities. In the second run, he had understood the message differently. Not a threat, but a contact. From someone who knew about the system, or about regression mechanics of some kind, and who was choosing this moment in the run to make contact. He had not been able to respond meaningfully in the second run because the run had ended on Floor 73 before the contact could be developed. This time, he had the documentation from Cho Sang-min. He had B-rank advancement. He had a team that was building toward genuine capability. He had an intelligence architecture on Monarch that was becoming operational. He had, for the first time in 3 runs, the resources and the position to follow a thread that had previously been a distraction he couldn't afford. He typed his reply. "Who are you?" The response came in 40 seconds. "Someone who has seen what Floor 99 becomes when it wins. We need to talk." Juno sat with this, unmoving. The system's deviation log had 61 entries. The artifact in his security box continued to emit its low, persistent warmth. The pattern library held 847,293 entries, and the deviation rate since this run began suggested that an increasing proportion of those entries were no longer accurate as descriptions of what the floors currently contained, because the floors were being modified, systematically, in response to his presence. The tower was watching. Someone connected to the tower, connected to the Floor 99 outcome, connected to the regression mechanics, connected to something in the architecture of this whole system that Juno had not yet mapped, was also watching. And they were ready to talk. He composed his response with the deliberateness of someone who understood that this conversation was either the most important contact of his second run or the most dangerous trap he had encountered yet, and that he would not know which until he was further in, and that the correct response to that uncertainty was to proceed with caution, not to refuse to proceed at all. When and where? Outside his window, Seoul moved through its late-night patterns. delivery vehicles, late workers, the ordinary machinery of a city that had adapted to the presence of gates with remarkable speed, adding them to its infrastructure the way it had added every previous technological intrusion, integrating the impossible until it was simply part of how things worked. None of it knew about the system, or regression mechanics, or the entity that had placed an artifact on the Iron Spire's third floor specifically for Kong Juno to find. The encrypted application showed a typing indicator. Then it stopped. Then it started again. The response, when it came, was not what he expected. It starts tomorrow, and it is already much closer than you think. Kong Juno stared at the message for a long time. Then he closed the application, reviewed his security protocols, and began preparing for a meeting he did not yet know the location of, with a person, or something he did not yet know the nature of, in a run that had just revealed itself to be more complicated than any version of events in his 847,293 entry memory had prepared him for. The deviation log clicked over to 62. The artifact pulsed once in its box. Somewhere, something waited for tomorrow. He ran. Not the panicked sprint of someone caught. He had made that mistake exactly once, in a corridor on floor 18, and spent 6 months repairing the damage a running target did to their own cover. He moved at a controlled pace, the pattern library already mapping the guard response intervals, projecting the perimeter's closing shape from the activation timestamp. 43 seconds to seal the east approach. He had 20 left. Arium was ahead of him, moving with a competence she had not announced. He filed that capability away. She was faster under pressure than her file suggested, and more composed. In his first run, it had taken her 2 full years to move like that. She was ahead of schedule in ways that made him recalibrate the timeline he had built for her. 19 seconds. 18. The archive surfaced the guard captain's pattern. Approach from the north side first, establish perimeter anchor, call for backup on the 3rd second. That meant the north was closing fast, and the south was momentarily open. He changed direction without explaining. Arium matched him a half-beat later, reading the movement, not waiting for instructions. 12 seconds. 11. They hit the south gate as the north side sealed. A guard appeared at the adjacent corner and stopped when he saw them, caught between engaging and maintaining his position. Juno kept moving. The hesitation bought 3 seconds. They cleared the perimeter. 2 blocks away, in the shadow of a building that had been a community center before the first gate and was now a supply depot, Juno stopped and ran a system check. Pattern library, 43 new entries added from the last 4 minutes. The guard captain's real-time decision pattern, now logged. Arium stopped beside him, breathing controlled. You knew the alarm would fire early. I suspected. You did not tell me. I needed to see how you moved when the plan changed. She studied him in the dark. That is a terrible thing to do to a teammate. Yes, he agreed. It is going to happen again at some point. You should know that. The silence stretched. Then, did we get the records? He held up the data chip he had pulled from the secondary archive room in the 6 seconds before the alarm fired. Not the complete set, 3 years of financial records, not the 7 he had needed, but enough to prove the connection between Na Young-ho and the tower's schedule feed. Enough to make the vice director's position untenable. The message, Arium said quietly. The one that triggered the alarm early. That was not a malfunction. No. Someone wanted us inside before the alarm fired. Yes. Who knew we were going in tonight? Juno looked up at the gate district skyline, where the second gate would tear open in less than 48 hours. He had a name now. Half a name, really. A fragment of identity embedded in the metadata of the original anonymous message, which he had finally run against the archive's pattern library while Arium was reviewing the perimeter plan. The match rate was 63%. Not enough to be certain. But the gate was opening tomorrow, and certainty was a luxury for people with more time than he had. He looked at the chip, then at Arium, then at the district ahead of them. 20 chapters of groundwork. And the trap was set. The first piece of Monarch Guild's foundation had cracked, and someone on the other side of the tower's wall had just shown him they were watching every move he made. The question was whether they were a weapon, a warning, or something the memory archive had no category for. He intended to find out, before the tower decided the question for him. Chapter 21. The second gate opened at dawn. Not the quiet, almost apologetic rupture of the first gate. That had been the world holding its breath before the scream. This one split the sky like a surgeon's incision, precise and deliberate. A vertical tear in the air above Gate District 2 that held for exactly 9 seconds before the dimensional membrane stabilized into the familiar dark shimmer of an active gate threshold. Kong Juno watched from a rooftop 3 blocks north, tracking the energy output readings on the Bureau's public monitoring feed. The numbers were wrong. Not dangerously wrong. Not by civilian assessment, not by the metrics the Hunter Control Bureau used for emergency classification. But the tower memory system was comparing the Gate 2 emergence against his recalled measurements from the original timeline, and the deviation was 16% above baseline. A gate that opened 16% more energetically would contain bosses running 16% hotter. For an experienced A-rank hunter, that was a meaningful variance. For the E-rank teams the Bureau was certifying for entry, it was the difference between a difficult first deployment and a casualty report. He pulled out his phone. Lee Myrie answered on the second ring. "I need the Gate 2 preliminary scout reports," he said. "The raw mana density readings from the initial probe team. I resigned from the Bureau last week. You know this. You still have contractors feeding you unredacted data before the press sanitization. I need the actual probe numbers." A pause. Keyboard sounds. Raw readings show 4.2 milliturgeon density at threshold. The Bureau's published figure is 3.6. That's the 16% variance. I flagged it to Director Beck's office this morning. Her voice flattened. No response. Because Beck was Monarch's instrument. Because Monarch wanted early gate entry teams to encounter problems. Because problems justified their narrative about independent hunters requiring guild supervision. And Huang Jinsu had been selling that narrative for 2 years at considerable profit. Get the contractor data to journalist Cha Hyunjin. Reference the Gate 2 bribery story as context and let her connect it. He ended the call. The anonymous contact's message from 3 days ago had said, *IT starts tomorrow. And it is already much closer than you think. Gate 2 opening was the tomorrow. What was much closer remained the open question. The entry that occupied the deviation logs flagged uncertain column. Na Youngho's records were being converted into evidentiary filings. The vice director had discovered the break-in, reported it to Bureau Internal Security, and then gone conspicuously quiet. No emergency legal filings. No attempt to quarantine the evidence. Either he was consulting with counsel about a response he could not yet execute, or he had already concluded that his position was untenable and was calculating his options. Both interpretations were useful. Cho Sang-min was at gate registration when Juno arrived, standing beside Arium with the practiced neutrality of someone monitoring everything. He had worked 8 years inside Monarch's intelligence division. The habit of surveillance never fully left people with that background, which was one of the reasons Juno had recruited him. "Gates hotter than registered," Sang-min said, when Juno was within range of quiet conversation. "I know. Stay with C-rank floor plan. No deviation from the mapped route." Sang-min looked at him the way he had been looking at Juno for 6 weeks, assembling pieces he had not been given the full set of, too intelligent to ignore the gaps, too cautious to push on them directly. He was still running that calculus. Juno was comfortable with the timeline. "The Monarch team is registering 12 hunters," Arium said from his left. "That's triple our count. They'll take the wide approach and clear side corridors first, maximizing secondary loot before the boss. They've run every significant soul gate with the same formation for 4 years." He paused. "We'll be on the primary boss line before they reach the junction." "How do you know their formation patterns?" "Pattern recognition. They optimize for hull weight, not clearance speed." He checked the gate registration timestamp. "We're on." Gate 2's threshold shimmered with the particular blue-dark frequency of an S-rank adjacent gate. Not quite there, but pushing toward it in ways the public density report had intentionally underrepresented. They went in. Inside, the layout was wrong. The tower memory overlay activated within 2 seconds, comparing the remembered architecture against the present visual. 14 divergences, 3 corridors extended, 2 side chambers sealed, primary boss approach rotated approximately 30 degrees counterclockwise. More than the 16% output variance. The gate was not just hotter than reported. It was architecturally different from the baseline it had matched in the previous run. He adjusted spacing, recalculated the approach line, and kept moving. "Left corridor is longer than the Bureau survey indicates," he said, without looking back. "The probe team's scan didn't account for post-initialization expansion. It's a function of the elevated mana density." "You have the probe data?" Dohayan asked. "I reviewed it before entry. The density profile implies the architecture expanded after the initial measurement. Technically accurate. The part he did not include, that he was also cross-referencing against a memory library with several hundred entries about elevated mana gate behavior, remained the persistent gap in what his team understood about how he operated. He was managing that gap carefully, moving disclosure forward at a rate that gave them functional knowledge without creating the kind of uncertainty that impaired field performance. The Gate 2 primary boss, his archive noted, was the Iron Maw Sentinel. Heavy armor class, charge pattern that exploited right-side approaches, mana shield cycling on a 12-second interval. They found it at the primary junction, still recognizable in base form. but armor plating extended over previously exposed joints. Mana shield generator shifted to the left shoulder rather than the right, which inverted every optimal approach angle. 3 seconds of assessment. Do-Hyen. Center hold, not right anchor. Shield is left mounted. The charge leads left. Hold right on the second step. You'll be inside its turn radius. Do-Hyen adjusted without asking why. Juno drew the charge trajectory, triggered a pattern override to confirm the 3-second behavior window. The upgrade to 15 seconds had recalibrated his charge conservation, but on a D-rank gate with a single target, 3 seconds was sufficient, and struck the cycling point as the shield completed its rotation. The mana shield fractured. 20 seconds total engagement. 2 override charges. No injuries. Do-Hyen had held the flanking line with the modified rig absorbing 2 strikes without structural compromise. Arium had positioned correctly, managed triage readiness, and not needed to use it, which was, in its way, the best possible outcome from her contribution. The sentinel fell. The gate core materialized in the center of the arena, a D-rank crystal, smaller than the ambient mana density had suggested. Undervalued rewards despite elevated difficulty. He pocketed the core, mentally flagged the discrepancy for the deviation log, and moved toward extraction. Monarch's 1200 team was still inside when they exited. Juno noted the timestamp, told Sangmin to log it. Walked toward the gate perimeter's public monitoring station where the bureau duty officer was managing the crowd. The duty officer looked at the exit timestamp and then at Juno, and then back at the timestamp. Sir, you cleared gate 2 in 23 minutes, Juno confirmed, including approach and extraction time. He handed over the gate entry documentation. Core secured. No casualties. My standard report will be filed within 2 hours. He walked away before the officer could formulate the question he was clearly trying to form. Behind him, the duty officer was already on his radio. In 18 hours, that radio report would reach someone at Monarch's intelligence desk, who would pass it to Na Youngho's office, who would pass it to Director Beck, who would add it to the growing file of anomalous performance metrics attached to Kong Juno's independent hunter registration. Every action built something. Every action was also being watched and recorded. The gap between what Juno was building and what the watchers understood they were watching would close eventually. He was counting on that. And if they looked closely enough to find it, then his 16% advantage at Gate 2 would become the reason they looked, and the reason they started looking harder at everything else. That was fine. He had built this to survive being looked at. And if Monarch was watching closely, they were about to find out whether they had built the same. Chapter 22. The gate core from Gate 2 went into the secondary storage vault rather than the conversion queue. Juno had already decided, 7 weeks earlier, which cores from which gates would advance his rank progression and which would be held for team distribution or legal asset purposes. The decision tree was straightforward when you knew what was coming. The cores from gates 1 through 5 were modest enough that their primary value was in established patterns of documentation rather than power advancement, a consistent record of systematic clearance that the Bureau's analyst division would eventually cross-reference against his anomalous performance metrics and find inexplicable by any legitimate means, which was, in its way, the goal. He spent the day after Gate 2 handling legal filings, writing 2 reports for Myri's contractor network, and reviewing the Monarch Priority Zone Challenge documentation that Sangmin had prepared. The challenge was solid. The staffing requirement analysis was precise and well-cited. They would win it, probably within 3 weeks. Arium found him at the secondary desk in the cooperative's operations room, working through the Na Youngho evidentiary timeline. The medical examiner's report cleared, she said. The Bureau's post-Gate 2 review listed my triage certification as exceptional. I saw. She set a copy of the review on the desk beside his files. Someone submitted my performance data to the review panel before I did. He did not look up. Is that a problem? No. It's a pattern I've been noticing. She leaned against the desk beside him, not crowding his space, but not distant either. You position things. People, situations, timing. The Gate 7 extraction assessment that happened to place me in the right location. The documentation request that got the bribery story its corroboration. This review. She paused. You're running a very long plan and managing a lot of moving parts simultaneously. Yes. And you don't tell people about the parts that involve them because the knowing changes how they act. He met her eyes. Sometimes. Not with me. Not anymore. He considered that. The second run had been characterized by too much distance. The maintenance of information separation as a tactical principle, which had worked in some respects and had produced catastrophic failures in others. The specific kind of catastrophic failure that came from having people you depended on operating without sufficient context to make good decisions under unexpected conditions. The priority zone challenge resolves in about 3 weeks, he said. After it resolves, Huang escalates to direct action rather than legal pressure. That escalation involves a 6-person A-rank team intercepting us inside a B-rank gate. I have the approach prepared. She absorbed this without visible shock. You know the schedule. Approximately. And you waited until now to tell me. I needed to see how you handled the Gate 2 operation under its specific conditions before I could calibrate how much operational detail you're ready to process at once. It was honest. She recognized it as honest, which was visible in the slight shift of her expression from questioning to something more considered. And, she said, you're ready. She picked up the review document, set it back down. The deviation data from the floors. The boss adaptations. You know where they're coming from. I know the source is in the tower architecture, above floor 70. I don't have a specific ID yet, but you're going to get one. Floor 80. There's a meeting arranged there that I didn't have context for in previous attempts. He paused. Previous runs. She let that sit between them for a moment. I've been counting the corrections you make when you use present tense language for things that should be hypothetical, she said finally. You've referred to Park Gilsu's eventual position in the Federation 12 times in my presence. You've used the phrase, when the investigation resolves, as if it's a scheduled event rather than an uncertain outcome. She met his eyes. I've been building the pattern for 2 months. What I cannot determine is the number of runs. 3, he said. This is the 3rd. She nodded. And the previous 2 failed above floor 70. The second run failed earlier. The first ran to floor 99. Floor 99 is where the Abyssal Sovereign is, she said. Not a question. She had access to the Tower Memories boss roster data, or at least the portions he had shared with the team. Is that what killed you? Yes. And this run? I intend to do better, he said. A brief silence. Then, tell me what I need to do to make sure that's true. It was the same thing she had said to him when he first disclosed the Tower Memories' existence. The simple, direct offer of competence in service of something larger. It remained, 3 months later, the most useful thing anyone had said to him in this run. Keep doing exactly what you're doing, he said. And when I brief you on the gate ambush timeline, pay attention to the secondary exit positioning. That's going to matter. She nodded once and returned to her own workstation. Outside the operations window, Seoul processed its afternoon routines, indifferent to the precise structural engineering happening in a converted warehouse in Mapo District. That indifference was fine. The warehouse was not built to be noticed. Do-hyun appeared in the doorway at 4:30. He did not sit. He stood with the particular attentiveness of someone bearing a report and was deciding whether this was the right moment. The report from the Gate 4 watch, he said. Tell me. Monarch ran a 6-person team through Gate 4 this morning. The team came out in 40 minutes, about double our Gate 2 time with the same gate classification. He paused. But the team lead, Kim Bong-gil, has been doing 2 runs per day on that gate for the last 3 weeks. His clearance time was 58 minutes 3 weeks ago. Juno calculated. That's a 30% performance degradation over 18 gate clears on the same boss. Yes. The deviation rate is accelerating for repeated runs. He updated the archive entry. That's the proof of Myri's distribution analysis. Kim Bong-gil is clearing the same gate repeatedly. The boss is adapting specifically to his patterns, and his clearance time is degrading as the adaptation accumulates. Do-hyun set the field report on the desk. We should tell the other cooperative teams. Not yet. I want 3 more data points before I make it a formal briefing. He looked at the report. If we publish this data prematurely, Monarch adjusts their approach, and the adaptation pattern shifts in ways that will be harder to document. You want them to keep running the same gates. I want them to demonstrate the adaptation ceiling before we publish the analysis. When the degradation reaches the point where independent teams with fewer repeat clears are visibly outperforming Monarch's elite roster on the same gate classification, the story writes itself without anyone having to argue the theory. Do-hyun looked at him the way he occasionally looked at Juno when the strategic layering became visible, not admiration, which would have been uncomfortable, but the recognition of someone who was watching a system operate and understanding more of its architecture with each passing week. The counterposition drills, Do-hyun said. The ones you gave me this morning. Yes. You're not training me to fight the bosses differently. You're training me to fight them in ways that don't match the patterns the tower's been recording. Variation in approach vectors reduces the tower's modeling accuracy. He paused. And it makes you a better fighter independently of the adaptation dynamic. Those 2 things are not in conflict. Do-hyun nodded once and left. Juno pulled the Gate 4 deviation data into the archive and ran it against the pattern library's projection model. The degradation curve for Monarch's repeat run strategy was steeper than he had initially estimated. Not the 3-month runway he had originally factored, but potentially 6 to 8 weeks before the performance gap became publicly visible without analytical framing. 6 to 8 weeks was Arc 3's timeline. The tournament the Bureau was planning, the National Gate Clearance Demonstration, would be running in that window. If Monarch's repeat clear degradation was in full effect by tournament time, the performance differential between their concentrated elite roster and the cooperative's distributed team approach would be demonstrable in front of a broadcast audience without any statistical argument required. He updated his tournament preparation schedule and added a note. Asterisk optimal scenario. Monarch enters tournament with their standard team. Boss deviation at maximum accumulation level. We demonstrate distributed roster advantage in real time. Asterisk the warehouse settled into its evening quiet. He had work to do, and the Gate 4 deviation data had just given him 4 weeks less time than he had projected before the boss adaptation saturation threshold reached the tournament window. 4 weeks less. That changed at least 2 items in the Arc 3 preparation sequence, and those 2 items were the ones he had the least margin on. Chapter 23 The Monarch Guild press release posted at 9:47 a.m. on a Tuesday. Juno read it over his morning coffee. Monarch's 1200 team had cleared Gate 2 in 17 minutes and 42 seconds, setting what they described as a new independent record for the Gate type. The release included high-quality photos of the team at the boss kill site, a statement from director Huang Jinsu praising their professional excellence and commitment to Soul's hunter safety, and a sidebar feature on Monarch's upcoming Gate 3 preparation program for E-rank hunters. He set his coffee down and checked the exit logs for Gate 2. Monarch's actual exit timestamp, 44 minutes after entry. Juno's team's timestamp, 23 minutes. The logs were public record. He called journalist Cha Hyunjin. The Monarch press release, he said. They claimed 1742. The Bureau exit log shows 44 minutes. I've already pulled the log, she said. I'm looking at it. The surveillance footage from Gate 2's external monitors will show the actual entry and exit times. I can provide a formal documentation request to the Bureau for the full footage record. I'll file one myself. Standard public records request. A pause. They're claiming a record that's less than half their actual time. In front of photographers who documented the boss kill site in a cleared room. Yes. They staged the photos. They arrived at a cleared room and posed at the kill site. Whether that constitutes staging is a matter of characterization. He paused. What constitutes fabrication is the timestamp they published. He heard her writing. How fast was your team? 23 minutes. For hunters. Against their 12. Against their 12. He picked up his coffee again. The Gate entry logs are public record. The footage request is standard. The timestamp discrepancy is documented. I don't need to be in this story. The story tells itself. Are you concerned about Monarch's response? I'm always concerned about Monarch's response. That's why I document everything. The story ran that afternoon under a headline that noted the timestamp discrepancy without making the fraud accusation directly. Cha Hyunjin's calibrated approach to legal sustainability. The hunter community did the rest. Within 6 hours, the cooperative's forum had 17 independent analyses of the Gate 2 exit logs, 3 of which had extended the comparison across 12 other gates in the previous 8 months, finding a consistent pattern of Monarch performance misrepresentation. Huang Jinsu's response was a press statement calling the analyses coordinated disinformation. The 3 individuals who had performed the analyses were unconnected to each other, documented through separate hunter registration IDs, and had posted their work before any of the others were visible. By morning, the coordination accusation had become its own story. Monarch calls unconnected independent analysts coordinated after Gate log discrepancy surfaces. The hunter community was paying attention now. Juno had calculated that the public credibility shift would occur around this timeline. He had not calculated that it would occur this decisively in 3 days rather than the 2 weeks the original run had required. The acceleration was a function of Myri's analytical framework. She had built data visualization tools that made the log comparisons accessible to non-specialists, which meant the story spread through civilian audiences as well as hunter professional networks. He noted it in the archive as a positive deviation and updated his timeline estimates for the public legitimacy campaign. The timeline adjustment had a secondary effect. It pushed the cooperative's legal challenge to the priority zone designation 2 weeks earlier in the public record cycle. That meant the zone challenge resolution, likely favorable, based on the staffing analysis, would be visible before the bribery story's political impact had time to be absorbed. Simultaneous legal victories were more useful than sequential ones. He spent the afternoon preparing the supplementary documentation for the 3-journalist coordination. Cha Hyunjin was handling the primary story. The second journalist, a man named Kwon Tae-soo who covered Hunter Bureau regulatory policy, was getting the contractor suppression pattern. the 7 analysts who had been reassigned or had their credentials reviewed after flagging variance reports. The third journalist, an investigative reporter who specialized in municipal finance, was getting the 4-gate cumulative variance analysis in the context of public safety liability. 3 independent stories, 3 publication timelines that would land within the same news cycle. Myri had framed the financial liability angle herself. He had not suggested it. She had looked at the variance data, looked at the Bureau's public insurance framework, and identified that every hunter who had entered Gate 2 through 3 under the misrepresented mana density figures had done so with a materially incorrect risk assessment. That was negligence. Documented negligence, with a financial damages trail that extended to every insurance claim filed by independent hunters in the affected period. It was, frankly, a better story than he had built. "You identified the liability angle yourself," he said, when she presented it. "The variance data has a financial dimension. Insurance actuaries use density figures to price hunter coverage. If the figures were wrong, the pricing was wrong." She pulled up the comparison. "The discrepancy creates an unjust enrichment claim against every guild that used the underreported figures to maintain lower insurance premiums than their actual risk profile required. Including Monarch. Their premium savings over 30 months, using the conservative variance figure, are approximately 42 million won." He absorbed this. The first run's investigation had never reached this dimension. It had focused on the political corruption rather than the financial liability track. The financial liability track was cleaner, harder to suppress, and did not require testimony from officials who might be pressured to recant. "Add it to Quantai's package," he said. "The insurance angle makes the regulatory policy story into a consumer protection story." "That's what I thought." He looked at Lee Myri, former Bureau analyst, now independent researcher, currently building a case against the Bureau's governance structure that was more technically sophisticated than anything he had managed in the previous runs. "You're going to be director of this Bureau eventually," he said, "when the restructuring happens." Her eyes took on the particular sharpness she showed when she suspected she was receiving information rather than a compliment. "How specifically do you mean eventually?" "Specifically enough that you should keep building the institutional knowledge. The analytical division you're going to establish will need a methodological framework that can survive political cycles." Myri took a moment. "You know things about how this situation resolves." "I know some things, and you're not sharing all of them. I'm sharing the parts that help you do what you're already doing better." He paused. "Your analytical work is the piece of this that outlasts the current crisis. The documents and the investigations, those resolve the immediate problem. Your framework for understanding how gate operations intersect with public safety and institutional accountability is what changes the system permanently." She wrote something in her notes. He did not look at what. "3 more data points on the variance pattern," she said, returning to the work in front of her. "Then I'll be ready to publish the cumulative analysis. You'll have them before end of week." He returned to the coordination files. The morning session with Myri had been more productive than scheduled, which was becoming a pattern he appreciated. He sent her the confirmation just after midnight. 3-journalist coordination was sequenced. The coverage would land within the same news cycle. 2 hours after he sent it, an alert arrived from Songmin's Bureau Monitoring Network. Director Beck had flagged Myri's independent contractor registration for administrative review. They had noticed she was building something, and whatever they thought they knew about what she was building, they were already trying to slow it down, which meant they knew what she had found, and they were afraid of what she was going to build with it. Chapter 24. The Shattered Colosseum materialized before dawn on the 41st day of the second month. Not on the public registry, not on Bureau notification. It emerged in the industrial ring outside Gate District 4 at 3:29 a.m., its mana signature hitting the tower memory's precognitive pulse function 2 minutes before it was physically visible. The precognitive function was new. It had developed in the previous 8 days, correlating with the S-rank advancement, and Juno had not fully calibrated its reliability yet. It was reliable. He reached the gate threshold 4 minutes before the first Bureau emergency vehicle arrived. The duty officer recognized him from the post-Gate 2 report. She did not attempt to prevent his entry, which showed better field judgment than her counterpart at Gate 2 had demonstrated. "Sir, if you're going in, I need to flag this as an unassessed gate entry under emergency provision." "Flag it," Juno said. "Log entry at." He checked his watch. 3:41 a.m. Single operative. Independent hunter. A rank registered. Core possession authorization is pre-filed. He had pre-filed it 6 days ago, when the tower memory's tracking function had begun showing the Shattered Colosseum's emergence signature converging toward this district. The gate interior was familiar in the way that a house you grew up in is familiar. Not that every object is in place. but that the underlying geometry is bone-deep, recoverable from a single glance. He adjusted his entry angle for the modified corridor layout and moved toward Phase 1. The 6-phase Shattered Coliseum had a different quality from single boss gates. Each phase built on the previous one, mana saturation increasing, the spatial geometry tightening as if the gate's architecture was designed to compress the combat space as a fighter advanced. In the original run, he had understood this intellectually, but experienced it as pressure. Now, with the full tactical library available, he moved through the compression rather than against it, treating the tightening geometry as a feature rather than a threat. Phase 1 through 5, 41 minutes. Clean movement, minimal exposure, 2 pattern override charges used to create exploitable windows in Phase 3's rotation cycle. Phase 6 was the Coliseum Sovereign. It had 3 simultaneous behavioral systems, tracking projectiles that required continuous lateral movement to avoid melee pressure attacks that exploited pauses in evasion, and an area denial field that contracted the combat space by 60% unless disrupted every 90 seconds. Solo management of all 3 required energy discipline that most S-rank hunters did not have, not because they lacked the mana capacity, but because they lacked the experience of managing multiple threat systems simultaneously at the limit of their capability. He had that experience. 47 times in memory, plus this run's version now. 47 minutes for Phase 6. The gate core appeared in the aftermath, a dense S-rank crystal, its mana output warming the air significantly even through the ambient gate energy. He held it for a moment, assessing against the absorption parameters the system maintained, and decided against immediate conversion. The S-rank advancement had its own timing, its own preparation requirements. This core would go into dimensional storage until the conditions were right. Outside, the Bureau assessment team had assembled. 7 people, including a senior analyst who had arrived with the kind of urgency that meant she had been monitoring the unregistered gate emergence from off-site. She looked at Juno's emergence timestamp, then looked at him with the expression of someone doing uncomfortable arithmetic. The solo record for an S-rank gate clear is 4 hours 20 minutes, she said. I was motivated, Juno replied, and handed her the post-run documentation. He walked to the transit station. The assessment team's duty report would generate flags in the Bureau's performance monitoring system. Those flags would reach Monarch's intelligence desk within 24 hours. Huang Jinsu would read about a solo S-rank clear in under 90 minutes, and he would do one of 2 things: dismiss it as statistical noise, or become afraid. Afraid people with resources made predictable moves. Dismissed operators got underestimated. Either outcome advanced the board position. He boarded the 4:15 transit and updated the deviation log with the Shattered Coliseum's layout modifications, flagging 3 differences from the archived baseline that he had not expected. The tower was adjusting its contents for him specifically. He was making it work harder. Good. He spent the transit ride reviewing Myri's journalist coordination plan. The sequencing was tighter than he had originally built. Her analytical framework had moved faster than his initial estimate, which meant the first story would land approximately 10 days earlier than planned. 10 days earlier on the public credibility build was a 10-day head start on everything that followed. He updated the ARC timeline in the archive. The Monarch timing problem remained. The bribery story would run within 5 days. Huang would know it was coming. He had enough political intelligence to track the journalist's request pattern, and would have the same 5 days to decide whether to suppress, deflect, or absorb. Suppression was no longer viable. Too many independent sources. Deflection required a counter-narrative Huang did not currently possess. Absorption was what a guilty organization in strategic retreat looked like. It acknowledged the story while minimizing its frame. He sent 3 messages from the platform: Myri, Sangmin, and Cha Hyunjin's assistant. All 3 carried the same instruction: accelerate your ready timelines by 5 days if possible. Myri's response came before he reached the exit. Asterisk already ahead of you. 4-gate analysis complete. Publishing framework ready. Asterisk he read it twice. She had been building faster than he had directed. That was a significant advantage if she had calibrated the legal exposure of her methodology correctly. He added a review session to tomorrow's morning schedule. The bribery story ran 48 hours later. 3 officials resigned before the weekend. 2 more took administrative leave. Beck's statement called the coverage incomplete, the absorption strategy exactly as predicted. The hunter community's trust ranking for independent cooperatives moved 4 points in 2 days. The 12 Bureau officials named in the story did not provide supporting statements for Huang's fabrication claim. Arc 3's tournament was 12 weeks away. The board position was better than any previous run at this point. Not comfortable. Nothing in the pattern archive read as comfortable, but positioned correctly. The deviation log was at 44 entries. The pattern library was running updates faster than any previous point in the run, and the boss behavioral adaptations had now incorporated pattern override timing data into their algorithms, which meant the coordination above floor 70 was operating with more specific intelligence about Juno's capabilities than it should have had access to. Every week, the board position improved in one dimension, something else escalated in another. That was, he had decided, simply the nature of the run. He stepped off the platform and walked toward the cooperative's operations room. The story of how the cooperative had driven out Monarch's data manipulation would become part of the public record this week. In 3 months, it would be cited in the Senate investigation. In a year, it would be taught in Hunter certification training as a case study in regulatory accountability. That was the durability of the work, not the immediate win, but the record that outlasted the immediate circumstances. The shattered Coliseum core sat in dimensional storage with approximately the same patient density it had carried since the morning Juno pulled it from the gate. He had been thinking about the absorption timing differently since the S-rank advancement parameters crystallized in his planning. The core itself was not the question. The question was what S-rank access would unlock in the pattern library's operational protocols, and whether the timing of that unlock needed to align with specific external events. It did not need to perfectly align, but it benefited from being positioned correctly. Specifically, the A-rank ambush that Monarch was preparing was going to be a more manageable engagement at S-rank than at A-rank. Not because A-rank was insufficient. 6 opponents in an enclosed B-rank gate environment was manageable at A-rank with proper preparation, but because S-rank mana density changed the response options available during the engagement. More override capacity, better pattern recognition speed, faster positioning. He wanted the S-rank advancement to complete before the ambush. That meant absorbing the core in the next 3 to 4 weeks, with sufficient recovery time built in before the anticipated engagement window. He updated the absorption schedule. The core would remain in storage for 14 more days. Then he would proceed with the controlled absorption. Ariam had already begun preparing the medical monitoring equipment for the transition sequence. She had done this without being asked, which meant she had independently calculated the same timing requirement he had. He added a note to the absorption planning file. Ariam's preparatory medical work suggests she has read the ambush timeline. Brief her fully before the absorption, not after. It was an adjustment to the disclosure plan he had been running, but it was the correct adjustment. She deserved the full context before she was in the position of medical support during an event she would not have anticipated otherwise. He updated the schedule. Then, as he was closing the file, a new piece of data arrived from Songmin's Bureau Monitoring Network. Director Beck had submitted a formal performance review request for all independent Hunter operators classified at A rank or above who had operated inside Priority Zone 4 during the contested period. The review targeted Juno specifically, but the review mechanism required providing operational performance data that would, once submitted, become part of the Bureau's public record, and the public record would show the clearance times and boss outcomes that the cooperative had been building for months. Beck had just given them a formal channel to publish everything, and he had no idea that was what he had done. Chapter 25 Yun Chulsu chose a street stall for the meeting, and Juno arrived 7 minutes early. He cataloged the location's camera coverage and sight lines while pretending to read a menu, noted 2 of the surrounding stalls occupied by people whose behavioral patterns did not match casual visitors, and settled into a seat that kept his back to a wall and gave him visual coverage of both approaches. Chulsu arrived precisely on time. He was larger than the Bureau photographs suggested. The photos were taken in formal registration settings and did not capture the particular quality of his stillness, the way very powerful people sometimes carried no unnecessary tension, having long since stopped needing to demonstrate their capability through posture. You fight like someone who has already lost and has nothing to fear, Chulsu said. Something like that, Juno replied. They ordered. Chulsu ate without ceremony or performance, the unself-consciousness of a person who had long since stopped performing for observers. The shattered Coliseum solo record, Chulsu said. That was not a technical achievement. It was both. It was a message to Monarch, and anyone else watching. He looked at Juno directly. Apex Guild has been building toward a formal alliance with your cooperative for 6 weeks. I wanted to move earlier, but I needed to understand what you are before I committed Apex to a joint position. And now I think you are either the most purely intuitive operator I have encountered in 11 years of gate running, or you have information about how this situation develops that you're not sharing. He paused. I've been watching you manage the Monarch operation. You don't move like someone building a strategy. You move like someone executing one that was already built. Juno assessed Yun Chulsu, alive, S rank, observant beyond what the performance files had suggested, and apparently also perceptive enough to get substantially closer to the truth than anyone else in this run had reached. In the first run, Chalsu said carefully, "Did I live past floor 87? The question arrived precisely. "That's a specific question," Juno said. "You've been managing a situation involving floor 87 timing and Kim Byung-hak's behavior. I've been watching you watch Kim Byung-hak for 2 months. You're not watching him because you suspect him. You're watching him because you know what he's going to do. You don't die at floor 87, Juno said. In this run, Chalsu absorbed this without the reaction most people would have had. No shock, no demand for explanation. Just the careful stillness of someone processing new information against an existing model. "The first run," he said. "I was not fast enough." Chalsu processed this in silence. "Then, what do you need from me for floor 87 to resolve correctly? Continue your deployment schedule as planned. When Kim Byung-hak defects, and he will defect, because the blackmail operation targeting your people is going to reach him before it reaches you. Accept the defection without showing that you know. Let him take the operational schedules. The schedules he'll take will be the ones I want him to have." Chalsu looked at him steadily. "False intelligence. The ambush waits at a gate entrance that does not exist in the real schedule. When the ambush party triggers the traps, Bureau Rapid Response will be positioned at the actual gate exit." A pause. "You've already arranged the Bureau response." "I'm arranging it now. It requires about 6 more weeks of documentation to give the tip-off full legal standing." Chalsu looked at his empty food container, set it aside. "How long have you known about Kim Byung-hak?" "A long time," Juno said. "And you didn't tell me earlier because the way you respond to a threat you know about changes what the threat can do. If Byung-hak had seen you watching him differently, he would have moved differently, and the documentation chain would have broken." Yoon Chalsu extended his hand. "Alliance." Juno shook it. "One more thing," Chalsu said, standing. "The second set of people watching this meeting from the perimeter stalls. The ones who are not your team." Juno looked at him. "I made sure they were there," Chalsu said. "I wanted Monarch to see us shake hands. Let them calculate what it cost them." He left. Juno sat with his food and updated the pattern archive. Chalsu was, as he had been in the original run, the most capable ally available. The difference was that in the original run, it had taken 5 years to reach this depth of operational trust. Here it had taken 40 minutes, because Chalsu was smart enough to ask the right question and Juno was, this time, prepared to answer it. He walked back to the cooperative through the long way, the route that passed through Gate District 3's civilian zone, where the vendor stalls had adapted to the gate traffic with the quick pragmatism of markets that understood new demand. Gate-adjacent equipment repair, mana crystal assay services, 3 clinics that had converted from general practice to hunter injury specialists in the last 6 months. The civilian economy was building itself around a reality that had not existed 2 years ago, and doing it faster than the institutional structures meant to govern it. That gap, between what the civilian economy was already doing and what the institutional framework had been built to manage, was part of what the cooperative's legal challenges were trying to widen into productive space. Not to create chaos, but to make the legal gap visible enough that the framework would have to update. Chalsu's alliance formalized that gap in a new way. Apex and the cooperative together represented a combined gate portfolio that was now competitive with Monarch's S-rank operation, which had previously been the single largest concentration of gate access in Korea's private sector. Combined, the two organizations could credibly argue that the current framework was inadequate not because the gatekeeping institutions had failed, but because the ecosystem had outgrown the model. That was a significantly more compelling public argument than Monarch is corrupt. He updated the legal brief in his archive. The tournament the Bureau was planning, the National Gate Clearance Demonstration, would be the right platform for the combined portfolio argument. A public event, national audience, both organizations demonstrating capabilities side by side. Not a competition, a demonstration. The cooperative and Apex clearing the same S-rank gate simultaneously was something the existing framework had no category for. He had been building toward it since Arc 1. Chalsu's question about Floor 87 sat in the pattern archive under a separate heading. Disclosure to key allies. Calibrate by demonstrated observation capability. The heading contained 3 names now. Arium, Jean Sora, Chalsu. He had not planned to add Chalsu this early, but the man's field observation had essentially forced the conversation. The pattern archive updated its assessment of Yoon Chalsu. Asterisk observational acuity, exceptional. Tactical loyalty once trust, is given, unconditional. Asset value, critical path, floor 87 forward. Asterisk he passed a clinic where 3 hunters were filing post-gate reports with the same expression all hunters wore after successful clears. Not triumph. Because experienced hunters knew better, but the particular relief of competent people who had performed correctly under conditions that did not guarantee survival. He thought about Kim Young-hee. He thought about her specific expression in that category, the relief she never let become visible because she considered it unprofessional, and that Juno had only seen once, at the end of a floor 55 clear in year 4, when she had not known he was watching. He thought about the fact that she would have been good at this part, the building, the alliance negotiations, the long-form institutional work. He filed it in the category that did not have a useful label and kept walking. Behind him, the street stall where he and Chul-soo had shaken hands was visible for 2 more blocks. Then the transit architecture closed around it. That conversation had gone better than he planned, which meant something had shifted, and shifts this run tended to compound. Chapter 26 Monarch's Priority Zone designation arrived at 9:22 a.m. and landed in Cho Song-min's alert queue before it reached any public channel. He had the paperwork on Juno's desk 40 minutes later. 6 blocks, 3 emergency licensing provisions, a wartime holdover statute that had not been invoked since the first gates appeared. Huang had found a piece of legislation designed for a world that no longer existed and pointed it at the cooperative's operating hub with the creativity of someone who knew his direct tools were running out. Juno read the designation text carefully. The statutory language was precise enough to survive an immediate challenge on technical grounds. It would take time to dismantle, probably 3 weeks for the staffing analysis to create exploitable leverage, another 2 for the legal process to produce a formal finding. 5 weeks of operational disruption in the cooperative's primary district. That was the intended damage. The provision requires continuous staffing by the licensed safety organization, he said. 1 operator per block per shift. 3 shifts per day. Sang-min already had his calculator out. 6 blocks, 3 shifts. 18 daily deployments minimum. How many licensed personnel does Monarch currently have operating in Gate District 1? 11. And that count includes their administrative staff who carry hunter licenses for regulatory purposes but don't do field work. So they can staff the zone continuously only by pulling every available person off all other operations. Gate clearances, administrative functions, everything. He set the paperwork down. File a formal staffing inquiry with city planning today. I want Monarch's zone personnel logs officially requested before end of business. The inquiry forces them to document their actual staffing capacity, which means they either comply with the requirement and cripple their own operations, or they don't comply and the zone certification is void. Sang-min made a note. There's a faster option. We operate in the zone anyway and let them try to enforce. I know. He paused. The faster option is also the one that plays into the narrative they're building, that the cooperative is a rogue operation that disregards legitimate authority. The legal route is slower. It also survives appeal and doesn't give their press operation anything to work with. Understood. Park Do-hyun had been listening from the corner, doing his resistance training with the focused half-attention he gave to briefings that were outside his tactical domain. He looked up now. What happens after the staffing inquiry fails? They'll try to extend the certification using contractor labor to cover the gap. Contractors require independent licensing, which requires bureau processing, which currently requires approximately 3 weeks under the emergency oversight review. Do-hyun returned to his training, satisfied by the answer. The Na Young-ho filing, Juno said. Where are we? First documents received and acknowledged. Response expected within 14 days. His private counsel is a firm that works defense cases for bureau-adjacent clients, which means they know where the institutional bodies are buried, and they'll be looking for procedural vulnerabilities in our evidence chain. The chain of custody documentation from the acquisition is clean as a nighttime entry into a private residence can be made to look, Sang-min said, with the professional neutrality of someone who had seen considerably worse evidence chains in his previous employment. Good enough. Flag anything that looks like a procedural challenge before it becomes an active objection. He spent the afternoon on the Na Young-ho timeline and did not permit himself to think about Hwang Jin-soo's third phone call, the untraced one, the variable that the deviation log had been marking uncertain since the morning it was logged. Whatever Hwang had arranged with that call, it was already in motion. Worrying about it was less useful than ensuring every piece he could control was in the correct position before it manifested. The legal challenge to the priority zone was filed at 4:47 p.m. Monarch's legal team received it at 4:52. By 5:30, 3 senior Monarch staffers had been reassigned from gate operations to zone compliance documentation. Every piece moved something else. The zone staffing inquiry produced a response within 48 hours, which was faster than Juno had anticipated. Monarch's legal team filed a counter-documentation request that was technically accurate and operationally evasive. They submitted a staffing list that showed 11 operators with gate district certifications, but did not distinguish between administrative certifications and active field deployments. Sangman flagged it immediately. They're counting anyone with a certification, not anyone actually deployed, he said. That's the challenge basis, Juno confirmed. File an interrogatory requesting the daily deployment logs, not the certification list. The city planning provision specifies active deployment, not certification status. Sangman filed it the same afternoon. The legal exchange produced an unexpected benefit. It forced Monarch to reveal their full certification registry to a bureau-adjacent administrative body, which meant the registry was now on record. Sangman cross-referenced it against the bribery investigations personnel list and found 4 names that appeared in both. Operators who held gate district certifications that had been approved by the same bureau officials who had received payments from Monarch's shell company for certification approvals that were potentially tainted. How does that interact with their zone claim? Ariam asked in the evening briefing. If the certifications were improperly approved, the legal standing of the zone designation is compromised at the authorization level. Juno paused. It's not a silver bullet. They'll argue the certifications are procedurally valid regardless of how the approving officials got their positions, but it creates a separate investigatory track that runs parallel to the zone challenge. More surface area, Sangman said. More surface area. Each investigatory track requires Monarch's legal team to manage it separately. They have finite legal resources. He looked at the briefing room. Their strategic limit is not financial. Huang has significant assets. Their strategic limit is coordination capacity. Every simultaneous track we open costs them coordination. Park Do-hyun, who had been listening from his usual corner position, said, "What happens when they run out of coordination capacity? They make mistakes. They miss things. They commit to a position on one track that creates vulnerability on another." He paused. "Or they escalate to direct action. At that point we shift from legal maneuvering to the contingency protocols." Do-hyun nodded. He had been briefed on the contingency protocols in Week 6, the response plan for the A-rank ambush that Juno expected between now and Arc 3. The plan covered 3 possible engagement locations, 2 fallback positions, and the Bureau rapid response coordination that required 6 more weeks of documentation to activate legally. The A-rank team, Do-hyun said. Timeline. Still on schedule. 8 to 10 weeks. Am I ready? Juno looked at him. You were ready 3 weeks ago? The question is whether the rig holds at the conditions we'll actually see. What conditions? Enclosed space, elevated mana density from a B-rank gate environment, 6 opponents with experience targeting weak side exposures. He paused. The modified rig has been tested at 3 strike absorption. This will be 6 strike minimum. Do-hyun considered it. I need 4 more weeks of load testing. You have them. This was the part of partnership that Juno had undervalued in the original run. The specific negotiations over capability that occurred between people who trusted each other's assessments. Do-hyun saying he needed 4 more weeks was not a deficiency report. It was accurate professional self-assessment from someone who had mapped his own limits carefully. For more weeks of load testing. Done. He updated the ambush preparation schedule, adding Do-hyun's revised load parameters to the engagement timeline. The 6-opponent scenario required specific positioning at the B-rank gate's secondary junction. He had the geometry mapped, but geometry and physical capacity were 2 different variables, and Do-hyun needed both to be solid. The staffing inquiry was still processing through the city planning authority. Monarch's legal team was stalling, which was expected. The delay cost the cooperative operational income in the priority zone district, which was the intended damage. It did not change the legal outcome, which was also expected. He noted the stall in the archive and moved to the next file. The priority zone would resolve. The more important variable was the ambush, which would not be resolved through legal channels. He updated the archive and moved to the equipment check. Do-hyun's field report for the day included a notation Juno had not expected. 2 of Monarch's observation assets had been photographed at the Busan facility's outer perimeter. Not approaching, watching. They had found the Busan hub. Chapter 27 CO Ariam ran the Gate District 7 extraction without support and without warning. The D-rank gate collapse had a 20-minute lethal window, and she had been at the district for a routine assessment when the structural integrity alert fired. 7 hunters inside, 3 teams, the oldest a C-rank with 3 years of gate experience. None of them had the mana density to force an exit against a collapsing dimensional space. Ariam had entered the unstable gate on her own authority as a certified medical operator. Juno read the full incident report 3 hours after the event, pulling the unredacted data from Myri's contractor network. She had maintained 4 hunters with critical mana drain injuries for the full 3-hour stabilization period. performed 2 field surgeries without proper equipment using improvised materials from the gate's ambient resource nodes, and organized the remaining 3 hunters into a defensive perimeter that slowed the gate's energy drain by approximately 30%. None of the 7 died. The Bureau examiner used the phrase, extraordinary intervention under adverse conditions. He set the report down. In the original run, 2 of those 7 hunters had died. Ariam had not been at District 7. She had been at District 2, unnotified, because the Bureau's inter-district communication protocol had a 40-minute delay that nobody had fixed because nobody with authority had ever been personally affected by it. He had placed her at District 7 through a routine assessment request filed through normal channels. She did not know this. He had not told her, which was a piece of the growing list of things she was going to eventually ask him about directly. Monarch sent a recruitment offer the next morning. The offer was handled by Monarch's Talent Acquisition Division, who had almost certainly been watching the Gate 7 incident footage since it was released. The offer itself would be generous. Monarch specialized in generous initial offers to people they wanted to prevent from developing independent institutional relationships. She declined without opening it. Juno noted this against the original run's record. In the previous timeline, she had considered the offer for 2 weeks before refusing. 2 weeks of genuine deliberation, driven by the financial security the offer represented and the instability of her independent position. That period of deliberation had been the gap that Monarch had eventually exploited, not to recruit her, but to use the fact of the deliberation as leverage. Here, the deliberation period was 0. She had not needed to think about it. He sent her a message. *, the medical examiner's report is going to change your status review. The Bureau's audit of Monarch's registered hunter files should surface the rank suppression within 2 weeks. Her response. I know. Someone placed that assessment request. I'm not angry. I want you to know I noticed. He did not reply to that. 3 minutes later, a second message. Also, thank you. For whatever version of that calculation made me available to be there. He read it twice. Then he put his phone down and thought, with the uncomfortable clarity that sometimes arrived uninvited between operations, that managing people's positions in service of good outcomes was both necessary and something that carried its own costs, and that the costs were not exclusively borne by him. He filed it under things to think about when the current operational phase concluded. There would, eventually, be time. He reviewed her field report from the Gate 7 incident while Ariam was at the afternoon medical session with the teams. The Bureau examiner had recorded her as performing beyond standard operating parameters for a C-rank operator, which was the language assessors used when they saw something they did not have a clean framework for. Beyond standard parameters. The polite professional phrasing for, we do not fully understand what we just watched. He understood what he had watched. He had watched CO Ariam perform at the level she had actually been developing toward for 6 months, a level that Monarch's suppressed rank filing had been keeping invisible in the Bureau's official records. The rank suppression was going to surface in the audit that followed the bribery story. When it did, Ariam's classification would be updated to reflect her actual mana channel capacity, which the Bureau's medical scan had already documented as operating at near S-rank throughput. The update would move her into a registration tier that carried significantly more institutional leverage and significantly less exposure to the kind of administrative targeting that had made her vulnerable in the original run. He had been building toward that update without telling her it was coming, which was either excellent operational management or a reasonable source of future irritation, depending on how she chose to frame it. She came in from the afternoon session at 5:30, set her equipment down, and went directly to the secondary desk with the focused efficiency of someone running a task queue. The Gate 7 data, she said, without turning around. The mana density readings inside the collapsed gate were significantly above the D-rank classification the Bureau assigned. How far above? Low C-rank range. The boss inside was not a D-rank boss. It was a D-rank boss that had been reclassified to reduce the gate's regulatory profile. She turned. Someone at the Bureau applied a false density reading to that gate to push it into a lower administrative tier. Juno processed this. In the original run, the Gate 7 incident had been documented as a genuine D-rank collapse. Ariam's first-run performance there had been considered extraordinary specifically because a C-rank healer had managed conditions that should have been within the acceptable risk range for her classification. In this run, the gate had been misclassified to C-rank density, which meant the 7 hunters inside had been sent in with inadequate equipment for the actual conditions. That was not a clerical error. That was deliberate. Who filed the density assessment? Ariam set a report on the desk between them. A Bureau technical officer named Shin Hyungjin. He filed his last 4 gate assessments in the same week. all of them showing mana densities at the low end of their classification tier. She paused. I checked his previous 18 months of assessments. The pattern doesn't appear until 6 weeks ago. 6 weeks ago. Juno ran the timing against the archive. 6 weeks ago was approximately when the bribery story's preparation had become visible through the journalist contact patterns. Someone had instructed Shin Hyungjin to begin systematically downgrading gate assessments 6 weeks ago, which meant someone inside the bureau had known the bribery investigation was coming and had started creating additional falsified documentation to obscure the existing falsified documentation. Shin Hyungjin is on the certification list from the Monarch Zone Challenge, Juno said. Ariam paused. That name appears in both? Yes. He looked at the report. Add this to Myri's data package. The false gate assessments are a separate investigatory track. They create independent evidence of bureau misconduct that doesn't require the bribery ledger to substantiate. I'll send it tonight. She returned to her task queue. He watched her go. At the careful competence she brought to everything. The way she built her own picture of what was happening without waiting to be briefed. The way the picture she was building was becoming increasingly accurate and increasingly her own. The disclosure conversation was going to need to happen at some point. Not yet, but the window was getting shorter. He thought about the rank suppression audit that was coming. When it surfaced in the post-bribery fallout, Ariam's actual rank, near S, corrected on the Bureau's public record, would draw recruitment offers not just from Monarch, but from every major guild in Korea. Managing those approaches while keeping her operational status independent was going to require preparation. He added it to the timeline. Ariam rank correction. Prepare counter-recruitment protocol before audit surfaces. One more piece. The archive always had one more piece. And always, underneath the one more piece, another layer that was visible only once the previous one was handled. That was the nature of running ahead of events rather than behind them. You could see the next obstacle before it arrived, which was a significant advantage, and you could never fully rest, which was the cost. He had made that trade in the first run, lost it in the second, and rebuilt it here in the third. He intended to keep it. He updated the counter-recruitment protocol and looked out the window at the Busan facility's training courtyard, where the morning light was just beginning to reach the far wall. The Bureau rank audit was going to surface within 3 weeks. When it did, the rank suppression story would generate the same kind of coordinated recruitment approach that had destabilized 3 previous independent operators Monarch had targeted. He had studied those cases. He knew what was coming. The question was whether Ariam would be ready for it, or whether she would need him to handle it for her. And that question touched something he did not have a clean answer to. And in his experience, the questions without clean answers were the ones that became crises. Chapter 28 Lee Myri's resignation letter was 3 sentences. Juno obtained a copy through Sungmin's bureau contact. The letter cited professional circumstances incompatible with independent analytical work and declined to specify. The bureau's HR system logged it, forwarded it to Director Beck's office, and received no response within the standard 48-hour acknowledgement window. The reassignment she had been given: administrative processing, Northern District Office, no gate access, no analytical equipment. It was the particular kind of punishment that institutions used when they wanted to remove someone without the visibility of formal discipline, a slow suffocation by irrelevance. She had submitted the resignation before reaching the building. She arrived at the cooperative's operations room 2 days later with a tablet, a 3-month contractor data archive, and a professional presentation of the statistical framework she had been building since leaving the bureau. Juno had given the front desk staff her name as an expected arrival, which she had noted and not commented on. The variance report went to Director Beck's office twice, she said, by way of orientation. The first time he tabled it. The second time Na Youngho's office used the emergency oversight provision to have it reassigned to an administrative hold queue, which removed it from active circulation without formally suppressing it. That's the mechanism that preserved the technical deniability. Yes, he can say the report was not suppressed. It was placed in the appropriate queue pending resolution of the oversight structure. The queue has a 60-day processing window. Gate 3 opens in 12 days. She opened her tablet and turned it to face him. This is what the raw data looks like compared to the published figures across the last 4 gate events. The gap was worse than Juno had estimated. Not the 16% on Gate 2. The cumulative variance across 4 gates showed a systematic underreporting pattern that had been running since Gate 1's second emergence. Beck's been filing these figures since the beginning, he said. Yes, and every independent contractor who flagged a variance has been reassigned or had their access credentials reviewed. How many contractors? 7 in 14 months. 3 resigned. 2 had credentials suspended. 1 filed a formal objection and received a settlement offer with a non-disclosure clause. She paused. One is still inside, filing carefully enough that the reviews haven't caught them. That's your source. She did not confirm this. She was smart enough not to confirm sources, even to people she trusted. The contractor data is going to 3 journalists, Juno said. Cha Hyunjin gets the primary story. The other 2 get separate angles, the contractor suppression pattern and the cumulative variance analysis. If all 3 run within the same week, Beck cannot manage the response to one without making the others worse. Coordinated media strategy. Synchronized independent coverage, he corrected. There's a distinction that matters for legal exposure. Myri studied him with the expression she had been developing since her first week as an independent contractor, the one that combined professional assessment with the sharpened attention of a researcher who had started to understand that the person they were working with was operating on a longer and more detailed timeline than anyone they had previously encountered. How much of this did you plan before I walked in today? She asked. The media sequencing, yes. The evidence you just showed me is more comprehensive than I expected. Is that good or bad? Good. It means the case builds faster than the minimum viable timeline. His tone shifted. I need your analytical work to be fully documented and attributable. Not to me. To you. As an independent researcher. The story needs a credible technical source that isn't connected to the cooperative. I understand what you're building, she said. A public record that's self-sustaining. Independent credibility that doesn't depend on your testimony. Yes. Because my testimony is going to be questioned by everyone who has an interest in questioning it. She closed her tablet. What do you need from me right now? The 4-gate variance analysis, formatted for a non-specialist audience. And a list of every bureau official who received the flagged variance reports and failed to act. She opened her tablet again. Give me 3 days, she said. He returned to the coordination files. The session with Myri had surfaced something he had not fully accounted for in the original analysis. The Bureau's institutional self-preservation instinct. He had been treating the Bureau primarily as an instrument of monarch corruption, but Myri's framing revealed a second dynamic. The Bureau's analytical personnel had been silenced not purely because Huang was directing it, but because the Bureau's leadership had developed its own interest in avoiding accountability for failures predating Monarch's influence. Director Beck was Monarch's instrument, but 2 of the 7 suppressed contractors had flagged issues before the Huang-bribery relationship was established. That meant the Bureau's credibility problem was not coextensive with Monarch's corruption. Even after Huang was removed and Beck replaced, the institutional culture would persist unless directly addressed. He sent Myri an additional note. Extend the contractor suppression timeline back 3 years beyond the Huang relationship start. I want to see the pre-Monarch suppression pattern. Her response. I already have that data. For contractors, 7 data points. I was going to include it in the 3-day package. He read this twice. She was consistently ahead of where he had built the conversation to reach. That was excellent, but it raised a timing concern. How much of the total picture could she assemble independently before she had the context to interpret it correctly? The Tower Memory Archive had a category for this. Asymmetric information management. Allies exceeding briefing pace. 3 entries from the original run, all producing complications when the ally arrived at an accurate conclusion without the framework to contextualize it properly. The most serious had cost them the Floor 62 team. He needed to brief Myri on the deviation analysis before she reached it on her own terms. The 3-day package, at a morning slot at the start, he sent. Additional context before you process the full data. Tomorrow morning works, she replied. He spent the rest of the evening preparing the briefing. Not the full picture. The tower memory mechanics were not yet on the table for Myri, but the specific analytical context she needed to understand why the variance data was part of a coordinated pattern and what the Bureau restructuring that followed the investigation would need to address. She was going to be director of that Bureau eventually. The framework needed to start building now, and building correctly. He spent the rest of the evening outlining the briefing for Myri. Not the full picture. The tower memory mechanics, the regression structure, the 3-run history were not yet on the table for her. What she needed was the strategic dimension of the variance data. Why the Bureau's systematic misrepresentation was not just corruption for profit, but was part of a broader pattern of institutional capture that served interests beyond Korea's borders. She did not yet have the piece about Huang's Federation connection. That piece was going to be publicly confirmed through the investigative coverage shortly. But before it became public, she needed to understand how it connected to the Bureau's internal structure, so that when the coverage landed, she could frame the institutional response rather than reacting to it. He wrote the briefing outline in 2 sections, what he could attribute to investigative sources, and what he was asking her to accept as strategic inference, without full documentation. He had found, over 3 runs, that intelligent people were more comfortable with categorized uncertainty than with unexplained confidence. If he told Myri, "I know this, but I cannot show you how," she would trust it less than if he said, "This is my analytical inference from the available data," rated at approximately 70% confidence. He rated the Federation piece at 70%. It was probably 85, but 70 was more credible. The briefing document came to 9 pages. He filed it in the secure archive, flagged it for the morning session, and sent Myri a preparatory note. Asterisk, I have additional context that will change how you interpret the contractor data. Read the attached framework first. Asterisk, the attached framework was a single-page summary of how the Bureau's institutional interests diverged from Monarch's specific interests. It gave her enough to orient without giving her more than she needed before the conversation. Good enough, he decided. The morning would handle the rest. He saved the document and was about to close his workstation when a new message arrived in the secure line. Not from Myri, not from Sang-min, not from any of his regular contacts. From the Observer address. 3 words, not just timing. He stared at it. The phrase could mean a dozen things, and every one of them changed what he thought he understood about what Observer wanted. Chapter 29, Cho Sang-min's intelligence payload arrived on a Thursday and ran to 47 pages. The source was not a formal recruitment, not an asset, not a plant, just a former colleague inside Monarch's accounting division who had become progressively unable to reconcile what they were watching with any professional standard they still held. People in that position made one of 2 choices. They compartmentalized until the discomfort became survivable, or they looked for a way out that allowed them to tell themselves they had done something. The colleague had looked for a way out. 47 pages. 12 Bureau officials, for districts, 380 million won across 3 years, all structured as consulting fees from a shell company registered through Na Young-ho's business associates. The documentation was meticulous. Monarch's accounting division had been fastidious about maintaining formal records for precisely the reason that formal records provided legal protection if the arrangement was ever challenged by someone inside the organization who needed leverage. It was, in retrospect, a significant oversight to maintain records that would be lethal if they left the building. Juno reviewed the documents against the Tower Memories archive of the original investigation, the one he had spent 5 years building in the first run, the one that had been destroyed before it could be used. Here, the documentation was intact and current. He scheduled the journalist call for the following morning, prepared the chain of custody brief, and spent the evening ensuring that the 4 corroborating data points from the Na Young-ho records were formatted to be independently verifiable. Cha Hyunjin answered immediately. The bribery ledger, she said. 12 officials. 12 direct payments. Corroborating records for 3 more through secondary accounts. Those require 1 additional evidentiary step and shouldn't be bundled with the primary story. Publish the 12. The legal exposure on 12 corrupt officials is already significant. You have chain of custody documentation, financial records from 2 independent sources, and corroborating behavioral evidence in the form of the 7 contractors who were suppressed after flagging variance reports. He paused. The story is solid. If the documents are authentic. The source's employment records at Monarch's accounting division are verifiable through Bureau licensing registrations. The payments are cross-referenced in the financial records from a second independent source. If you want a third corroboration, Lee Myri's 4-gate variance analysis shows the pattern of official inaction that's consistent with the documented payments. The analyst who just left the Bureau. Independent researcher now. A pause. 3 independent sources on 12 officials. This is not a story I can sit on. No. And you're not asking me to hold it for any particular timing. File when your editorial process clears it. The timing isn't coordinated. It was not entirely accurate. The timing of the 3 simultaneous stories was something he had been positioning for weeks, but the truth of it was that he had sequenced the information releases to make simultaneous independent publication the natural outcome, not the engineered one. Cha Hyunjin filing when her editorial process cleared it would align with the other 2 journalists filing when their processes cleared theirs, because all 3 had been given their information packages at intervals calculated to produce roughly synchronized newsroom timelines. The story ran on Friday. 3 officials resigned before the weekend. 2 more filed for administrative leave Monday morning. Director Beck's statement called the coverage incomplete and misleading. Hwang Jinsu called it fabricated. Neither Na Young-ho nor any of the 12 officials issued statements in support of the Bureau's characterization. He spent the afternoon in the operations room, reviewing the evidence package one final time before it went to the journalists. The bribery ledger was the core. 47 pages, clean chain of custody, 12 named officials with traceable payment records. Cha Hyunjin had the strongest story, direct financial corruption of specific officials in specific districts, with behavioral evidence in the form of the regulatory decisions those officials had made in the months following payment receipt. The pattern was unmistakable once you had both data sets simultaneously. Kwan Tae-soo had the contractor suppression story, enhanced now with Myri's pre-monarch timeline. 7 analysts suppressed, 7 months of institutional silence, and 4 of the suppressions predating Huang's documented involvement. The Bureau had a systemic problem that Monarch had exploited but had not created. The financial liability journalist had the insurance angle, 42 million won in unjust premium savings, documented through density figures that were now publicly contradicted by 3 independent measurement records. Sangmin had coordinated the release timing without being told to. He had simply observed that the 3 packages were ready and that releasing them in a staggered sequence within a 72-hour window would produce the maximum simultaneous coverage impact. He had presented this as a suggestion, with the careful framing of someone who was still calibrating how much initiative was expected. That's the right sequence, Juno said. File them as you have them. Let the journalists drive their own timing within the window. Sangmin had executed it. The coverage landed on schedule. The public response was larger than Juno had estimated. The financial liability angle gave the story reach beyond the hunter community into general civilian audiences who had no interest in gate operations, but had very direct interest in public money being used to subsidize a corrupt guild's operational costs. The National Assembly Hunter Committee opened a formal investigation the day after the 3rd story ran. Director Baek Sung-jae requested a medical leave extension from the Bureau's Emergency Oversight Board. Hwang Jin-soo issued a statement from his estate calling the investigation politically motivated. None of the 12 officials issued supporting statements. The deviation log updated to entry 57. The archive noted, *Monarch political operation degraded. Direct action phase incoming. Prepare contingency protocols. He updated Do Hyun's load testing schedule. The updated schedule added 12 days of structured load testing at 6 operator ambush simulation parameters. Do Hyun would run the drill with cooperative B-rank team members playing the role of adversarial operators, a setup that produced better pressure simulation than solo training, while keeping the operational details internal. He also sent a signal to the Bureau Rapid Response Coordinator who was building the documentation chain for the ambush response authorization. The coordinator was a B-rank tactical officer named Kim Woo-jin, who had been working an independent corruption case against Monarch since year 1, and whose institutional position had survived the bribery fallout because he had been operating through a different channel than the 12 compromised officials. The tip-off authorization needed 6 more weeks of documentation before it would carry legal standing at a mandatory response level. Kim Woo-jin was assembling that documentation, and Juno was feeding him the specific evidence strands that would make the authorization bulletproof before the ambush window opened. He could have moved faster by giving Kim Woo-jin the full evidence picture directly. He was choosing not to, because Kim Woo-jin needed to build his own documentation chain rather than inherit one. A documentation chain someone else built could be challenged on provenance grounds, while one Kim Woo-jin had developed through his own investigative work was considerably harder to suppress. Slower, but durable. The contingency protocols updated in the archive. 6 weeks. 14 days of load testing. 2 weeks of final legal preparation. Sequentially, they aligned with a specific gate district scheduling window that would make the ambush timing predictable. He was building a trap for the trap. It was, all things considered, the right kind of work. The deviation log updated to entry 61. The archive strategic assessment noted, *Monarch political operations, final phase. Legal counterpressure, active. Public credibility, above threshold. Team capacity, at or above projection. Arc 3 ready. * below it. The flag he had placed at the start of the run. Get it right this time. He had not removed it. He did not intend to. The observer message from the previous night, not just timing, had been sitting in the pattern archive's uncertain category for 10 hours. Not just timing meant observer had an interest in the Arc 3 outcome beyond simply delaying the Floor 80 meeting. He had a stake in what happened between now and then, specifically in what the cooperative demonstrated during the Arc 3 tournament, which was the public event that would determine whether the independent model was viable as an institutional counterweight to the Federation. Observer wanted the cooperative to succeed at the tournament, which meant whatever Observer's endgame was, it required a functional independent cooperative model in existence when they reached Floor 80. That was the first genuinely useful intelligence Observer had provided, which meant Observer had decided to start helping him, and that decision was going to cost Observer something. What? Chapter 30. The S-Rank Core had been sitting in dimensional storage for 31 days. Not because Juno had forgotten about it or underestimated its value, but because advancement of this magnitude required conditions that did not exist until he built them. Medical support with genuine S-rank transition experience. A secured facility without surveillance exposure. A cleared operational window, because the transition period, the violent hours when the mana channels were rebuilding at elevated capacity, produced an observable output signature that could not be hidden from the kind of high-sensitivity monitoring equipment that Bureau analysts had started deploying near known independent hunter locations. He scheduled the transition for a 40-hour window in the cooperative's training facility, cleared all non-essential personnel from the building, and briefed Arium on what to expect. The channel expansion is pressure-driven, he said. The mana pathways rebuild themselves by forcing their current capacity limits. There's a window where the regulatory system temporarily fails, vital signs destabilize, output spikes unpredictably. There may be periods of unconsciousness. How long? Somewhere between 4 and 8 hours, depending on resistance. She was already reviewing the monitoring equipment. And you know what you're talking about because I've done this before. Arium stopped. How many times? Twice. This is the third. She added a second monitoring line to the equipment setup, the deliberate competence of someone who responded to insufficient information by improving the margins she could control. He absorbed the core. The sensation was what it always was, which was nothing like what memory represented it as, because the body's records of pain were imperfect and the tower memory's archive of physical experience was accurate in structure but flat in texture, lacking the particular quality of the present tense moment when the channels were actually expanding. In the third hour, the system went silent. No pattern library, no deviation log, no archive access, no precognitive pulse, nothing, just Kong Juno's body in a room, doing something very difficult without assistance. He found it, unexpectedly, clarifying. He was one thing, alone, for approximately 90 minutes. Then the channels rebuilt, and the system came back online with a notification. Advancement. S-rank achieved. Pattern override function upgraded to 15-second behavior lock. New function. Deviation trace. Identify source of boss mutation within floor architecture. Asterisk asterisk, he opened his eyes. Arium was 3 feet away, monitoring equipment in hand. Her expression carried the particular composition of someone who had processed fear and put it away and was not going to describe it in detail. 8 hours, she said. I expected 4. You stopped breathing correctly twice. I managed it. She set down the monitoring device. The reading at peak was significantly above the A-rank reference ceiling. The equipment didn't have a scale for it. That's S-rank. She absorbed this. Then, in the previous runs, was the medical support sufficient? No. He sat up slowly, the new S-rank mana settling into the expanded architecture of his channels. The second run had no support. The first ran through a bare minimum facility. This run was better. Yes. She let it settle. Then, you said something at the 2-hour mark. While you were unconscious. What did I say? You said Do-Hyen's name. And then the name of someone I don't know, Kim Young-hee. He was still. Is Kim Young-hee someone from the previous runs? She was my partner, he said. In the first run. She didn't make it past floor 70. The mana settled. The room was quiet. Arium set the monitoring equipment on the bench with careful attention to each piece, the deliberate action of someone giving a moment's space to exist. I'm glad you're here, she said finally. All 3 times, actually. He looked at her. She looked back at him with the directness that was her default register for anything she meant seriously. I'm glad you're here too, he said. It was inadequate, but it was true, and sometimes true and inadequate was better than anything more constructed. The empty training room had the quality of held breath. He ran the new S-rank parameters through the pattern library, testing the mana output at different intensity levels, checking the stability of the channel configuration under sustained load. The channels felt different from the A-rank architecture. Wider, yes, but also more complex, with branching structures that the A-rank system had not contained. He had felt this before, both times, but the sensation was sufficiently individual that memory did not fully prepare you for it. He practiced the pattern override with the new 15-second window, timing the lock activation against imagined combat scenarios from the archive. The additional 12 seconds of behavior control changed the viable approach geometry on 11 of the next 24 bosses he had mapped. Some of the approaches it opened were significantly more efficient than the override minimal strategies he had been using. He worked through the primary applications for 2 hours before he heard the door open. Arium stood in the doorway with a medical bag over her shoulder. You're running combat practice. Pattern calibration. At 11 p.m., for hours after S-rank absorption. The mana channels need load testing to stabilize properly. Inactivity after an advancement can allow the new configuration to set suboptimally. He looked at her. You knew this already. I knew it theoretically. I wanted to make sure you knew it practically. She set the medical bag down. Your biometrics are stable. Mana output is even. The transition completed cleanly. I know. She came in and sat on the bench by the training equipment, the comfortable positioning of someone who had already decided she was staying for a while. Kim Young-hee, she said. He was still. You said her name during the transition. I've been thinking about her since. She paused. You said she was your partner in the first run, but you've never mentioned a partner in any of the operational briefings. Not as someone who was part of your team structure. She was not part of the team structure, he said. She was independent. We worked together for 3 years before Floor 70. What happened at Floor 70? A deviation event I should have predicted. The boss's new attack pattern had been visible for 2 floors. I had the data. I made the wrong assessment about how much it had shifted. She was in the wrong position for the attack that came. He said it plainly because the plainness was the only honest version of it. Ariam was quiet for a while. Is that why you've been so careful about the deviation briefings? The way you built the team's response protocols? Partially. He looked at the pattern library overlay on his visual field, the color-coded entries, the warning markers, the deviation flags. The first run's failures were mostly about information. I had the data, but I did not share it in ways that gave the people around me what they needed to make correct decisions. He paused. The second run's failures were about isolation. I had better information management, but I was too careful about who I trusted. And this run I'm trying to get the balance right. A pause. It's an ongoing project. She nodded. Then, when you train the team, you always demonstrate the approach before asking them to execute it. Even when the demonstration costs you time you don't have. Yes. That's different from how most elite hunters teach. Most elite hunters teach from the assumption that their students understand the principles and need execution practice. I teach from the assumption that the principles look different from inside a bad position than they do from outside it. He paused. Kim Young-hee was better at principles than I was. Better at seeing the whole structure. I was better at execution. He looked at the window. We made a good team. I know. Ariam said quietly. I can see what she was in how you build things. He did not have a response to that. She stood, picked up her medical bag. Get some sleep. The S-rank channels will finish stabilizing overnight. I know you know, she said. I'm saying it anyway. She left. He sat in the training room for another hour, running the pattern calibration, and thought about the people who were in this run that had not been in the previous ones, and what that difference was worth. It was worth everything, he thought. That was the answer, even if it was not a useful analytical finding. He was still sitting in the training room when Ariam messaged from the medical station. Asterisk routine monitoring check in 30. You should be asleep. Asterisk he sent back. I know. A minute passed. Then, asterisk the S-rank channels are stable. But what happened to Kim Young-hee isn't going to heal from additional work tonight. Asterisk he sat with that for a while. She was, in the measured assessment of the pattern archive, right about all of it. He read her message a third time and decided the answer was yes. But the question, the one she had not asked but was building toward, was whether he trusted that she was still the person he had built this around, and whether this run was making that true or whether he was selecting evidence to confirm what he had already decided. He did not have a clean answer. Chapter 31. Na Young-ho came to the cooperative without an appointment and without his lawyers. He arrived on a Tuesday morning, wearing a coat that cost more than the cooperative's monthly equipment budget, and asked the front desk for Juno with the manner of a man who had made a difficult decision and found no pleasure in announcing it, and was not enjoying the moment. The front desk volunteer sent the alert. Juno arrived in 4 minutes. Long enough to be deliberate, not long enough to be evasive. They sat across from each other in the meeting room. I assume you know why I'm here, Na Young-ho said. I know why you came without counsel. The files. He set his hands flat on the table. A practiced stillness, the studied stillness built by decades in institutional environments to keep their physical presentation controlled even when the situation was not. You have 3 years of financial records that represent a significant legal exposure for my clients and for me. For you, Juno said. You should separate those categories. Na Young-ho looked at him. The reassessment was visible, not the fear response that Huang's people typically showed when they understood they were losing ground, but something more calculating, the evaluation of someone who was genuinely considering the range of available moves. Full testimony, he said. Huang Jinsu, the bribery accounts, the gate schedule manipulation, the financial relationship with the Federation observer team, the suppression of the variance reports. Everything. In exchange for immunity from prosecution on the technical charges related to my involvement in the safety report delays. In the original run, this offer had arrived in year 6, forced by a Senate investigation that had already cornered him. Here he was arriving voluntarily, roughly 2 years earlier, under his own assessment that the alternative was worse. What changed your calculation? Juno asked. Na Youngho held this for a moment. The Huang Park connection, he said finally. When it became public, you knew about Monarch's domestic operations. I knew about certain aspects. I benefited from bureau appointments that were, in retrospect, not merit-based. He did not look away. I did not know that Huang was operating as an intelligence conduit for the International Hunter Federation. That is a different category of problem. I agreed to take payments from a guild leadership structure that I understood to be pursuing domestic interests. I did not agree to participate in a foreign-influenced operation to restructure Korea's hunter governance. Juno studied him. The distinction Na was drawing was real. Juno had been tracking the separation between Huang's domestic corruption and his Federation connection since Arc 1, and the genuinely compromised people in Huang's network had mostly been compartmentalized from the Federation dimension. Na's claim was credible. Whether it was fully true was a separate question. I need the full testimony documented and independently verified before immunity terms are negotiated, Juno said. The documentation process will take approximately 3 weeks. In that period, the testimony is sealed. That's acceptable. Na Youngho stood. I want Huang tried before my testimony is public. If I testify first and Huang reaches a settlement, I have no protection. Huang is not reaching a settlement, Juno said. That's not a negotiating position. That's a description of the evidence set that makes settlement impossible. Na Youngho looked at him for a moment, the particular look of someone recalibrating a threat level upward. He nodded, once, and left. Juno sat in the empty room and noted in the archive. Na Youngho's cooperation secured 18 months ahead of the original timeline. The Huang operation was entering its final phase. Every piece of the original plan was running ahead of schedule. He allowed himself 30 seconds to register this, then turned to the next file. The meeting room was empty. He sat alone with the Na Youngho testimony framework and built the verification sequence. Full cooperation implied full exposure of the financial structure, the gate schedule manipulation, and the Federation intelligence sharing arrangement. Na had offered all three. Verification required independent corroboration for each component, a second source for the financial records, observable evidence for the schedule manipulation, and documentary proof of the Federation connection. The financial records he already had. 3 years of data from the vice director's secondary residence, cross-referenced against the bribery ledger. That satisfied the first component. The gate schedule manipulation was more difficult. The manipulation itself was provable, the mana density variances were documented, and the official schedules had been filed with the Bureau in ways that did not match the actual emergence timings. What was harder to prove was attribution. Who had filed the false schedules, on whose authority, and through which chain. Na Youngho's testimony would provide the chain. But testimony alone could be attacked as self-serving. He needed the chain also present in documents. He sent a message to Sangmin. *gate schedule filings for the last 18 months. Cross-reference the filing officer IDs against Na Youngho's staff roster from the same period. I need to know if any of his direct reports were the named filers on the deviation events. Sangmin's response came in 4 minutes. 3 overlapping names. I already had this flagged, but didn't know the context. Sending now. The 3 filings arrived. He reviewed them against the Pattern Archives Gate emergence timeline. The false schedule dates aligned with the Monarch Guild operational windows. On every event where Monarch had prepositioned resources at a gate before the public announcement, a Na Youngho staff member had filed the official timing documentation. The chain was in the documents. Na's testimony would connect it. The third component, the Federation connection, was the most politically sensitive. The Global Gate Accords observer team included 2 members who reported directly to Park Gil-soo, and the Huang Park connection had surfaced publicly through Sangmin's planted intelligence feed. But Huang's cooperation with the Federation had been running for longer than the planted intel showed, and the full scope of what they had shared was not yet documented. Na Youngho had been in Monarch's intelligence loop. If he knew the scope of the Huang Park sharing arrangement, his testimony could establish what had been transferred and when. Juno updated the testimony framework with 3 specific questions he needed answered. He set the framework aside and allowed himself to think about the timing. Na Youngho's cooperation, if verified and documented, moved the Huang prosecution from a politically difficult corporate corruption case into something that carried national security implications, foreign intelligence entities having advanced knowledge of Korea's gate scheduling. That category of case drew a different kind of prosecutorial attention. It also drew different political protection. The Senate investigation that was currently building toward a conventional government corruption inquiry would need to restructure when the Federation dimension became visible. The restructuring would be uncomfortable for several National Assembly members who had accepted Federation-aligned funding for their oversight committee positions. That discomfort was, in its way, useful. Comfortable oversight was ineffective oversight. He filed a note in the archive. Na Young-ho testimony verification timeline, 3 weeks. Senate investigation briefing. Depends on verification completion. Political impact of Federation dimension, assessed separately. Then he turned to the next file. The next file was the ambush preparation checklist. He reviewed each item. Dohyan's load testing status, the rapid response documentation chain, the gate district scheduling window, the false positioning data that would place the ambush team at the wrong junction. 14 items. 12 checked. 2 with 2-week completion flags. 2 weeks was sufficient. The ambush window was 8 weeks out. He closed the checklist and opened the Na Young-ho testimony framework. 3 weeks to verification. Then the Senate investigation restructuring. Then Arc 3's tournament. Every sequence running in parallel, every piece moving another piece. He was tired, in the particular way that people got tired when the work was good and the stakes were high and there was still a long way to go. He continued anyway. At 11 p.m., Sangmin messaged. The staffing inquiry had produced its expected outcome. Monarch had submitted incomplete documentation, which triggered the City Planning Authority's automatic compliance review. The review would take 3 weeks. During the review period, the zone certification was suspended pending verification. The zone was effectively neutralized. It was a small win in the context of what the week had produced. Na Young-ho's cooperation secured. 2 investigative tracks advanced. The Busan hub at full operational pace. Small wins compounded. That was the principle. He closed the files. But the untraced phone call, Huang's call to the Federation Legal Services Division, remained in the deviation log's unresolved category, a variable whose impact he could calculate in general terms, but not specifically. Something was coming through that channel. He did not yet know exactly what form it would take, and that uncertainty had a shape that the pattern archive flagged as requiring attention. He closed the file and looked at the clock, 12:47 a.m. Huang's untraced call had gone to the Federation's Legal Services Division 7 hours ago. Whatever it had set in motion was already in motion. The question was whether he would see its shape before it arrived, or only after. Chapter 32 The Apex Cooperative Alliance formalized with 3 signatures and a handshake. The registered document covered gate access cooperation, shared mana density reporting, and joint licensing challenges. The unregistered 4th page covered Floor 87 in specific operational terms. Kim Byung-hak's defection, the doctored schedules, the ambush timeline, the Bureau rapid response positioning that Juno would arrange through official channels in the next 6 weeks. Chulsu read the 4th page twice, then set it down. When does Byung-hak defect? The blackmail operation against your senior hunters will reach him in approximately 2 months. The target is his daughter's educational records. There's compromising information from a documentation error in year 1 that was buried and can be weaponized. Juno paused. In the previous run, it was the first thing that broke Apex. Here, we let it appear to break him while he feeds bad intelligence backward. Does he know yet? No. He won't know until after the defection, when I bring you both in for the operational debrief. Chulsu considered this. You're asking me to watch someone I trust appear to betray me and not react. Yes. That's difficult. I know. Juno met his eyes. In the previous run, it broke you. Not permanently, but for long enough that the Floor 87 trap could be set and executed before you recovered your equilibrium. The difference this time is that you know what you're watching and what it's actually for. Yoon Chulsu was quiet for a while. Then, after Floor 87, does Byung-hak stay with Apex? That's your decision to make. He was genuinely coerced. There was real threat against his daughter. Whether that mitigates what he does while under that coercion is something only you can evaluate. Chulsu nodded slowly. Thank you for telling me in advance. Thank you for asking the right questions to make it possible. They signed the registered agreement and shook hands. 4 days later, Monarch offered Apex their sweetest proposal. Exclusive S-rank gate licensing across 5 districts, unlimited resource credit, no cooperative limitations. The offer arrived with a timeline, except within 48 hours. Chulsu's written declination went to the Bureau, 3 journalist contacts, and the National Assembly Hunter Committee within the hour. His note to Juno afterward was brief. Asterisk, a man who does not know your price cannot buy you. YC asterisk, the cooperative's public profile climbed 3 points in the hunter community's trust ranking by end of week. He reviewed the declination's wording before Chulsu sent it. Not because Chulsu needed the review. The man had been handling institutional communications since before Juno's second run had begun, but because the specific language of a declination to a monarch offer would become part of the public record, and language in the public record had a life beyond its immediate context. Chulsu had written, Apex Guild declines the proposed licensing arrangement. The terms do not represent the direction in which we intend to develop our operations, and we do not believe exclusive arrangements serve the long-term interests of Korea's independent hunter community. It was good. Direct, non-inflammatory, institutional without being aggressive. The copy distribution, Bureau, 3 journalists, National Assembly Hunter Committee, was perfectly calibrated. Send it, Juno said. He had been thinking about the mechanics of how Chulsu had handled the Kim Byung-hak disclosure. The man had absorbed the information that someone he trusted was going to betray him, processed it for approximately 30 seconds, and converted it into an operational question. What do you need from me for the outcome to change? That kind of processing was unusual. Most people needed time. Time to be angry, time to feel the betrayal, time to reconstruct their trust model. Chulsu had moved through all of that in half a minute and arrived at the actionable question. It was the quality that had made him the person Juno trusted in the original run. It was also the quality that had made his death particularly costly. A person who could process that cleanly was extraordinarily difficult to replace. He was not going to die at floor 87 in this run. Juno had committed to that outcome across 3 arc timelines now, and the preparation was solid. But the floor 87 trap was not the last dangerous moment in the run. There were 20 floors above it, a war arc, and an adversary above floor 99 that neither Juno nor Jin Sora nor Park Gilsoo had survived in any previous attempt. Chulsu needed to be alive and fully capable for all of that. The blackmail operation against your hunters, Juno said. The pressure will escalate before Byung-hak. They'll try 3 or 4 other targets first, looking for the yield point. I know. I've been watching the approach pattern. Chulsu was quiet for a moment. You knew it would start with the educational records angle. I knew which vulnerability Monarch's intelligence division was best at exploiting. He paused. Byung-hak's daughter's records, the Year 1 documentation error, was visible in a bureau filing from early in the gate emergence period. Anyone with bureau access and a motive to dig could have found it. Which means they've had it for years, and were waiting for the right time. Yes, when they deploy it, they'll deploy it as part of a sequence that's already generated 2 or 3 failed attempts. So Byung-hak looks like the vulnerable point rather than the planned target. He looked at Chulsu. The previous attempts will be real. Your other hunters will be genuinely pressured. Some of them may be actually compromised to some degree, not fully defected, but pressured enough that their performance degrades. Chulsu absorbed this. How do I handle that without showing I know what's coming? You don't protect them overtly. You improve the team's information hygiene collectively. Standard operational security upgrade, framed as a response to the Monarch Zone designation. Everyone gets the same upgrade. No one is singled out. That way the people who are actually under pressure don't feel exposed. And the people who eventually fold don't feel identified, which means they stay in contact, and you continue to have visibility on the pressure channel. He paused. Counterintelligence is less about stopping the penetration and more about using the penetration productively. Chulsu looked at him steadily. You've done this before. Several times. In the previous run? Multiple contexts. He looked at the field report on the table. The information hygiene protocol. I can have Sang-min draft the framework. You implement it under your own authority. When? This week. Before the pressure campaign's next escalation. Chulsu stood. Juno. He paused. The thing you told me about floor 87. About the first run. I've been thinking about it. And? You blamed yourself. Yes. That's a significant thing to carry, Chulsu said. For however many years it's been. He did not say anything. I just want you to know, Chulsu said, that I don't hold it. He held out his hand. We have work to do. Juno shook it. They stood for a moment at the edge of what had just been exchanged. Not a sentiment, precisely, but an acknowledgement that had been building across several months of operational partnership and had finally found a language precise enough to be said. Juno had spent a long time operating with the weight of what had not worked in the previous runs. It was not something he discussed because discussing it did not change it, and discussion for its own sake was a luxury the timeline did not offer. But Chulsu's 3 sentences, I know. I don't hold it. We have work to do, were the specific words in the specific order that a person would need if they were going to put that weight down without pretending it had never been there. He filed it in the pattern archive under a category that was not tactical and did not need to be. Then they returned to the Kim Byung-hak preparation, because Chulsu was right. They had work to do. He reviewed the Kim Byung-hak preparation one more time before the morning session. Byung-hak was a capable A-rank hunter with a clean track record and one exploitable personal vulnerability. The blackmail operation would use that vulnerability efficiently. He would defect, carry the false schedules, and the ambush would close around the people who had built it. In theory, the part that required precision was the timing of the rapid response authorization. If Kim Woo-jin's documentation chain was not complete by the time the ambush was triggered, the bureau team could not respond in a mandatory capacity. They would be advisory only. Advisory-only response had a 20% failure rate in situations where the adversarial party was willing to accept legal consequences for completing their objective. Monarch would be willing. He updated Kim Woo-jin's evidence package with 3 new data points from the Na Young-ho files. Each one shortened the documentation timeline by approximately 1 week. The margin, when he recalculated, was exactly 3 days. 3 days between a clean arrest and a contested extraction. 3 days was not a comfortable margin. He updated the documentation timeline and sent Kim Woo-jin a priority flag. Accelerate the evidence package. I need the authorization complete in 4 weeks, not 6. He could not tell him why without revealing how precisely he had mapped the ambush window. But the urgency was real, and Kim Woo-jin understood urgency. Chapter 33 The Floor 30 deviation was the first moment the tower felt personal. Juno had cleared the blood moth 17 times in aggregate memory. Its charge pattern, 40 degrees right, then 90 left, then straight, was one of the earliest combat memories in the library, a B-rank boss whose core function was to introduce hunters to multi-directional threat management. He had used it as a training reference for Do Hyun's positioning work. The deviated blood maw charged left first. Not a random variation. A precise inversion of the charge pattern's initial vector. The move most likely to create a catastrophic exposure for a hunter who had trained against the right first opening. He processed the reversal in the first 2 seconds, adjusted position, avoided the contact by less than a hand's width. He stopped moving. The blood maw had tracked him. Not reoriented, tracked, maintaining visual target acquisition through the charge despite his lateral adjustment. The deviation was not just a pattern shift. The entity had learned to compensate for opponent movement in real time. He triggered pattern override. 15-second behavior lock. The blood maw froze in original pattern. Right charge, standard timing. He covered the distance, struck the mana node during the opening vulnerability window, and stepped clear before the lock expired. The deviated behavior resumed immediately. For more engagements, 3 additional pattern override charges. Boss cleared. He stood in the aftermath and ran the deviation against the archive. The Bloodmaw's new behavioral algorithm was not in any record he held from the original timeline or the second run. It was a combat response system designed specifically to counter an opponent who had already killed this boss 87 times and whose approach vectors were on file. The tower was not adapting. It was targeting. He sent the data to Jean Sora's encrypted line. Her reply came back in 8 minutes. I have 12 similar entries on my tracked floors. The correlation is tighter than expected. Pattern lock timing, 15 seconds post-upgrade. Behavior resets immediately at lock expiry. Same here on my floor 55 test. The deviations are designed for opponents who have pattern override. They're modeling our countermeasures. He filed the entry in the deviation log and updated the archive's strategic assessment section. The tower was building a model of Juno specifically, not just adapting to general S-rank combat patterns. The model included awareness that he used pattern override and had calibrated the deviation timing to reduce its effectiveness. The tower had concluded that he was worth specifically countering. He was, in the most literal possible sense, being targeted by the architecture of an incomprehensibly large intelligence system. He messaged Do Hyun to add a right-leading counterposition drill to the morning routine and did not explain why beyond boss adaptation testing. Do Hyun added it to the schedule and asked no questions. The deviation log updated to entry 34. He stood in the floor 30 arena's aftermath and ran the pattern override timing data against the archive's projection model. The 15-second behavior lock had opened approaches he had been unable to use with the 3-second version, but it had also revealed something concerning. The boss had adapted its behavior algorithm to specifically wait out the override window. 3 times, the Bloodmaw had entered what he interpreted as a defensive pause after the lock expired, holding a partially displaced position rather than immediately resuming deviated behavior, as if the algorithm had learned to use the recovery period productively. It was adapting to the override itself. He filed this in the deviation log with a priority marker and messaged Jean Sora. Floor 30 boss is adapting to pattern override timing. Evidence of meta-level behavioral learning. Asterisk her reply. Asterisk, I had this on floor 55 last week. The bosses aren't just adapting to combat patterns. They are adapting to our tools for adapting to their patterns. Asterisk, that is a significantly more sophisticated adaptation mechanism than the original run. Asterisk, yes. It implies the central coordination has access to override timing data, not just combat approach vectors. Asterisk, he absorbed this. The deviation trace function had confirmed upper-tier origin for the individual boss mutations. But if the mutations were now incorporating pattern override timing into their adaptation framework, the coordination was not just receiving behavioral data, it was receiving specific information about Juno's tower memory functions. The only way the coordination could know about pattern override was if it had visibility into the tower memory system's operations, which meant either the system had a channel to the upper-tier coordination that he was unaware of, or there was a third-party observer with access to both. Observer. He updated the archive. Asterisk observer hypothesis. Access to tower memory system telemetry. Flagged for floor 80 briefing with caretaker. Asterisk the deviation log entry expanded with a secondary note. Asterisk pattern override adaptation first detected floor 30, day 163 of run 3. Estimated time before override becomes unreliable against deviated bosses at current adaptation rate, 6 to 8 weeks. Accelerate arc 3 timeline accordingly. Asterisk he walked the floor 30 perimeter before exiting, checking the wall structure for anything unusual. The deviation trace function showed the same upper-tier directive pattern on every wall surface. Not a single point of origin, but a distributed signal that emanated from the floor architecture itself, as if the stone and gate energy and dimensional structure were all part of the same communication medium. He pressed his palm against the wall and directed mana through the deviation trace at full S-rank output. The trace lit up, not just a pattern marker, a structure, a network of mana pathways embedded in the floor's physical architecture, running in channels too fine to be visible without active probing. The network converged at 3 nodes in the boss arena, at the 3 points where the boss entity had been positioned during its strongest deviation phases. The boss was not adapting inside the fight. It was receiving updated directives during the fight, transmitted through the floor's architecture in real time. He was not fighting a monster that had evolved to counter him. He was fighting a controlled entity receiving live tactical guidance from something operating above floor 70. That changed the engineering problem. He exited the floor and updated the briefing he had been preparing for the team, adding 2 sections: the meta-level override adaptation finding and the real-time floor guidance hypothesis. They needed to know the fight was different from what they had thought. The deviation log updated to entry 35. Something above floor 70 was not just watching. It was actively directing. He walked the exit perimeter of the floor 30 gate, letting the finding settle. The real-time guidance feed was a structural vulnerability in the tower's adaptation mechanism, but it was also a structural advantage for the directing entity. In every previous engagement, he had conceptualized boss deviations as static, bosses with updated behavioral algorithms, adapting between fights rather than during them. The live transmission model was categorically different. It meant the directing entity could issue real-time tactical adjustments, could respond to pattern override activations as they happened, could push new instructions mid-fight when the previous algorithm was failing. Fighting that was not like fighting a boss. It was like fighting a boss controlled by a tactical operator. He had fought tactically controlled opponents in the original run. On floor 85, the boss had been paired with a human operator using a control terminal, one of Monarch's experimental programs that had lasted 4 months before the Bureau shut it down. He had won by targeting the control interface rather than the boss. Here, the control interface was above floor 70. He could not reach it yet, but floor 80 was the caretaker's meeting point, and the caretaker managed the tower's floor architecture. If the directing entity was using the floor architecture as its transmission medium, the caretaker would know. That changed what he needed to ask at floor 80. He walked out of the cleared floor's final corridor and into the gate's exit threshold. The Busan Bureau officer on duty, a C-rank field assessor who had been assigned to this gate circuit for 6 weeks, looked up from her monitoring station and froze for a moment when she saw the pattern override counter on his equipment log. 15 charges depleted out of 15. All of them in one run. She wrote something in the duty log, crossed it out, wrote it again. He handed over the exit documentation without comment and walked toward the transit station. Behind him, the duty officer sent an urgent upward flag to the Bureau's Anomaly Monitoring Division. The monitoring division would review it. The review would reach Director Beck's desk. Beck would see a pattern override depletion event with no corresponding injury report and no unusual boss behavior noted in the assessment logs. because the upper-tier guidance signal propagated through the floor architecture in ways that were invisible to standard monitoring equipment. Beck would not understand what he was looking at, but the flag would reach the Federation observer team as well through the intelligence sharing arrangement that Huang had established, and the Federation observer team reported to Park Gilsu. Gilsu would understand exactly what he was looking at, which meant Park Gilsu was going to start making decisions about Juno based on data that was several levels more sophisticated than Juno had wanted him to have at this stage of the operation. Was that a problem, or was it finally the right moment to stop managing Gilsu's information access and start building the direct line? Chapter 34. The team briefing on boss deviations ran for 90 minutes and contained approximately 60% of what Juno actually knew. He presented the deviation data stripped of its tower targeting attribution, framing the behavioral shifts as emergent adaptation driven by gate camera recording of established hunter patterns. The explanation was accurate as far as it went. It did not include the component where the deviations appeared to be centrally coordinated from above floor 70, or the component where the targeting precision suggested individual hunter profiling rather than population-level adaptation. Myri had built the statistical framework. She presented it with the precision of a researcher who had independently reached most of the same conclusions Juno had started with, and several he had not. The deviation rate is not uniform across floors, she said. It's highest on floors where a single hunter has made a statistically disproportionate number of clears. Your floors, specifically. She looked at Juno. The pattern is not random general adaptation. It is targeted response to high-frequency operator contact, which means the more any single hunter clears a given floor, the faster that floor's boss adapts specifically to them, Sangmin said. Yes, and it means that distributed clearance, more operators, lower frequency per individual, produces slower adaptation. She pulled up the projection. The cooperative's multi-team model already mitigates this somewhat. Guild models that concentrate clears within a small elite roster accelerated. Monarch's approach, Dohyans said. Monarch's approach. Their top 5 hunters have cleared the same S-rank floors hundreds of times. The deviation rates in their primary gate circuits are already at levels that should be producing significantly degraded performance metrics. She paused, which might explain the timestamp discrepancies. Juno let this run where it was going. Myri's independent analysis was arriving at the same conclusion from a different direction, slower, but it would get there. The adaptation limit, he said. The deviations can't continue indefinitely without the boss exceeding the gate's architectural constraints. There's a ceiling. Yes, but we don't know where the ceiling is for S-rank and above. That's something we find out empirically. He looked at the team. The operational implication is that we maintain diverse clearance rosters and avoid concentration on any single floor. No one runs the same boss more than 3 times in a month. Ariam raised her hand. The gesture was slightly ironic, a habit from something he did not know the origin of. What do we do about floors that require high-frequency practice for rank advancement preparation? We cross-train on equivalent floors in other districts. Same boss archetype, different gate registry. The adaptation appears to be floor-specific, not hunter-global. This was a piece of information that came from the deviation trace function rather than general observation, and he did not attribute it to its source. The briefing contained what the team needed to operate correctly. The rest was infrastructure. After the session, Ariam stayed. You're not sharing the full analysis, she said. No, but what you are sharing is sufficient to do what needs doing. Yes. She considered this. Is that always going to be how it works? For some things, for a while longer. The components I'm holding back require context to process without destabilizing the operational picture. I'll give them the context when they need it and not before. That's a reasonable principle, she said. It's also a significant amount of responsibility to manage alone. I know. She gathered her notes. I'll help with the parts you're willing to share. That's what I'm counting on, he said, and meant it entirely. He returned to his desk after the briefing and spent an hour with the new information. The floor guidance hypothesis had shifted his understanding of the upcoming floor progression significantly. If the bosses were receiving real-time tactical guidance during fights, then the pattern override's effectiveness was not just limited by its duration. It was limited by the response time of the directive transmission system. A 15-second behavior lock was useful if the transmission system needed more than 15 seconds to issue and receive updated directives. If the system could update in under 5 seconds, the override was nearly useless. He ran the data from the floor 30 fight against this model. The Bloodmaw had entered defensive pause approximately 18 seconds after each pattern override, not immediately at expiry, but with a slight delay that was consistent with a transmission cycle rather than a behavioral reset. 18 seconds meant the directive system could issue updates in real time but had a noticeable transmission latency. Exploitable. If he timed his override activation to maximize the period where the boss was in defensive pause rather than receiving new directives, he could effectively extend the override's functional window by using the transmission gap. He built the timing model and tested it in the archive's simulation environment. A 4-second defensive pause window, 12 seconds of override lock, 3 seconds of transmission reception. The total exploitable window was 19 seconds rather than 15, if he activated at the right point in the directive cycle. That was a meaningful improvement for the more complex bosses above floor 40. He updated the team's floor briefing documents with the new timing model, formatted for operational use rather than the technical analysis he had done for himself. Sangmin would get the strategic implications. Do-hyun would get the tactical positioning adjustments. Aerium would get the medical implications of the extended engagement periods the new approach would require. He was halfway through the Aerium section when she appeared in the doorway. "You're writing briefing materials at 11 p.m. again," she said. "I'm refining them." After a full briefing day, 2 gate consultations, and the Na Youngho documentation review. "There's a timing model I want the team to have before our Floor 35 operations begin." She came in and sat down, pulling his abandoned coffee from the corner of the desk and checking if it was still temperature viable. It was not. She set it down. "The live directive transmission," she said. "You built a timing exploit. I modeled one. It needs field testing." "On what floor?" "Floor 35 is a reasonable test environment. Complex enough to show the signal, isolated enough to manage the variables." Aerium's expression shifted. "You're going to run Floor 35 alone. The test requires controlled conditions, which you could create with the team present, which would be complicated by the additional behavioral variables introduced by multiple operators." He paused. "I'll take Do-hyun on the subsequent run if the timing model holds." She accepted this, which was the cooperative version of disagreement, accepting the decision while registering the concern. "The Floor 35 meeting," she said. "The anonymous contact." He looked at her. "You're running the Floor 35 timing test at the same point the outline indicates the second anonymous contact arrives," she said. "You're preparing for the meeting." He had not told her about the second anonymous contact schedule. He had told her about the first. She had extrapolated the second from the timing pattern. "Yes," he said. "Who is it?" "Someone with second-run experience. Pattern library access of a different type. I've been building toward this contact since the beginning of Arc 2. She did not ask how he knew. She was past asking that question. "Do you want backup?" she said. "Counter-surveillance. You already know how to run it." "I do," she said. "Tell me the date, and I'll be there." That was CO Aerium in the third run, not asking what he could not yet tell her, covering what he needed covered, present and competent, and not making the absence of full information a problem. He told her the date. She wrote it in her scheduling system without asking what gate it was, which perimeter approach, or how long the operation would take. She would find out when she arrived, the way she had found out about Gate 2's ambush preparation timeline, the way she processed most of what Juno gave her, as confirmed fact rather than negotiable intelligence. He watched her leave and updated the Floor 35 preparation log. The meeting was in 4 days. He needed to be ready for a conversation that could go any of 3 ways, and he needed to be prepared for the possibility that all 3 were wrong, and that Gene Sora was something the pattern archive had no category for. He was, surprisingly, looking forward to it. That was a new experience for this run, not the dread-edged anticipation of a fight he expected to almost lose, but something more like the feeling before the Shattered Coliseum's Phase 6, calibrated readiness, tested preparation, and the clean certainty of someone who had prepared correctly. He would find out in 4 days whether Gene Sora was what he hoped she was. He already had a feeling she was going to exceed it. Chapter 35 The Dead Drop arrived at 2:14 a.m., and Juno was already awake. Not because he had expected it precisely. The Tower Memories archive had the second anonymous contact happening at approximately this point in the run timeline, but the delivery mechanism had varied between his recorded attempts. He had not expected the GPS coordinates, the cleared phone, the hardware discontinued model chosen for its untraceability. He found it exactly as described. A sealed phone on the single work table of an unlocked maintenance clearing station outside Gate District 6. The message on the lock screen said, "Open me." He held the phone for 30 seconds without opening it. The hardware trace song means technical contact would confirm what he already knew. Purchased secondhand, cash payment, no manufacturer-registered identity data, used once and discarded after this message. Operational security at a level consistent with someone running assets longer than most hunters had been registered. He opened the phone. Meet me on Floor 35. I'll be the one who already killed the boss. He photographed the message, photographed the phone, documented the clearing station's location and unlocked status, checked the perimeter for secondary surveillance, found nothing, and went back to the cooperative's operations room. He set a counter-surveillance net at the floor 35 gate perimeter using 3 separate teams who did not know they were cooperating. He positioned Arium at the gate registration desk under a routine request pretext. He gave Sangmin a monitoring position outside the gate with a specific signal protocol. Then he went to floor 35. The boss was dead. A woman in her mid-30s was sitting in the center of the arena on a supply crate, drinking from a thermos, with the patience of a person who had arrived early and treated waiting as preparation time and was comfortable with that. She looked up when he entered. Counter-surveillance at the gate perimeter, registration contact inside the building, external monitor with signal protocol, she said. Good operational instinct. I was hoping you wouldn't just walk in. Who are you? Jean Sora. She stood, capped the thermos. I died on floor 72 in my first run. My tower memory activated with emotional and conversational fidelity rather than combat patterns. I can tell you what Huang Jinsu ate for breakfast on the morning he decided to build the Resource Council because I have his administrative assistant's complete memory of that morning, including the meal. I cannot tell you the optimal engagement angle on the floor 50 boss because I never got there. She looked at him steadily. You're in your third run. I'm in my second. There's a third regressor and they are not working with us. Juno processed this. How did you confirm the third run? The Shattered Coliseum timing. Only a third-run operator with full pattern library access would have had the core ready for S-rank absorption at this point in the calendar. The second run wouldn't have had the Coliseum data. She met his eyes. Also, your counter-surveillance net was significantly better than what I observed from your second run. You learned something about field preparation between attempts. I learned several things. She nodded once, the way she nodded when something confirmed a formed hypothesis. The third regressor calls himself Observer. He's embedded in the tower architecture in some operational capacity. He's been managing gate events to maintain a specific escalation schedule, and he has access that suggests either cooperation with the caretaker or penetration of its systems. The caretaker, Juno said. She paused. You know that name. Floor 80 meeting. I've been briefed on its existence from the second run archives. I never made floor 80. She absorbed this. Then you have data I don't. And you have intelligence on Observer that I don't. That's a useful compliment. She looked at him for a moment. Then, I've been watching you for 3 months. I wanted to confirm capability before contact. You are running a better operation than any version of events I had access to. She picked up the thermos. What do you know about Gate Zero's anchor gate function? I know it. You've been buying the perimeter parcels. 40% complete. I need 4 more months and legal buffer on the purchase sequence. I can provide that through the city planning contacts. He paused. Jean Sora. The third regressor, Observer. Have you determined if they're a threat to you directly? Not yet. They haven't made contact with me, and I haven't attempted contact with them. She looked at him seriously. But they've been manipulating gate events in ways that specifically interfere with the outcomes that benefit independent hunters. Whatever their objective is, it requires the cooperative model to fail. Then we make sure it doesn't. She studied him for a moment. Then the corner of her mouth moved in a way that was not quite a smile, but was in the direction of one. I've been running this operation alone for 8 months, she said. I had become accustomed to the solitude. How is it, not being alone? Better, she said. Significantly better. He walked her through the operational architecture he had built around the Floor 35 meeting. Jean Sora knew the counter-surveillance structure. She had mentioned it in her opening observation, which confirmed she had been monitoring him from outside the gate perimeter before he entered. That level of preparation required either significant intelligence resources or a clarity of operational purpose that Juno associated with people who had thought carefully about exactly one thing for a long time. She had been planning this meeting for months. Your real estate operation, he said. Gate Zero specifically. I've been working toward it since before I arrived in Korea. She pulled out a folded map, physical, not digital, the deliberate choice of someone who understood the risks of digital document trails, and spread it on the floor of the boss arena between them. The parcels in red are secured. Yellow are under negotiation. White are not yet approached. He looked at the map. 40% complete, as she had said. The pattern of secured parcels was not random. She had been working from the perimeter inward, establishing legal standing on the outer boundary before approaching the more contested inner ring. The inner parcels are contested because of the government's early-stage Gate Zero assessment. The government's Year 1 report designated Gate Zero as a candidate national infrastructure site. Candidate designation doesn't confer ownership, but it creates a competing claims status that complicates private acquisition. She traced the contested boundary. The competing claim status was never formalized because the government's infrastructure program ran out of funding in Year 2. but the legal ghost remains in the title records. Sangmin can clear the competing claim through a documentation challenge in the City Planning Authority, Juno said. The Year 2 funding lapse creates a statutory abandonment argument under the infrastructure lapse provision. Jean Sora looked at him. I know the provision. I didn't know it applied to Gate Zero's specific designation category. It's an obscure reading. Sangmin's city planning contact worked with it on a different matter in Year 3. She folded the map. When can you have the challenge file? 3 weeks. Possibly 2 if Sangmin prioritizes it. He paused. The legal buffer around your purchase sequence. I'll have it in place within the same window. Jean Sora's focus sharpened. You're committing significant resources to my operation. Your operation is part of the same objective. Gate Zero locked as a national heritage site removes it from Park Gilsu's reach permanently, regardless of how the Federation's political position develops. He met her eyes. That's a critical piece of the board that neither of us can afford to leave unprotected. The caretaker meeting, she said, shifting registers. Floor 80. You go alone or with the team? The boss arena will be empty when I arrive. The caretaker controls the floor architecture. It can exclude anyone it doesn't want present. I'll go with the team to floor 79, enter floor 80 alone for the meeting, and have Jean Sora monitoring from the closest relay point. You and I, she corrected. Not just me monitoring. I want to be at the relay. He considered this. It adds a variable to the extraction plan if the meeting goes wrong. I have first-run data on floors 65 through 72 behavioral patterns. My presence at the relay improves the contingency response for anyone who needs to enter if you don't emerge on schedule. She was right. He updated the floor 80 plan. There are 23 floors between here and there, he said. A lot can change. Yes, she agreed. But we are considerably better positioned than either previous run at this point in the timeline. Yes. They sat in the empty boss arena for a moment, the gate's ambient energy settling around them into the particular quiet that gates reached after a clear, the absence of tension, the dimensional space at rest. I've been alone with this for 8 months, Jean Sora said. Not a complaint. A statement of fact, for the record. I had become very efficient at it. And now, efficiency isn't everything, she said. Chapter 36, Jean Sora's intelligence on Park Gilsu was the most useful thing she had given him. They met 3 more times before Arc 3, building the information exchange with the careful methodical pacing of 2 people who had each spent significant time operating without partners and had developed habits around information management that required deliberate adjustment. Her first-run memory of Gilsu was 9 years of behavioral observation that preceded his Federation rise, the quiet, patient strategic actor whose influence appeared at inflection points and disappeared before attribution was possible. She had flagged him in Year 3 of her first run as a person worth monitoring and had spent 6 years accumulating data on him without ever identifying what he was building toward. He moves in building blocks, she said, at their 3rd meeting. Each piece he puts in place looks unrelated to the others. The Federation's arbitration mechanism, the cross-border licensing framework, the emergency coordination provision, he authored or influenced all of those, years apart, in unrelated seeming contexts. It was only in Year 9 that I could see the structure. A global coordination mechanism for a specific crisis event, Juno said. Yes, he doesn't know what the crisis is. He knows it's coming, and he knows coordination infrastructure needs to exist before it arrives. She paused. He's a regressor. Died on floor 95. He came back to build institutional infrastructure rather than fight the immediate battle. I know. He told me, eventually. In this run, he'll arrive in Korea with the observer team and watch what we're building. He needs to see the cooperative model function under pressure before he can trust it as an institutional counterweight to the Federation's corporate structure. We let Arc 3 demonstrate that and let him watch. Yes, and we don't approach him directly until he's ready to ask the question. She added to her notes. He's not our enemy. He never was. No, he was working toward the same outcome from the opposite direction. Jean Sora raised an eyebrow. That's a generous reading of someone who spent years making your life significantly more difficult. It's an accurate reading. Generous and accurate are not mutually exclusive. She acknowledged this with the economy of 9 years spent being precise about characterization and found the precision to be its own reward. The 3rd item, she said. Observer's interference pattern. Tell me. He's running a timeline. Specific gate events are being modified to create delays in the cooperative's Arc 3 advancement. Not enough to break the operation, but enough to slow the public credibility build by approximately 6 to 8 weeks. She looked at Juno carefully. Which means he knows what we're trying to achieve, and he's calibrated his interference to the minimum that produces the maximum timeline impact. He's not trying to stop us. No, he's trying to time us. Make us arrive at floor 80 later than the caretaker's optimal window. Juno was quiet. And we don't know why he wants us late. No. Then we accelerate Arc 3 specifically. Compress the public credibility timeline. He ran the calculation. 6 weeks ahead of the natural pace is achievable if we use the tournament positioning more aggressively. The Bureau-mandated tournament is in Arc 3, she confirmed. My first-run memory has it as a public relations exercise. Your combat data would make it something else entirely. Yes, he said. It will. They met 4 times before Arc 3 began. The second meeting was operational logistics. Gate 0 acquisition timeline. Songmin's city planning challenge. The floor 80 relay plan. The third was analytical. Jean Sora's first-run data on Gilsum mapped against Juno's combat archive, cross-referencing the 17 points where her intelligence had filled gaps he had not known he carried. The fourth meeting was about Observer. She arrived at the Busan facility's secure conference room with a new data set. 3 events from the previous month, where gate scheduling had been modified in ways that produced a 1 to 2 week delay in the cooperative's primary clearance timeline. Not sabotage, the modifications were technically within normal variance parameters. But the pattern of them, analyzed across 60 days, showed deliberate fine-tuning. Delays that were just large enough to have strategic impact and just small enough to avoid triggering Bureau anomaly flags. He's calibrating, Juno said. Yes, and the calibration is becoming more precise. The early interference events were cruder. They occasionally triggered Bureau flags that required response. These latest ones are invisible to automated monitoring. She set the analysis aside. He's getting better at it. Which means either he's had help or he's been practicing for longer than we initially estimated. I think both. She looked at him. Observer's first interference event in my data trail was year 2 of my first run, approximately 14 months after the gates appeared. That's consistent with a regressor whose death occurred well before mine, who has had more time to develop precision. Died earlier in the first run than either of us. Or died earlier in a previous run entirely. She paused. There may be more than 3 regressors. Our knowledge of regression mechanics is limited to our own experiences. This was a thought Juno had considered and filed under uncertain variables. The tower memory activation condition is death inside a floor. The restoration condition is a minimum time spent inside a gate environment before death. Those are the conditions we know of. We don't know if there are other activation triggers, other restoration conditions, or other retention parameters. We don't. He looked at the interference pattern data. Observer's precision suggests significant experience. If there were previous runs beyond R3, they would explain both the precision and the apparent access to tower memory system telemetry. She was quiet for a moment. If Observer has multiple run memories, his archive would be substantially larger than either of ours. Yes, that's a meaningful capability differential. Yes, he agreed. Which is why the Floor 80 meeting is critical. If the caretaker has information about Observer's identity and operating history, that's the highest value intelligence currently available to us. Jean Sora looked at the deviation log summary he had brought to the meeting. 41 entries in Arc 2 alone. The deviations are accelerating. The Floor 33 boss adapted to pattern override timing within 72 hours of my first use of the 15-second lock. That adaptation speed is inconsistent with passive observation. Someone with real-time access to tower memory system operational data had to have provided it. Observer. Or someone with access to Observer's data. The architecture is not simple. She leaned back. We are 22 floors from floor 80. That is approximately 3 months of careful clearance, assuming the Arc 3 tournament delays us by 3 to 4 weeks. Arc 3 does not delay us, he said. Arc 3 accelerates us. The tournament is the public demonstration that establishes the cooperative's credibility ahead of the international scrutiny. Every week of Arc 3 that runs ahead of schedule is a week of additional preparation time for Arc 4. Jean Sora tilted her head. You are more optimistic about Arc 3 than your archive suggests you should be. I'm more optimistic about this run than my archive suggests I should be, he said. The archive was built from failures. This run is different. You've said that before. I mean it differently each time, he said. Jean Sora looked at him with the expression she occasionally used for statements that were both true and insufficient. Precise in what they said and imprecise in what they left out. We need to get to floor 80 healthy and ahead of Observer's timing window, she said. Yes. Then I suppose being optimistic is not the worst operational stance. No, he agreed. It is not. She gathered her files and moved toward the door, then stopped. The cooperative's tournament preparation. I want to be on the Busan observation relay during the demonstration rounds. My first-run memory includes 3 of the guild team leads, and I may have actionable data on their approach patterns. I'll add you to the observation roster, he said. She nodded and left. He stayed at the table for a while, reviewing the 4-meeting summary he had built from their exchanges. The picture they had assembled together was more complete than anything either of them could have built separately. Gene Sora's emotional archive filled the relational gaps in his tactical library. His pattern library filled the combat gaps in her intelligence framework. And in the spaces between, a picture was forming of something none of them fully understood yet. What the towers actually were, what the architect actually wanted, and what Observer's presence in the architecture meant for a meeting that was now 17 floors away. He sent a message to his secure line, marked for delivery in 3 months if he did not cancel it. Asterisk if you are reading this, Floor 80 did not go as planned. Use what Gene Sora knows about Observer's timing and what Myri knows about the Bureau restructuring. The cooperative can sustain itself without you for 6 months. After that, it needs leadership with both legal standing and gate operation credibility. Chulsu is the answer. Asterisk he did not think he would need it. But he had learned, across 3 runs, that the message you did not send was the one you always needed. He sent the 3-month timer. He did not think he would need it. But the act of sending it clarified something he had been working around rather than addressing directly. Floor 80 was not going to be what he had planned. It was going to be stranger than that, and he had no template for it, which was either the most dangerous situation he had put himself in or the most interesting one. He was choosing to treat it as interesting. Chapter 37. The second anonymous message arrived from a dead phone, left in an industrial stall. Juno had expected it at some point around this period. The timing matched the loose pattern he had identified across the 2 prior run attempts. What he had not expected was that the message would reference Gene Sora. Asterisk there are 3 of us. One works for the towers. The other one of you hasn't made contact yet. Tell her the floor 72 data matches. Asterisk he stared at it. The message had come from a different transmission architecture than the first one. Not the same 6 relay system, but a direct path encryption that implied a different sender, or the same sender using a different operational identity. He forwarded it to Gene Sora with the note. Asterisk new anonymous contact. Different architecture from the first message. Claims 3 regressors and references your floor 72 data specifically. Asterisk her response came in 4 minutes. Asterisk this is Observer. He knows I've made contact with you. He's establishing that he knows about both of us. Asterisk is that a threat? Asterisk it's information management. He's telling us he holds information that could be used as leverage while framing it as cooperation. Classic asset positioning. Asterisk what does he want? A pause. Then, asterisk unknown. But he didn't say what he wanted, which means the message's purpose is the contact itself, not the content. He wanted us to know he was watching. Asterisk. Juno filed the message in the deviation logs observer section and updated the entry. Asterisk observer has confirmed awareness of Gene Sora. Has not attempted direct contact with either of us despite holding sufficient information to do so. Objective remains uncharacterized. Possible scenario, waiting for a specific trigger event before engagement. Asterisk the trigger event was almost certainly floor 80. Everything seemed to converge on floor 80. The caretaker's meeting, observer's calculated timing interference, the boss mutation's upper tier origin directive, and the anonymous message sequence that had been running since before the second gate. He had 23 floors and approximately 4 months. He intended to arrive there with every possible advantage he could build in that time. He composed his response to the observer message with the care he gave to communication that might be analyzed for more than its literal content. Not threatening, not deferential, something that confirmed receipt without confirming anything about what he knew or intended, while leaving a genuine door open for contact if observer chose to use it. He sent, asterisk message received. I understand there are others. I am open to exchange, asterisk no response. He waited 48 hours, then a week, then 2 weeks. Nothing. The silence was itself informative. Observer had made contact, confirmed awareness of the 3 regressors, and then withdrawn. The purpose of the contact had been the contact itself, establishing that he existed and was watching, without committing to any further communication. Gene Sora's assessment, asterisk asset positioning. He's establishing that he holds information that could be leveraged, while waiting to see what we do with the awareness. Asterisk asterisk he wants us to know he exists. He doesn't want us to know what he wants yet. Asterisk asterisk correct. Which means he has a specific goal that requires our behavior to remain relatively unchanged for now. If he wanted us to change our behavior, he would tell us what he needed. Asterisk he filed this assessment in the Archives Observer section and updated the strategic picture. Observer was managing a specific outcome, probably the floor 80 meeting timing, based on Gene Sora's interference data. He wanted Juno to reach floor 80 at a particular moment, not earlier or later. The interference events had been creating delays. But Observer had not attempted to prevent the contact with Jean Sora, had not interfered with the Monarch operation, had not touched the cooperative's legal challenges. He was a narrow actor. He had one specific lever, and he was using it with precision. The question was what he needed the timing to accomplish. Juno ran the possible scenarios against the deviation log. The caretaker's meeting was scheduled for floor 80. If Observer wanted Juno to arrive at floor 80 later, it was because something about the earlier timing created a problem for Observer's objective. Either the caretaker was not ready, or the conversation would go differently at a different point in the run timeline, or there was a third party whose position needed to change before the meeting. The third-party hypothesis was the most complex and therefore the most likely to be accurate. Simple scenarios rarely drove this level of precision. He noted, Observer's floor 80 timing objective, assess against possible third-party position requirements. Most likely candidate, Park Gil-soo, whose institutional position changes significantly between Arc 3 and Arc 4. If Observer needed Gil-soo's institutional position to be fully developed before the caretaker meeting, that would explain the 6 to 8 week delay pattern. Gil-soo's Korea operation began in Arc 3, and his real institutional leverage accrued through Arc 4, which meant Observer had an interest in Gil-soo being a factor in whatever came after floor 80. He filed this as a working hypothesis, labeled with the uncertainty markers the archive used for reasoning chains that had not been empirically confirmed. Then he sent a second message to the Observer address. I know what floor 80 is. I know what the caretaker holds. I don't know what your interest in the timing is, but I have a hypothesis. If you'd like to save us both time, tell me what you need, and I'll tell you whether I can accommodate it. The response came in 12 minutes. You're better prepared than I expected. Then nothing. He stared at the response for a while. It was not an agreement. It was not a refusal. It was the acknowledgement of someone who had been watching him long enough to have formed an expectation, and who had just discovered that the expectation was wrong. Which meant Observer had formed his expectation from a previous run's version of Juno, and was recalibrating to the current one. That was, in its way, the first useful piece of intelligence Observer had provided. He sent one more message. If you are running a timing operation on floor 80, I am willing to discuss coordination. I have data you do not have access to. You appear to have data I do not have access to. That is a suboptimal configuration for two people operating toward what I suspect is the same general objective. No response. He did not expect one immediately. Observer moved on a longer cycle than real-time communication. He was filing the message, assessing it against whatever model he was maintaining, and would respond when his internal calculation produced a specific output. Juno waited. In the meantime, he rebuilt the floor 80 preparation framework with a new Observer variable incorporated. Previously, he had planned for the caretaker meeting as a bilateral conversation, Juno and the caretaker, with Jean Sora monitoring from the relay. Now he added a second scenario track, Observer present, either with the caretaker's knowledge or without it. If Observer was present without the caretaker's knowledge, that meant he had penetrated the floor architecture to a degree that should have been impossible. That had implications for how much the caretaker actually controlled its own domain. If Observer was present with the caretaker's knowledge, that meant the caretaker had been managing both regressors simultaneously while presenting as a bilateral contact. That had implications for how much Juno could trust the caretaker's stated objectives. Both scenarios were uncomfortable. Both were worth planning for. He built the scenario frameworks and filed them in the floor 80 preparation section. The archive counted down 18 floors, 12 weeks, accounting for the Arc 3 tournament delay. 12 weeks was going to feel like a long time and pass like a short one. He put the phone down and updated the floor 80 preparation files with the Observer scenario branches. Scenario A. Observer arrives at floor 80 with caretaker cooperation. Meaning, the caretaker has a multi-party agenda and has been managing both regressors simultaneously. Implication, the caretaker's stated objectives may not be fully accurate. Contingency, prepare questions that reveal inconsistencies in the caretaker's position without signaling that the inconsistency has been identified. Scenario B. Observer arrives at floor 80 without caretaker cooperation. Meaning, Observer has penetrated the floor architecture independently. Implication, someone has access to tower-native infrastructure that is not mediated by the caretaker. Contingency, prepare for a three-party conversation rather than a bilateral one. Scenario C. Observer does not appear at floor 80. Meaning, the timing interference was about something other than the meeting itself. Implication, Juno has misidentified Observer's objective. Contingency, reassess everything. He rated Scenario A at 40% likelihood, Scenario B at 35, and Scenario C at 25. Scenario C was the one he was preparing for most carefully, because the scenarios he had least confidence in were typically the ones that happened. He filed the scenario frameworks and closed the preparation documents. Then he opened a new document labeled Caretaker Questions and started writing the ones that had not been there in either previous run. The questions he now had because Jean Sora existed, because Arium knew, because Chulsu was alive, because the operation had built something with enough structure to survive what came next. He wrote for an hour. The questions, at the end of the hour, were better than any version he had managed before. Chapter 38 Monarch Guild's legal escalation was designed to strand them in Seoul. The Gate Moratorium used an emergency provision that had not been invoked since year one, a wartime holdover statute, technically legitimate, practically aggressive. Cho Sang-min had it on the desk within 40 minutes of filing. Juno read it once. We moved to Busan. The team absorbed this. Tonight? Sang-min asked. Tonight. The Busan facility is at 60% capacity. We've been building it for precisely this contingency. 60% in Busan is better than 0 in Seoul. Monarch's reach in Busan is second tier, Arium said, running the contacts assessment from memory. They have bureau contacts there, but not at director level. Correct. And the public announcement matters as much as the operational move. He looked at Sang-min. Full documentation package to Cha Hyunjin before midnight. The moratorium order, the omitted correction that was used to support the misconduct allegation, the timeline of how the allegation was constructed. The story is, Monarch drove us out of Seoul using fabricated charges and a dormant statute, and we chose strategic relocation over operating under false accusation. Not defeat, Sang-min said. Not defeat. Forward positioning. They moved that night. The next morning's headline, Independent Cooperative relocates amid Bureau moratorium based on corrected documentation. The cooperative's national profile climbed. In Seoul, the Bureau's Oversight Committee received its 6th voluntary cooperation offer from an official with exposure in the bribery investigation. In his private estate, Hwang Jinsu made 3 phone calls. Songmin's network captured 2 of them. The third remained untraced. The variable that the deviation log had been holding in the uncertain column since the night it was logged. Juno added a new subheading in the archive. Asterisk Hwang third call. Unknown party. Unknown objective. Flag for convergence at Arc 3 cliffhanger. Asterisk it was the piece he could not place, and pieces he could not place had a consistent history of arriving at the worst possible moment. He updated his preparations for Arc 3 accordingly. The Busan facility's relocation had been faster than the Seoul operations build-out had taken. That was partly the preparation. He had been building the Busan hub for 2 months before needing it, and partly the team's improved operational coherence. People who understood their roles and trusted the planning process moved faster than people who needed to rebuild situational awareness from the ground up. He had spent the first morning after the move doing 3 things. Reviewing the legal challenge to the priority zone's designation in its new Busan legal context, updating the Na Young-ho verification timeline for the post-moratorium schedule, and briefing Sang-min on the observer contact. Sang-min had received the observer briefing with the focused attention of someone who was updating a model that had needed updating. The message architecture, Sang-min said. The direct path encryption on the second message. That's not guild-level tradecraft. That's something specifically designed for cross-platform communication with people who have advanced signal intelligence capability. What does that suggest? Either observer has access to infrastructure that's not commercially available, or he's built something custom. Sang-min paused. Custom build-outs at that level require either significant technical expertise or access to technical personnel who work at that level professionally. Government connections, or tower system connections. If observer has the kind of tower architecture access the interference pattern suggests, the communication infrastructure could be partly tower native. He paused. I don't know what that would look like practically, but the architecture of the messages is more consistent with a non-standard system than a standard one. Juno filed this. The interference data from Jean Sora's analysis. 3 events in the last month. Invisible to automated monitoring. Can you build a detection protocol for the next wave? I can build a manual monitoring protocol that would catch them within approximately 48 hours of occurrence. Automated would require more time to develop the anomaly pattern. He paused. Would catching them earlier change anything operationally? Not immediately, but having confirmation when the interference occurs would let us adjust our own timing deliberately rather than treating the delays as external constraints. Understood. Sang-min made a note. I'll have a draft protocol within a week. The moratorium fallout had also produced an unexpected benefit. The cooperative's public profile in Busan was building faster than the Seoul profile had, because the media coverage of the Seoul legal battle had preceded their arrival. The Busan Hunter community already knew who the cooperative was before the first gate team deployment, which reduced the introduction period from 6 weeks to 10 days. He had not planned for that specifically. He had planned for the general principle that adversarial pressure, handled correctly, generated visibility that would have taken longer to build organically. Still, the specific form it took was better than he had projected. He added it to the positive deviation log, the archive's category for things that had gone better than his models predicted. The positive deviation log was shorter than the negative one, but it was growing. The third phone call, Sangmin said, at the end of the morning briefing. Juno looked at him. The one we couldn't trace. From Huang's estate, the morning after the moratorium announcement. Sangmin set a report on the desk. I have a partial reconstruction. The call went to a number registered to a shell entity in the Cayman Islands. The entity has a 2-year operating history and a single client relationship, the International Hunter Federation's private legal services division. Huang had called the Federation, not a Federation member, not a Federation official. The Federation's Legal Services Division, which was the entity that constructed the Accord language, managed international arbitration claims, and provided strategic counsel to member guilds facing regulatory challenges. Huang was bringing in Federation legal infrastructure before the Arc 3 crisis. He's preparing for the Accord angle, Juno said. He's going to use the Federation's legal mechanisms to challenge the cooperative's independence before the tournament. Timeline. Probably Arc 3. The Federation's standard procedural approach takes approximately 4 months from initial filing to actionable challenge. He updated the archive. That puts the challenge in the middle of Arc 4, not Arc 3. But the preparation starts now. He thought about Park Gil-soo, the careful, patient institutional actor who was already positioning himself in Korea, and about the Federation Legal Services Division, which Gil-soo would eventually control, and about the fact that Huang was about to give the Federation's legal structure a formal mandate to intervene in Korea's independent hunter governance. That was not something Huang intended as a gift to Gil-soo, but it was going to become one. He messaged Jean Sora with the finding. Her reply, Huang calling the Federation Legal Services Division. That is the Arc 3 mechanism. The mandatory guild integration order comes through the Accord arbitration framework, not through domestic legislation. Yes, he confirmed. We need the cooperative's legal infrastructure to be fully operational before the arbitration filing arrives. Timeline, 4 months from the phone call. The Federation's standard procedural sequence, we have 3 months of Arc 3. That is a 1-month gap. Which is why we accelerate Arc 3. She sent a single-word reply. Understood. He put his phone down and looked at the Busan facility around him, the expanded training courtyard, the second legal desk, the medical station that was better than the Seoul Hub's equivalent, and thought about the fact that every piece he built was also a piece that the opposing forces were building around. Huang was escalating. The Federation was being activated. Observer was managing timing. The tower was running live directives during boss fights. And on his side, Jean Sora, Arium, Do Hyun, Sangmin, Myri, Chulsu, Na Youngho's testimony, the public credibility campaign, 3 simultaneous investigative tracks, and an S-rank pattern library that the tower was working hard to outmaneuver. The balance was precarious. It was also the best positioned he had ever been at this point in any run. He was going to keep it that way. The message arrived at 11:47 p.m. from Observer's secondary communication channel. Your hypothesis about the timing is partially correct. The Federation's activation was not inevitable. Someone in your network triggered it. He stared at it. Who? He sent back. No response. But the implication was clear. Someone in his inner circle had made a contact or taken an action that Huang had been able to leverage into the Federation call. Not a betrayal, a mistake, an information leak, something that looked innocuous from inside but had a different meaning from outside. He ran through the team's contacts over the previous week. Songmin's city planning network, Arium's bureau medical contacts, Do Hyun's gate team relationships, Myri's journalist coordination. All of them were potential vectors. One of them had already been exploited. He held Observer's message and ran the team contacts through the analysis one more time. By the third review, he had narrowed it to 2 probable vectors, and one of them was not someone he had considered as a security risk at any point in the previous runs. He would need to move carefully. A wrong accusation here would break something that could not be fixed. Chapter 39. The Busan operation was better than the Seoul hub had been. Not larger. The cooperative's Seoul presence had been more extensive by every metric, but cleaner. The Busan facility had been built with the operational lessons of Seoul embedded in its design. Wider corridors for equipment movement, better monitoring infrastructure, a legal desk separated from the operations room so that Songmin's work didn't cross-contaminate with field briefings. Arium had redesigned the medical section without being asked, which Juno noted in the pattern archive as consistent with her pattern of improving any system she encountered by approximately 20% through application of expertise she underrepresented in formal settings. Jean Sora visited the Busan facility on the fourth day. She arrived with a property acquisition report and a coffee, surveyed the facility for approximately 12 minutes, and said, "The medic station positioning is better than Seoul's." Arium redesigned it. Jean Sora looked at him. She knows about the runs. She deduced the essentials. I confirmed. A pause. How is she handling it? Well, she asked practical questions, and then she got to work. He paused. She's been different from what the first run records suggested. That's because the records captured someone who hadn't been given a reason to be who she actually was, Jean Sora said, with the precision of someone whose first-run memory specialized in exactly this kind of relational observation. The first-run version of Arium was shaped by a sequence of events that pushed her toward a specific set of choices. This run's events are different. Because of how I approached her. Because of how you approached everything. You built a different context, and she became a different expression of the same underlying person. She set down her coffee. That's the part of regression mechanics that the tactical library tends to underweight. Combat patterns repeat with high fidelity. People don't. They're responsive to their environment. He thought about this for a moment. The floor bosses respond to environment too. Yes, but the floor bosses are responding to the same external stimulus, your presence and combat pattern. People respond to meaning, context, relationship. You're saying the people in this run are going to be better than my archived records of them. I'm saying they already are, she said. And it's not despite the changes you've made. It's because of them. She picked up her property report and moved to the desk Sangmin had set up for her. Juno sat with this for a while. The idea that the second run's failures had not been about tactics or intelligence, but about the relational architecture he had built around himself, the distance he had maintained as operational discipline, the way he had managed people as instruments rather than building them as partners. He filed it in the archive as a finding rather than a sentiment, because that was the category system he had, and he was, after all, a person who classified things. The finding read, asterisk second run failure mode, isolation. Third run improvement, active partnership. Maintain. Asterisk the training programs were the part of the Busan operation that surprised him most. He had built training protocols in Seoul, the counter-position drills for Dohyan, the triage positioning refinements for Arium, the information hygiene curriculum for Sangmin. But in Busan, with the cooperative's second hub drawing a new category of recruits, hunters from outside Seoul's established gate circuits, people who had been operating without access to the quality infrastructure that Seoul's more concentrated gate network produced, the training need was different. These were people who were technically competent but experientially incomplete. They had cleared gates, but they had cleared them in environments that did not have the deviation alert systems, the real-time bureau monitoring, or the coordination infrastructure that Seoul's teams took for granted. He spent 2 days watching their drills before he changed anything. What he observed was not incompetence. It was the particular shaped gap that came from adapting to a less demanding environment. They made decisions that were correct for the conditions they had trained in, and that would be dangerous in the conditions they were about to encounter. He overhauled the training curriculum. Dohyan ran the revised program, which he had no precedent for, but executed with the same methodical precision he brought to his own combat preparation. He was, Juno had noted, developing into a trainer before either of them had discussed it as a career trajectory. The instinct to explain rather than just demonstrate was emerging naturally from months of being the person who understood the team's defensive doctrine well enough to correct it in real time. He's going to be very good at this, Arium said, watching a morning drill. I know. In the first run, she stopped herself. In the first run he didn't have the opportunity, Juno said. He was gone before the skill had time to develop. She was quiet for a moment. Does he know? No. And he doesn't need to. The opportunity is here. That's what matters. She watched Dohyan correct a B-rank trainee's footwork with a patience that was entirely his own, not Juno's, not something he had been taught to do, but something he had developed because it was the right approach, and he had noticed it was the right approach. The Busan recruits are going to be better than your Seoul teams in 3 months, she said. They don't have the habits that need breaking. That's what I thought. Jean Sora, who had been using the facility's conference room for her Gate Zero acquisition calls, appeared at the training courtyard doorway. She observed for 30 seconds, then looked at Juno. Your training methodology is replicable, she said. Yes. At scale. Yes. He understood where she was going. After the legal structure is in place, we build a training network. Not a guild structure. Open access programs. No affiliation requirements. Anyone who wants to train at this level can. Who runs it? He looked at Dohyan. who was demonstrating a defensive pivot for the third time with visible patience. Someone who is very good at explaining, he said. Jean Sora made a note in her files. The Busan operation, 3 weeks in, was performing at 73% of Seoul's peak capacity, better than the 60% he had projected. The deviation log's recent entries showed the adaptation rate from the Busan gates running approximately 1 week behind the Seoul circuits, which gave the Busan teams more room to develop before the bosses became significantly more dangerous. He updated the ARC timeline with a positive adjustment. The archive findings section updated. *ARC 3 entry position, ahead of all previous run timelines. Legal infrastructure stable. Public profile positive. Team capability exceeding projection. Observer interference, managed. Guild counter pressure, active but contained. * below it, a sub-entry he added manually. Maintain. He closed the archive and walked out into the Busan facilities courtyard, where Do Hyun was running a group of B-rank trainees through the counter-position drill sequence. The drill was technically demanding. Multiple simultaneous repositioning cues, timed against an imagined boss charge sequence, each trainee responsible for a specific zone in the defensive geometry. 3 weeks ago, this group had been running individual positioning exercises. Now they were coordinating. Juno watched for 4 minutes without interfering. Do Hyun corrected a trainee's footwork with a hand gesture and 2 words. The trainee adjusted immediately. The adjustment improved the zone coverage for 2 other trainees, which produced a small ripple of position correction through the whole formation. That was the compound effect that individual training missed. Each person who moved correctly improved the geometry for everyone around them. The drill was not building individual capacity. It was building a system. This was the thing he had been building towards since Arc 1. Not a team in the sense of a group of capable individuals working together, but a system in the sense of a structure where each component made the others better. He had had that, briefly, in the original run. He had not built it. It had assembled itself around the urgency of the Floor 87 approach. Too late, too fragile. Here, it was being built deliberately, from the foundation up, with enough time to be durable. The Arc 3 tournament was 3 months away. He was watching Do Hyun finish the drill formation when his encrypted line received a new message. Not from Observer. Not from Jean Sora. From a registered bureau address he did not recognize, with a header that read, Internal Security, Priority Review. The message body, *Hunter Kong Juno. We need to discuss your pattern override deployment data. Specifically, the Floor 33 incident. Please contact this office within 48 hours. Someone inside the Bureau's Internal Security Division had been reviewing his floor operation logs closely enough to flag the pattern override depletion rate as anomalous. They were not wrong, but they also did not know what they were looking at yet. Chapter 40, the Floor 40 deviation, was categorical. Not the incremental behavioral adjustments of the lower floors, not the Blood Maw's inverted charge geometry, not the Iron Maw Sentinel's shifted shield mount, but a complete algorithmic replacement that produced a boss that bore the Veil-bound Titan's name and housing in the deviation log, while operating from an entirely different architectural principle. The Titan displaced into multiple probability positions. That was its original function. The deviation had not just modified the displacement pattern. It had replaced the probability algorithm itself with something that generated positions Juno's pattern library contained no record of. He spent 40 minutes building an engagement framework from first principles, using 20 years of accumulated combat instinct and S-rank precision, burning through pattern override charges to create windows where the positions briefly coalesced into something predictable. It was the hardest fight since the second run began. And then the Titan stopped. All positions collapsed to a single form, standing in the center of the arena. It looked at him. It spoke. We have been waiting for you to come back, Kong Juno. Not combat noise. Not the kind of vocalization that could be interpreted as a roar or territorial signal. Korean language, precise and studied, delivered with the particular quality of something that had rehearsed the sentence and was now using it. Juno held his position and looked at the veil-bound Titan standing still in the center of its arena. Who is waiting, he asked. The Titan's form shifted. Internally, something in its state space expression, like a machine running a sub-process that reflected in its physical form. The tower memory system flagged a new warning. Unknown variable, sentient signature detected. No pattern library precedent. The floors, the Titan said. The floors have been counting the clears. They remember the one who walked them before. The one who is walking them again. The displacement algorithm reactivated. The fight resumed. He cleared the Titan in 12 more minutes. He stood at the gate extraction threshold, breathing controlled, and messaged Jean Sora. Asterisk floor 40 boss spoke. By name. Confirm the floors have awareness of my previous runs. Tower memory system flagged unknown sentience variable. Asterisk her reply arrived in under 3 minutes. Asterisk my floor 65 boss gave me something similar in my first run. I dismissed it. I should not have. Asterisk we need to accelerate. Asterisk agreed. Everything. Asterisk he exited the gate. The deviation log updated to entry 41. The archive strategic assessment section updated its key finding. The towers were not adapting blindly. They had memory. They had intention. Whatever was running the central coordination above floor 70 had been running it for longer than this run, possibly for longer than any single run. And it had been counting the clears, waiting for him to come back. He walked to the transit station and began calculating what needed to happen between floor 40 and floor 80. The specific pieces of the ARC 3 operation that needed to complete, the public legitimacy campaign that needed to land, the floor 87 trap that needed to execute cleanly, and how much time he had before the tower decided that patience was no longer the optimal strategic choice. Whatever was waiting at floor 80 had been waiting a long time. He intended to be worth the wait. He exited the floor 40 gate and stood at the perimeter while the bureau duty officer logged his exit time. The floor had taken 42 minutes, which was slower than his original run baseline by 6 minutes. The added time was entirely from the Veilbound Titan's new displacement algorithm. Those 40 minutes of additional engagement before the boss's speech had burned through 11 pattern override charges, leaving him with 2 in reserve, and had produced 18 new deviation log entries. 18 entries in one fight. The first run's floor 40 had been a 2-hour engagement with a boss that was merely difficult. This run's version had been a 42-minute session against something actively receiving live tactical guidance from an intelligence above floor 70, and the Titan had still talked to him. We have been waiting for you to come back, Kong Juno. He had been waiting for those words in one form or another since the second run's floor 40 encounter, which he had not survived long enough to complete. In the first run, he had cleared floor 40 in year 2 without any deviation event, because in year 2 of the first run the towers had not yet decided to specifically adapt to his presence. The difference was the pattern library. 847,293 entries, accumulated across 20 years of the first run, carried back in a system that was never supposed to carry data. The first run had been the source material. The second and third runs were the consequence. He had made himself important enough to the tower systems that the tower was now running real-time tactical guidance for floor bosses specifically designed to counter him. That was, he acknowledged, exactly the problem he had created and also exactly the leverage he was building toward. Gene Sora messaged him as he reached the transit station. Asterisk the floor 40 speech is a threshold event. The towers don't speak to hunters. They have never spoken to hunters. The fact that they're speaking to you means something in their decision architecture has changed. Asterisk I know. The caretaker meeting becomes more critical, not less. Asterisk agreed. 3 months. Asterisk he looked at the message for a moment. 3 months to floor 80, and whatever was in that room behind the wooden door. 3 months while the boss deviation rate accelerated, while Observer ran his timing interference, while Monarch's legal operation deteriorated into the ARC 3 escalation, while Park Gilsu moved into position and the international stakes built. 3 months was not a long time. He put his phone away and boarded the transit. Behind him, the floor 40 gate sealed into dormant mode, its dimensional space folded back into the gate architecture, the Veilbound Titan regenerating in whatever way deviated bosses regenerated, waiting for the next hunter who would come through. The next hunter who came through would not be him. He had no plans to return to floor 40 in this run, but the tower did not know that yet. And whatever was directing the bosses from above floor 70, the upper tier coordination, the live directive transmission system, the entity or system that had prompted the Titan to speak his name, was tracking his floor clear pattern and would notice the absence when floor 40 stopped showing Juno in its combat logs. Whatever came next from that direction, he would handle it. He always had. But that thought arrived differently in this run than it had in the first. In the first run, he always had meant something closer to he had survived. The grim arithmetic of surviving 20 years of gate clearing by being slightly less wrong than the forces arranged against him. Here it meant something else. Something that had to do with Gene Sora sitting in a cleared boss arena with her thermos, Arium running countersurveillance without being asked, Dohyan adding counterposition drills to the schedule and asking no unnecessary questions, Chulsu shaking his hand at a street stall while 2 of Monarch's watchers recorded it. The previous runs had been Juno surviving. This run was something better than that. He boarded the transit and updated the ARC timeline for the last time before ARC 3 began. Everything was in position. Na Youngho's testimony in 3 weeks. The Busan operational hub at 73% capacity and climbing. The floor 87 counter trap prepared and waiting. The tournament registration window opening in 2 days. And somewhere above floor 70, whatever had prompted the veil-bound titan to speak his name was watching and waiting and probably doing its own preparation. Good, he thought. He wanted it ready for him too. The transit arrived at Busan Central. He exited and checked his messages. Songmin's briefing on the Bureau internal security contact, Myri's confirmation that the 3-journalist sequence had cleared legal review, and a new message from a source that his secure routing had flagged as not observer's architecture, but adjacent to it. Similar encryption structure, different key signature. A fourth party. He read it on the platform while commuters moved past him in both directions. The message contained no text. Only coordinates, a gate district in Incheon, a timestamp 12 days from now, and a single icon that the tower memory system automatically translated from a mana pattern signature into standard Unicode. The icon was the glyph for floor 99. He stood on the platform for a long moment, people flowing past him, the city's ordinary machinery running in all directions. Then he forwarded the message to Jean Sora with a single line. Asterisk, we have a fourth contact. And they know what killed me. Asterisk chapter 41. The message from the fourth contact sat in Juno's secure folder for 3 days before he let himself look at it again. He had forwarded it to Jean Sora the night of his return from the floor 40 gate. Her response came back inside an hour. Asterisk floor 99 glyph is the old hunter community shorthand for the highest death point. Whoever sent this either climbed to 99 in their first run, or they have access to someone who did. Neither option is comfortable. I'll work the encryption architecture. Sit on the Incheon coordinates for now. Asterisk he sat on them. Arc 3 did not wait. The morning after his floor 40 exit, Jean Sora called. Not a message, an actual call, which she used only for things that could not be delayed. He answered on the first ring. The boss deviation events are public now, she said. Not ours. Separate sightings from 3 independent teams across 4 gates, all within 48 hours. 2 in Seoul, 1 in Daejeon, 1 near the Busan coastal node. Bosses showing unexpected behavioral patterns, delayed attack sequences, 1 full stop-and-turn event that a C-rank party filmed on their gate-run camera. A pause. It's on the national news feed as of 6 this morning. Hunter Bureau has issued a statement calling it under investigation. The emergency session is being scheduled. Juno had expected this. Not the timing. He had predicted public deviation awareness would break in Arc 4, not Arc 3. The towers were accelerating. How are the hunter communities reacting? Fear mostly. Some theories. The forums are running with everything from bosses are getting smarter to the government has been running boss modification experiments. A retired S-rank posted a thread arguing the deviations have been happening for years, but only newly documented. He's not wrong. They have been happening, just not at this density. She paused. The emergency session will be chaired by Baek Sung-jae. I know. He's going to use it to push mandatory integration. I know that too. A silence stretched across the line. Outside his window, Busan was already moving. Freight trucks. Early commuters, the distant clang of a port container being shifted. Ordinary. The world running its ordinary machinery, while something above floor 70 decided how far it was willing to go. The Incheon coordinates, Jean Sora said. I've been working the encryption. And the key structure is unlike anything I've seen in standard hunter community encryption architecture. It's not guild origin. It's not government. And I am aware how this sounds. It's structurally similar to the tower memory's own encoding pattern. Not identical. Similar. Another pause. Whoever sent that message has access to tower internal architecture, or they've reverse-engineered enough of it to approximate it. Juno let that sit for a moment. The caretaker was not due to reveal itself for another 39 floors. If this fourth contact had tower architecture knowledge independent of the caretaker, the field had at least one more variable than his 847,293 entries covered. Leave Incheon alone for now, he said. We have enough to do. Agreed. But Juno, the timestamp on that message is 12 days out. When it passes and we haven't gone, whoever sent it will know we received it and chose not to respond. That's information we need them to have, he said. Whoever they are, I want them to know I don't follow instructions from unknown contacts. Jean Sora absorbed this. That's either very smart or very dangerous. Historically both, he said, and ended the call. He updated his ARC timeline and flagged the fourth contact as an open variable. Then he opened the tournament registration window, 2 days out, but preparations had to begin now, and got back to work. The national emergency session was 48 hours away. That was the immediate battlefield. He made 3 calls before the emergency session and documented all of them through Myri's analysis pipeline. The first was to the cooperative's retained legal team. He needed the mandatory integration challenge drafted and ready to file before Baek Sungji's session concluded. Not after, before. The moment the directive was issued, he wanted the counter-filing already in administrative court. The second call was to Yoon Chul-soo. The session is going to go badly, Juno said. Baek has the votes in the emergency committee. The directive will pass. I know. I've been watching the committee composition. When it passes, the cooperative's legal challenge will be filed within the hour. I need Apex to hold independent status for the duration of the challenge process, 60 to 90 days. If Apex integrates, the legal argument loses its institutional weight. A pause stretched from Chul-soo's end. Juno could picture him, probably standing near a window with that particular stillness he used when calculating. Apex has 37 A-rank hunters and 12 S-rank hunters who are weighing their options right now, Chul-soo said. The guild recruitment offers have been escalating for a week. 4 of my senior team leads are being approached through personal contacts, not formal channels. I know. I have the contact logs. A brief silence. You have, Chul-soo stopped. Of course you do. Another pause. What do you need from me? Hold. That's all. Hold for 90 days and be visible about holding. Every press appearance, every committee testimony, every public gate run. Let it be clear that Apex has not moved. And after 90 days? After 90 days, either the legal challenge succeeds and we don't need the holding strategy anymore, or it fails and we rebuild from a different position. Juno paused. But it won't fail. Chul-soo made a sound that might have been a laugh. You've been wrong before? Once, Juno said. Floor 99. The third call was to the journalist who had published the initial Monarch bribe story. He had a second package ready. Partial documentation of Baek Sungji's Hunter Control Bureau connections to Monarch Guild shell accounts. Not the full ledger. That was Cho Song-min's piece, and it would come later, timed separately. But enough to establish pattern. The story would publish the morning of the emergency session. He was not trying to stop the session. He was trying to ensure that whatever directive emerged from it was born already wounded. The emergency session ran for 6 hours. Juno did not attend. He watched the feed from the Busan Hub's conference room. Myri beside him with 3 screens running simultaneous analysis, vote tracking, public reaction metrics, and the Bureau's internal communication logs that Cho Song-min's contacts were pulling in real time. Baek Sung-jae chaired with the smooth procedural confidence of a man who had prepared for this moment. The boss deviation footage circulated. The expert testimony, 3 Bureau-appointed researchers who documented escalating deviation frequencies, was carefully framed to suggest that coordination and centralization were the only responsible responses. The mandatory integration directive was framed as a temporary emergency measure. 60 days, subject to review. The vote was 11-4 in favor. Juno had expected 12-3. The journalist's story had cost Baek 1 vote. Filing now, Myri said, and the cooperative's legal challenge landed in administrative court 38 minutes after the vote concluded. He watched the press pool outside the Bureau building, waiting for Baek Sung-jae to emerge. The minister walked out into the camera flashes with the controlled expression of a man who had won today's fight and was already thinking about tomorrow's. He gave a brief statement about public safety and responsible management. Then a reporter shouted a question from the back of the crowd. Minister Baek, can you comment on the Bureau's financial relationship with Monarch Guild as documented in this morning's report? The controlled expression held for approximately 2 seconds. Then something shifted behind Baek's eyes. Not panic, a calculation, a reassessment. That report contains significant inaccuracies, and we will be issuing a full response, he said, and walked back inside. Myri had the response timeline modeled before the door closed behind him. The full response will take 72 hours minimum to construct. By then we'll have the second documentation package ready. Juno nodded slowly. How does the public breakdown look? 62% against mandatory integration. The deviation footage is scaring people, but the integration direction feels coercive to most independent hunters. The social media breakdown shows hunter community language running 3-1 against Baek's framing. She pulled up a thread. Lee Myri's analysis report, the one she wrote when she was still Bureau, is getting recirculated. The 34% superior completion rate statistic is the headline now. He paused on her face for a moment. She had a faint flush of something that wasn't quite pride, but was adjacent to it. That's your work being cited, he said. Yes, she said, without looking away from the screens. I'm aware. He let her have the moment. She had earned it 3 times over. The tournament registration window opened that afternoon, and Juno's cooperative entered under the provisional name Independent Gate Cooperative, Seoul/Busan Division, which was technically correct and gave nothing away about the team composition. The opposing rosters were public. 11 entries including Monarch Guild, Apex, 3 major regional guilds, and 6 other independent cooperatives. Monarch's entry listed a 12-hunter roster. Their average rank was A. They had S-rank equipment on 3 of the listed hunters. Juno's entry listed 6 hunters. Their equipment was not listed. He filed the entry, marked the tournament calendar, and drafted the team briefing for the next morning. Then he went to find Park Do-hyun. Do-hyun was in the hub's training room, running the shield positioning drill that he had personally modified from the framework Juno had given him. The original drill had 12 steps. Do-hyun's version had 19, with 3 interpolated movements that Juno had not included because they required a reaction speed above D-rank standard. Do-hyun was hitting all 19 steps cleanly. Juno stood in the doorway and watched 3 full cycles before Do-hyun noticed him. "How long have you been doing that version?" Juno asked. 3 weeks. Do-hyun paused, catching his breath. "Did I get it wrong?" "No. You got it more right than I wrote it." Juno crossed the room and picked up the practice shield, a standard B-rank training replica, not Do-hyun's gate steel modified version. He ran the original 12-step sequence, then the 3 movements Do-hyun had added. "These 3 are the natural extensions," he said. "I cut them from the original drill because the standard trainees couldn't execute them. You added them back without knowing that's what you were doing." Do-hyun looked at the shield in Juno's hands. "When I tested the modified shield last month, the force wall projection, it wasn't just a defensive tool." He paused. "The projection has angle." Juno handed the shield back. "Show me." What Do-hyun showed him took 40 minutes to fully map, but the core insight was immediately clear. The force wall projection could be angled at up to 35 degrees from the shield face, which meant it could redirect incoming attack vectors rather than simply absorbing them. It was not a defensive tool. It was a deflection system with offensive geometry. "You've been training this for how long?" Juno asked. "Since it activated." "About 3 weeks. 3 weeks of solo development while managing full team operations." In the first run, Park Do-hyun had died on floor 12 carrying crystal packs for a party that did not care whether he lived. In this run, in 3 weeks of self-directed training, he had independently developed a combat innovation that Juno had never seen in 20 years of first-run gate clearing. "The tournament," Juno said. "I need you in the lead defensive position for rounds 1 and 2. By round 3, I want the full deflection system ready to deploy." Do-hyun nodded once, the quick efficient acknowledgement that meant he had already been planning for it. The next morning brought Lee Myri's full testimony brief to the National Assembly Hunter Committee. She had worked through the night to complete it, pulling in Jean Sora's financial data alongside her own statistical analysis, building an argument so thoroughly documented that no single piece could be challenged without challenging the methodology behind the entire national gate clearance system. The brief's central finding: independent cooperative gate completion rates exceeded guild-operated team rates by 34% on average, with the gap widening to 51% on A-rank and above gates. The reasons were structural: smaller teams, more specialized members, less bureaucratic overhead in decision-making, and the dataset covered 4 years of bureau-monitored operations. The brief hit the committee members' offices at 7 in the morning. Yoon Chulsa testified at 10. Juno watched the testimony feed from the Busan hub. Chulsu was exactly what he needed to be: SS rank, calm, impossible to dismiss. He cited the brief, walked the committee through 3 specific case studies from Apex's operational history, and ended with a direct question to the committee chair. If the government's goal is maximizing gate completion rates and minimizing hunter casualties, what is the policy justification for mandatory integration of the highest-performing teams in the system? The chair did not have an answer. The forced integration bill stalled in committee before the session ended. In the evening, Juno received a one-line message from Chulsu. Asterisk, they didn't have a counter-argument. They had a talking point. "It's not the same thing." Asterisk, Juno replied. Asterisk, no. It's not. Asterisk, he set down his phone and looked at the ARC timeline. 3 events down, 4 to go before ARC 3 closed. The pattern was holding, but the floor 60 deviation was coming, and he did not know what it would look like. That was the thing about second runs. You knew everything that had already happened, and then the towers kept writing new chapters. The original pattern held until it didn't. He updated the deviation log. Behind his closed eyes, the veil-bound Titan's voice still ran on repeat. "We have been waiting for you to come back, Kong Juno." Somewhere above floor 70, something was watching his progress. It had been waiting for him to arrive. The question was what it intended to do now that he had, and whether his answer would be enough. Chapter 42. The morning after Chulsu's testimony, Juno's phone held 47 messages. He sorted them by priority, ignoring everything below Tier 2, and found the relevant ones quickly: 3 from legal counsel, 2 from Myri, 1 from Jean Sora, and 1 from Cho Sang-min that was flagged urgent. Songmin's message first. The Council on Hunter Affairs, the nominally independent advisory body that Baek Sung-jae had used to accelerate the mandatory integration push, had filed an emergency motion to fast-track the administrative court challenge's dismissal before a merit hearing could be scheduled. They were not arguing the legal case. They were trying to prevent it from being heard at all. He called the legal team before he'd finished his first cup of coffee. "How solid is the emergency dismissal motion?" he asked. "It's a procedural weapon," said Kim Jong-han, the cooperative's lead counsel. "They're arguing that the legal challenge lacks standing because the cooperative is a provisional entity under the new directive, which technically makes us the subject of the regulation rather than an independent party to challenge it." A pause. "It's circular logic and we can defeat it, but it will take 2 to 3 weeks in procedural motions. That's 2 to 3 weeks of the directive technically in effect. Can we get a stay during that period? Working on it. We need a sympathetic panel." Another pause. "There are 3 judges in the administrative court who have ruled against Monarch Guild operations in the past. We've requested one of them. How long for the assignment? 48 hours, if we're lucky. 72 if they delay the clerk." 72 hours was acceptable. The directive was not currently being enforced. Enforcement mechanisms took time to deploy, and the tournament was in 4 days. If the stay came through before the tournament concluded, the cooperative could compete as an independent entity regardless of the directive's legal status. "File the stay application this morning," he said. "Prioritize the assignment request." He set the phone down and read the rest of the messages. Jean Sora's was the most important. She had finished analyzing the fourth contact's encryption architecture. The findings were detailed in a document she had sent through the secure channel. He read it carefully. The encryption used a key structure that echoed the system's internal notation, not copied from it, but derived from the same underlying mathematical framework. This meant whoever built it either had direct access to tower architecture specifications or had independently reverse-engineered the same encoding patterns that the tower memory used. Jean Sora's assessment. The former was more likely, given the precision of the resemblance. But the key signature had diverged at a specific branch point, a design choice that suggested the builder was working from specifications they had partially modified. The conclusion Jean Sora had written at the end of the document. This was built by someone who started with tower origin knowledge and then deliberately changed it. I don't know what that means for the fourth contact's allegiance. They may be independent of the tower hierarchy, or they may have left it. I can't determine which from the architecture alone. He saved the document and noted the Incheon timestamp, 9 days out now. Then he turned to the day's actual work. The cooperative's Busan hub had reached operational capacity over the previous week. 8 full-time hunters, 3 intelligence analysts, and a logistics support team that Cho Sang-min had assembled from former bureau administrative contractors. The space was a converted industrial building near the port, deliberately unremarkable from the exterior. Internally, it had a full briefing room, equipment maintenance bays, and a secure communications suite that Jean Sora had helped design. He ran the morning briefing himself. The ARC 3 agenda, tournament preparation, legal defense coordination, the ongoing boss deviation documentation project that he had framed for his team as pattern analysis research, and the Bureau's mass audit of Monarch Guild's registered hunter files, a consequence of the CO Arium rank suppression scandal that was still generating new findings daily. Arium was present at the briefing, taking notes with the focused efficiency she had developed over the past months. She had not yet received the Bureau's formal notification of her reclassified rank. The audit was still processing, but she knew it was coming. She had been running C-rank healer rates while performing at near S-rank throughput for the entirety of their partnership. Monarch had falsified the records. She had said, when Juno first told her, "I was charging clients C-rank rates because I thought I was C-rank." A pause. "They made me undercharge for 8 months. The fury in her voice had been specific and surgical, not anger at the deception itself, at the practical consequence of it. He had noted that about her early. She did not rage at abstractions. She raged at what abstractions did to actual people. Rank audit notification is expected this week, he told her at the briefing. When it comes, you'll have the option to renegotiate all contracts issued under the false classification. Legal has the framework ready. She nodded once. Good. The rank upgrade also means your position in the tournament roster changes. I want to list you at your correct S-rank potential, not your registered C-rank. The tournament uses self-reported capability assessments for roster classification, not bureau rank. It's legal. Her eyes met his with recognition. You planned this from the beginning. I planned for the audit's outcome matching what I already knew about your capability. Yes. A brief silence. Then, what do you need from me for round 1? He walked through the bracket structure. The tournament had 4 rounds. Preliminary clearance challenge, quarter round, semi-round, and finals. Round 1 was a C-rank gate. His team would clear it faster than any other entry. The tactical read was straightforward. The value in round 1 was not speed, it was display. The audience, the media, and the committee observers needed to see what the cooperative looked like when operating at full efficiency. Every movement, every decision, every communication pattern should be sharp enough to educate. We're not just clearing a gate, he told the team. We're making an argument. The brief on Minister Baek Sung-ji's resignation arrived in Juno's secure channel 31 hours after the morning briefing. He read it twice. Cho Sang-min had timed the full bribe ledger delivery precisely, 3 simultaneous outlets, none of which could be individually pressured. The story had broken at 6 a.m. By 9 a.m., 2 members of the Hunter Control Bureau's Oversight Committee had gone on record calling for an investigation. By noon, the Bureau's public relations team had issued 3 contradictory statements in 4 hours. By 3 p.m., Baek Sung-jae had submitted his resignation. Juno sat with the notification for exactly 30 seconds. In the first run, Baek Sung-jae had lasted until year 7. He had chaired 17 rounds of forced gate licensing reviews, blocked 4 independent Hunter legal challenges, and provided regulatory cover for Monarch Guild's growth from a mid-tier operation into a national monopoly. He had attended Juno's own failed Floor 99 party state memorial service and given a speech about the sacrifices Hunters made. 30 seconds. Then he forwarded the notification to Myri and wrote, "Who manages the Bureau Oversight Transition?" Her reply came back in 4 minutes. The deputy director is a career administrator named Choi Hyun-woo. No documented ties to Monarch or the council. He was the one who assigned the independent audit when Arium's false records broke. He's clean. That was better than he had expected. He wrote back, "Get me a meeting with Choi in the next 72 hours. Frame it as a cooperative gate safety consultation." He set the phone down and looked at the ARC timeline. The mandatory integration challenge was in administrative court. Baek Sung-jae was out. Chulsa was holding. Arium's rank reclassification was incoming. The tournament was 3 days away. In the first run, all of these pieces had taken until year 7 to assemble. He had done it in 8 months. He felt something that was not quite satisfaction. Satisfaction implied an endpoint, and there was no endpoint. Only the next 48 hours of careful pressure in the right places. But there was a recognition that the structure was holding. The second run was not just replicating the first run's eventual outcomes faster. It was replacing the outcomes entirely. In the first run, he had survived. In this run, he was building something. The distinction mattered. The stay application came through the following morning. Judge Han Soyana signed. Known for her procedural rigor and her ruling 2 years prior striking down a Monarch Guild gate licensing challenge. The stay pending merit hearing was granted at 10 a.m. The mandatory integration directive was suspended for the duration of the administrative review. The tournament began the next day. Juno read the stay notification on the transit to the tournament site. Then he put his phone in his pocket, looked out the window at the passing city, and let himself feel the specific weight of the day. 8 months in, the first major political objective cleared, and a gate about to open. Good. He was ready. The towers were not finished building their answer to him. But neither was he, not by a long distance. But at 4:58 a.m., 2 minutes before he intended to leave, the deviation log flagged an alert he had not been expecting. 3 simultaneous boss deviation events, occurring in 3 separate gates across Seoul, Busan, and Incheon. All 3 at the same time. All 3 flagged as communication attempt deviations by the new monitoring protocol. 3 bosses trying to speak simultaneously. The tower system did not produce simultaneous events by accident. Coordination required intent. Something was trying to reach him before he entered floor 80. Something that knew he was going in today. He read the deviation reports as he walked to the transit station, the city dark around him, the port lights still moving in the harbor. Whatever the door at floor 80 held, the towers were already paying attention to whether he was going to open it. He was. Then his phone buzzed. One message, no sender ID, routing stripped clean. It read, they know about the tournament. The ones above floor 70. They are accelerating. He stared at the message for 3 seconds. Then he forwarded it to Jean Sora with a single word. Who? Chapter 43. The tournament venue was the Yongsan Hunter Arena, a purpose-built gate generation facility that had been operational for 6 years. It could produce controlled gate environments up to S-rank density, monitored by a staff of 40 bureau technicians and broadcast to a live feed that peaked, for major events, at national television viewership. This event was major. The Bureau's decision to run a national gate clearance demonstration in the aftermath of boss deviation sightings and the Baek Sung-jae resignation was a calculated attempt at public confidence restoration. Juno had understood the logic before the announcement. The government needed to show the public that competent hunters existed and were clearing gates safely. What the Bureau had not calculated was that the most visible proof of hunter competence would belong to the cooperative they had just attempted to dissolve. He checked the bracket on arrival. Monarch Guild was in the opposite half of the draw. They would not meet until the finals, if both sides advanced. He had planned for that possibility. Round 1 match. Independent Gate Cooperative Seoul/Busan Division versus the Gwangju Regional Hunter Association, a mid-tier independent group with solid B-rank averages and no S-rank members. Not a hard matchup. The value was entirely in execution. He briefed his team one final time in the staging area beneath the arena. 6 hunters, himself at S-rank, Arium at her actual near-S capability, Do-Hyeon at B-rank with the force wall deflection system, 2 C-rank hunters named John Song-yoon and Oh Mik-young who had been with the cooperative since its Busan formation, and a new addition, a B-rank combat specialist named Hwang Jisoo who Jean Sora had recruited through her financial network and who had agreed to compete under cooperative roster rather than independent contract. 6 hunters against gates that major guilds ran with 12 to 15. The media will be counting, he told the team. They will notice the roster size. That's intentional. Every gate we clear with 6 that others clear with 12 is a data point in the brief that Myri is already writing. Arium, standing beside Do-Hyeon, looked at Juno and said nothing. But her expression held that particular quality she had, the one that acknowledged information without requiring confirmation. She already knew. The gate opened. 6 minutes, 42 seconds. The Gwangju team cleared the same gate configuration in 11 minutes, 30 seconds. The gap in the live broadcast was visible to everyone watching. When Juno's team exited through the gate threshold, the arena's reaction was immediate. Not roaring crowd noise, more a sharp upswing of murmuring attention that traveled across the stands in a wave. He found Lee Myri in the observer section immediately after the exit debrief. New national record, she said. 6:42. Previous was 7:09, held by Yoon Chol's Apex team for the past 14 months. He'll be pleased to have it broken. Juno watched the scoreboard update. How's the broadcast reaction? High. The roster size is getting as much coverage as the time. She pulled up her analysis screen. 3 news outlets have already published the 6 versus 12 comparison. The independent hunter forums are running. The phrase cooperative model efficiency has been used in over 2,000 posts in the last 4 hours. She paused. There's also a thread arguing that you sandbagged the run to make it look cleaner than a hard push. I've flagged it as likely Monarch origin. Let it run, he said. If they argue we sandbagged, we can respond in round 2 by not sandbagging. Myri made a note. Then, Monarch cleared their round 1 in 9 minutes with 13 hunters. Their S-rank members were deployed in a standard formation. Nothing unusual. They're being careful. They'll escalate in the quarter round. He looked at the board. Who's Na Youngho's replacement as field operations chief? The person running their tournament team. A hunter named Kong Bora. A rank. She joined Monarch 6 months ago from the Taegu Guild. Her file has nothing unusual. Good tactical record. No documented enforcement activity. Myri paused. She's clean. Or she's a clean face for dirty decisions. Hard to tell at this stage. Watch her communication pattern during their quarter-round run. If she's receiving in-ear instruction, I want to know whose voice is in her ear. Myri nodded and went back to her screens. He found a seat in the staging area and reviewed the quarter-round bracket. His team's next opponent would be either the Apex-affiliated second team or the Korean Defense Force Hunter unit. Both were manageable. The finals matchup he wanted was Monarch, clean, public, on a major gate, with every Bureau committee member watching. He began drafting the quarter-round tactical notes. 3 hours later, Arium found him in the staging corridor. She had changed out of her field kit into the standard cooperative jacket, dark gray, plain, the kind of thing that disappeared in a crowd. She sat down across from him at the prep table and didn't speak immediately. He waited. The rank notification came through, she said finally. During round 1 debrief. What did it say? S rank reclassification. Effective the date of the original assessment that Monarch suppressed. She folded her hands on the table. That means the 8 months of false rate billing can be retroactively corrected. I would owe the clients a refund. Or, given that the suppression was Monarch's action, not mine, the obligation would fall on Monarch's falsified documentation process. Arium's gaze was level. Legal has a framework ready, you said. Yes. I want to use it. A pause. Not for the money. For the record. He understood the distinction. The record mattered because it established, formally and publicly, that Monarch Guild had deliberately falsified a hunter's rank classification to underpay her. That was not a regulatory technicality. It was evidence of a pattern, the same pattern visible in the bribe ledger, in the gate footage splicing from the early Arc 2 dispute, in the false certification logs Cho Sang-min had recovered from the intel he'd leaked backward through the compromised channel. Monarch did not make mistakes. It made policies. The false rank records were policy. I'll tell Kim Jong-un to prioritize the reclassification claim, Juno said. He can file it as part of the audit findings while the administrative court case is active. It strengthens the standing argument. She nodded once. Then, unexpectedly, did I clear gates at S-rank throughput in the first run? A question he had not anticipated. He answered her with honesty. You didn't survive long enough for me to know, he said. You were still C-rank registered when I lost contact with your team. The words landed in the silence between them. She absorbed them with the same particular stillness she used for all difficult information, not flinching, not deflecting, letting the weight of it settle in exactly as heavy as it was. Okay, she said. Then this run is the first data. Yes. She stood, picked up her jacket, and looked at him for a moment longer. I'll be ready for the quarter round. Then she walked out, and he sat with the silence for a few seconds before picking up his tactical notes again. The quarter round would tell him what Monarch's revised field team had learned from round 1. He intended to be several steps ahead of whatever answer that turned out to be. He worked through the night on the quarter-round tactical notes, cross-referencing the tournament footage analysis Myri had been running since the round 1 exits. Monarch's formation strategy had been clean but rigid, standard guild doctrine executed without deviation, which meant their playbook was fully modeled and their adjustments would be incremental rather than structural. The KDFHU, his actual quarter-round opponent, was a different kind of challenge. Disciplined, technically proficient, and operating with a communications protocol that produced zero wasted movement. The value of the quarter-round match was not proving the cooperative could beat the KDFHU. They could. The value was demonstrating efficiency margins so large that the semi-final matchup's audience would understand the gap before the gate opened. He closed the notes at 2 a.m. and reviewed the team status. Everyone was in good condition. No injuries, full mana reserves, adequate rest scheduled. Do Hyun had added a note at the bottom of the tactical document. Asterisk force wall deflection angle for tournament gate 2 configuration. Tested 3 variations tonight. Optimal at 28 degrees given ceiling clearance. Will demo before gate open. Asterisk he read the note twice. Then he added a reply. Asterisk good. Use it in round 3 if needed. Asterisk chapter 44 the quarter round came on the second day of the tournament, and Juno's team drew the Korean Defense Force Hunter unit as their opponent. The KDFHU ran a disciplined 10-hunter formation with military-grade equipment, synchronized communication protocols, and a clear and secure tactical doctrine that was built for hostile gate environments rather than speed-optimized runs. They were excellent at what they did. What they did was not what Juno's team did. 7 minutes, 18 seconds. The KDFHU took 11 minutes, 40 seconds on the same gate configuration. By this point, the Yongsan Arena's observer section was no longer just Bureau committee members and press. The National Assembly Hunter Committee had sent 2 representatives. The International Hunter Federation's Korea Liaison Office had sent an observer. In 3 rows behind the Bureau section, Juno had spotted a figure he had been expecting, the IHF's lead assessor, Park Gil-soo's subordinate, whose name was On Young-woo, and who Juno knew from his first-run memories was Park Gil-soo's primary intelligence gatherer in regional markets. He noted the presence without reacting to it. On Young-woo was taking notes. The Monarch vs. Apex quarterfinal ran in the afternoon session, and Juno watched it from the observer gallery with Myri beside him. Monarch had expanded their roster to 15 hunters for the quarter round and was running a modified attack plus suppression formation that maximized mana output on the gate boss while maintaining perimeter coverage. Their time was 8 minutes, 10 seconds, an improvement over round 1. Kong Bora, their field operations chief, was running a clean tactical sequence. Myri had the communication analysis running. She's receiving earpiece input, Myri said quietly. Interval pattern is consistent with real-time instruction. Whoever's in her ear is making decisions she doesn't anticipate. She pauses a half step before each formation shift. Who's the sender? I can't isolate the transmitter from here. But the instruction timing corresponds to Hwang Jin-soo's decision pattern intervals from their historical gate footage. She glanced at him. He's not here in person, but he's watching the feed and talking through someone in the technical crew. Hwang was directing from his private estate. Of course he was. Being stripped of the chairmanship had not stripped him of operational influence. It had just moved him to a position where influence could not be formally attributed. The Apex team cleared the same gate in 9 minutes, 50 seconds. They were not trying to match the cooperative's time. They were trying to match what they needed to match, Monarch. They did. In the evening, Chulsu sent Juno a message. Asterisk, they're running Huang's patterns with new faces. Same architecture. I watched the formation shifts. He hasn't changed a thing. Asterisk, Juno replied. Asterisk, he never does. That's the pattern we'll use against him. Asterisk. The semifinals came the following morning. Juno's team drew Apex, as he had hoped. Not because the matchup was easier than Monarch. It was not. Chulsu's Apex team was deeply capable. But the semifinals matchup with Apex was an opportunity to demonstrate something the tournament could not otherwise produce. Cooperative operation between independent entities. He called Chulsu the night before. I have a proposal, Juno said. For the semifinal. I'm listening. We combine formations. Not alternating, genuinely combined. Your 12 hunters and my 6. Operating as an 18-hunter integrated unit with a shared tactical call structure. I call the lead. You call the secondary. We split the gate boss between 2 synchronized attack teams. A long pause from Chulsu's end. The tournament rules allow combined roster runs in the semifinals if both teams declare joint entry before the match window. They do. I checked. The combined time will be significantly faster than either team's solo. Another pause. Faster than anything that's been recorded, probably. Yes. And the optics will show 2 independent entities choosing to cooperate rather than compete. Chulsu's voice had a quality that Juno had learned to read, the particular register he used when he recognized a strategic pattern before he fully articulated it. Which is the argument? For the cooperative model. Yes. A shorter pause this time. What does your 6-person team need from my 12? They worked through the integration structure for 40 minutes. By the end, Juno had a full tactical map, his 3-person assault core with Arium providing mana support, Dohyan anchoring the deflection perimeter, and Huang Jisoo running interference on the boss's secondary attack pattern. Chulsu's 3 S-rank hunters on the primary boss engagement, with 2 4-person flanking wings executing simultaneous suppression on the gate's structural nodes. It was the cleanest tactical architecture he had ever designed. 18 hunters, built to work as one. The combined run took 11 minutes, 8 seconds. The record for an S-rank gate at tournament scale had been 22 minutes. No team had broken 20 before. His and Chulsu's combined unit did it in 11. The arena crowd took a moment to understand what had happened. Then the response arrived in a wave. Not the controlled murmur of impressed observers, but genuine noise, the kind that moved through a large space and did not stop quickly. In the observer section, On Youngwoo had stopped writing notes. He was watching. Juno found Chulsu at the gate exit. You were right, Chulsu said. The combined tactical structure is more efficient than either team's solo. It always is. The question is whether the people combining it can be trusted. Chulsu looked at him with that particular directness. Can you always be trusted? Juno thought about the answer for a moment. I can always be trusted to do what I say I'll do. Whether that's the same as being trustworthy is a different question. Chulsu nodded slowly. I'll take the first kind. He paused. Who do we fight in the finals? Monarch. Good. A brief, clean smile. Let's make an argument. Juno stood with the plan, watching Chulsu walk back toward his team. There was something specific about working with Chulsu, a quality that distinguished him from every other senior hunter Juno had worked alongside across 20 years of first-run operations. He did not perform certainty. He had it, as a functional state, grounded in evidence and adjusted when the evidence changed. In the first run, Juno had watched Chulsu die on floor 87 because he had not been fast enough to prevent it. He had arrived at the trap site 14 minutes after the detonation. He had replayed the timeline hundreds of times in the subsequent years, not with grief exactly, but with the particular analytical fury of someone who needed to understand the failure precisely, so it could never happen again. In this run, the counter-trap was set. Chulsu was alive and planning final strategy. He understood exactly what the argument was and had already committed to making it fully. Juno updated the tournament notes and moved to the staging area. The finals were scheduled for 9 a.m. the following day. He had 17 hours to run pre-flight checks, confirm the cascade interval model integration, and get enough sleep that his decision speed in the gate would be at full capacity. He ran the checks in 3 hours, confirmed the integration, and slept for 6. He woke to a message from Jean Sora. The Bureau's media monitoring had flagged 11 separate coverage pieces overnight, all focusing on the combined roster tactics and the efficiency gap. The IHF Observer's report had apparently circulated internally within the Federation's analytics division, and someone had leaked the summary, anonymous, deliberately, to 3 international hunter community forums. The leak was not from Jean Sora's side, possibly from Park Gil-su's, or from one of the 14 countries whose independent hunter associations had been watching the Korean tournament closely. Either way, by 7 a.m. the day of the finals, The cooperative's efficiency data was being discussed in hunter communities from Japan to Brazil. He read the summary, noted the international distribution, and ate breakfast. Then he went to the staging area and found Chulsu already there, running form drills with 3 of his S-rank hunters. "Ready," Chulsu said without stopping. "Ready," Juno said. The gate opened in 90 minutes. Chapter 45. The finals ran on the 3rd day, under full national broadcast. The gate selected was S-rank, the Voi Peak Citadel, a gate type that had been cleared nationally 47 times with varying success rates. The standard clearance required suppressing 4 boss-tier entities simultaneously while managing a gate energy cascade that increased in intensity every 12 minutes. Most teams chose one of 2 strategies: focus fire, taking the bosses sequentially with full force, or split and hold, containing all 4 while wearing down each one gradually. Both strategies took approximately 22 to 28 minutes when executed correctly by well-equipped teams. Juno had cleared the Voi Peak Citadel 11 times in his first run. He knew a 3rd strategy that standard tactical doctrine had never formally codified, because it required a level of simultaneous multi-point coordination that only worked with teams whose communication overhead was essentially 0. He had 18 hunters whose communication overhead was essentially 0. He briefed the full team in the staging area an hour before the gate opened. The 3rd strategy had a name he had given it in his own notes: cascade inversion. Instead of suppressing the energy cascade, you amplified it at specific intervals, driving the cascade faster than the gate's management system could track, forcing all 4 bosses into a simultaneous overload state that lasted approximately 90 seconds. In that 90 seconds, the bosses were vulnerable to a level of damage output that would finish the fight. The risk: if the timing was off by more than 4 seconds in either direction, the cascade inversion failed and the bosses received the amplified energy as a buff rather than a disruption. The team would then be fighting 4 enhanced bosses simultaneously with depleted mana reserves. "We will not be off by 4 seconds, he told the team. Ariam met his eyes across the briefing circle. "I'll monitor the cascade intervals," she said. "Call it to me at -30 seconds, and I'll manage the final amplification timing." He nodded once. That was the right division of function. Her S-rank mana sensitivity could track the cascade intervals with a precision his tactical analysis could not match in real time. "Dohyan," he said. "I heard. Force wall deflection positioned between the cascade amplification point and our secondary assault line. If the timing misses and the boss is buff, I contain the first 3 seconds of enhanced attack output. 3 seconds. If the timing failed, 3 seconds was what Dohyan's deflection could hold before the team needed to adapt or retreat. 3 seconds was also enough time for Juno to call an emergency formation shift that would salvage the run into a standard suppress and clear. He looked at Chulsu, who was standing to his left. "Ready," Chulsu said. The gate opened. 8 minutes, 51 seconds. The cascade inversion hit at 4 minutes, 30 seconds, exactly on Ariam's call. The 4 bosses of the Voi Peak Citadel entered simultaneous overload state at 4 minutes 34. The attack window lasted 87 seconds. The combined 18 hunter assault team needed 52 of them. When the gate sealed behind the exiting team, the Yongsan arena was completely silent for approximately 3 seconds. Then it was not silent at all. Juno found Myri in the post-run staging corridor. She was looking at her screen with an expression that might have been awe if she had been anyone else. On her, it was something more precise, the face of someone watching a data point arrive exactly where their model predicted. 8:51, she said. The previous S-rank tournament record was 17:42. I know. The combined roster tactic was the story before the run. Now the time is the story. She paused. The IHF observer has already sent a transmission. An Youngwoo was on his phone before the gate sealed. That was expected. Park Gilsu would know about the run before the broadcast concluded. He found Ariam at the equipment checkout station. She was removing her field kit systematically. The same efficient sequence she always used, not rushing. When he stopped beside her, she said, without looking up, the cascade timing was 11 seconds ahead of the model estimate at the critical interval. I adjusted at -16. You didn't need to compensate. I know, he said. That's why I assigned you the interval call. She turned to face him directly. When did you decide on cascade inversion? I've known about it for a long time. I didn't have the team to execute it until now. A pause. The team that could execute it required my S-rank mana sensitivity. Yes. She finished removing her field kit. You built the team backward from the tactic. I built the team forward from what I knew each person could become. The tactics followed. He paused. You became more than I projected. The cascade window was your read, not mine. She absorbed that with her particular stillness. Then, what's next? Finals announcement, media briefing, the Bureau Oversight Transition meeting I have scheduled for tomorrow morning. Then Arc 3's second half. Arc 3, she repeated. Quietly, not quite a question. She had noticed the way he organized events into sequenced arcs. He had not explained it. The next 6 weeks, he said. There are 4 events in the next 6 weeks that matter significantly. Her gaze settled on him for a moment, measuring. Tell me when I need to know about them. She picked up her kit bag. Good run. She walked out, and he stood for a moment with the silence of the staging corridor and the distant muffled noise of the arena still processing what had happened. 8:51. He allowed himself 10 seconds of something he did not bother naming. Then he went to find Chulsu for the formal results acknowledgement. The formal acknowledgement was a brief ceremony. A committee representative, 2 camera crews, a handshake, and a posed presentation of the gate clearance certification. Juno stood through it with Chulsu on one side and Ariam on the other, and he did not smile for the cameras, but he did not avoid them either. The images that ran in the next day coverage were specific. A 6-person cooperative team standing beside a 12-person guild team, both groups looking at the committee representative with matching expressions of professional completion. Not triumph, not relief. The face of people who had done the work they came to do. He studied the image later from Myri's media monitoring feed. He had been photographed thousands of times in his first run. He was familiar with what he looked like in official documentation. In the photograph, he was 22 years old and looked significantly older. Not the way stress-aged faces, but the way density-aged expressions, the quality of someone carrying 20 years of consequential decisions and knew exactly what each decision had cost. He set the image down and returned to the post-tournament operational review. The argument had been made. Now came the harder work, making sure it held when Huang Jinsu deployed whatever response he had been preparing. He ran the post-tournament review for 3 hours with Myri, mapping the response matrix. What Monarch could do in the next 30 days, what the Bureau's oversight structure would permit, what Huang's remaining resources could support. The analysis produced a ranked probability list of 14 possible next moves. The top-ranked move, probability 61%, was a legal challenge to the combined roster tournament format, arguing that the Apex Cooperative Joint Run had violated competitive integrity rules. Juno had anticipated this and had already had legal counsel review the tournament regulations. The joint entry had been declared in compliance before the match began. The challenge, if filed, would fail on procedure. The second-ranked move, probability 44%, was what actually happened 3 days later. The logistics harassment campaign targeting the cooperative's Busan port supply chain. Huang had chosen the structural pressure over the visible legal fight. That was the more dangerous choice. Legal fights were visible and precedent-constrained. Structural pressure was quiet and could be sustained for months before generating enough documentation to counter. He had been ready for the legal challenge. The logistics pressure was going to take longer to unwind. And that morning, Cho Sangmin sent him something else, a financial flow report showing that Huang's new shell company network had made its first operational purchase. Not logistics. Security contracting. Huang was building something that moved faster than lawyers and permit offices. Juno updated the threat assessment and flagged it. Escalation. Respond immediately. Chapter 46. The Bureau's formal response to the tournament came in 2 parts. The first was administrative. The Hunter Control Bureau's new interim director, Choi Hyunwoo, announced a temporary suspension of the mandatory integration directive enforcement timeline, pending review of the tournament demonstration's efficiency data. The statement used carefully neutral language, citing the need to calibrate policy to evolving gate clearance capability evidence. Juno read it and recognized the formulation. Choi was buying space without committing direction. A careful man. The second part was the meeting. Choi Hyunwoo's office occupied the 14th floor of the Hunter Control Bureau building in central Seoul, the floor that Baek Sung-jae had held until 48 hours prior. The office itself had been cleared of Baek's personal effects and not yet refurnished. It had the slightly vacant quality of a space waiting to learn what it would become. Choi was 51 years old, trim, with the organized desk of someone who had spent decades managing through paperwork. He met Juno's eyes directly and did not perform warmth or wariness. Kong Juno, he said. Independent Gate Cooperative. Tournament record holders. A brief acknowledgement of the facts. You requested a gate safety consultation. Among other things, Juno said. He set a document folder on the desk. The folder contains 2 items. A complete statistical brief on independent cooperative gate safety records versus guild-operated records, prepared by former Bureau analyst Lee Myri, and a preliminary framework for a voluntary gate deviation documentation protocol. Choi looked at the folder without opening it immediately. The deviation documentation protocol, he said. For the boss mutation events. Yes, The Bureau currently has 17 separate deviation reports from 4 independent teams, 3 guild teams, and 6 Bureau observation runs. They're documented in incompatible formats, with no standardized event taxonomy. The data exists but cannot be aggregated for analysis. You're suggesting a standardized format. I'm suggesting a standardized format, a central registry, and a voluntary participation incentive for all registered hunter teams, cooperative or guild, to submit deviation documentation within 48 hours of gate exit. He paused. The incentive I'd recommend is priority gate licensing access for teams with documented deviation records. Guilds will participate for the licensing benefit. Cooperatives will participate regardless. Choi considered the folder without rushing. You came prepared. I've been watching the deviation problem for several months. Have you? Not a question. He opened the folder and scanned the first page of Myri's brief. His eyes moved efficiently, a practiced reader, not performing. The 34% figure. 51% for A rank and above. I've seen that cited in the past week. Your analyst, at Juno's nod. Why did she leave the Bureau? Director Beck tabled her deviation report and reassigned her to administrative work. She resigned the same day. Juno watched Choi process this. She would have continued the analysis here if the environment had supported it. Choi set the brief down and folded his hands on the desk. The mandatory integration directive, he said. The stay is current. The merit hearing is scheduled in 43 days. What's your preferred outcome? A direct question. He appreciated it. Permanent suspension. The efficiency data doesn't support mandatory integration as a safety measure. If the Bureau's goal is gate clearance safety and success rates, independent cooperatives produce better outcomes. He paused. I would also suggest that the directive's framework, requiring all independent operations to register under licensed guild umbrellas, creates a regulatory monopoly structure that concentrates market power in the largest guilds. That's a separate policy problem from the one the directive was framed to solve. Choi looked at him for a long moment. You're not just here about the directive. No. The corruption investigation. The Monarch Guild audit. The rank suppression scandal. He listed them without inflection. These all lead back to your team's intelligence work. Cho Sangmin has bureau connections I don't have. Lee Myri has analytical capacity I don't have. The documentation came from multiple sources. But the timing and targeting were coordinated. He paused. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm observing that you are significantly better organized than a 7-month-old independent cooperative has any reason to be. Juno said nothing. Choi looked at him for another moment. Then, the deviation documentation protocol. If I implemented it through emergency regulatory authority, bypassing the standard 30-day comment period, could you have a working submission framework ready in 72 hours? Yes. Then have it ready. Choi stood, which ended the meeting. I'll look at the full brief this evening. If the numbers hold, the merit hearing may be rendered moot. Juno stood as well. He shook Choi's hand. The grip was firm and nothing extra. One more thing, Choi said. The floor 40 boss deviation. The one that spoke. Juno went still. I have 2 Bureau field reports documenting that event. The hunter team present reported a single spoken sentence. Choi's tone had not changed. We don't have your team's report because your team has not submitted one. We were there, Juno said. I can have a report submitted by end of day. I'd prefer it sooner. A pause. Whatever is driving the boss mutations, the Bureau needs to understand it before it becomes a crisis we can't manage from the outside. Juno met his eyes. Understood. He left. In the elevator down, he updated the deviation log and flagged the Choi meeting as Arc 3's most significant intelligence development. Not because of what Choi had offered, though the directive suspension and the documentation protocol were major wins. Because of what Choi had noticed. He was significantly better organized than a 7-month-old cooperative had any reason to be. Choi was not wrong. And Choi was watching. That was a variable he would need to manage carefully in Arc 4. He took the elevator to street level and stood in the Bureau building entrance. Afternoon sold traffic moving past on the broad boulevard. Myri had flagged this as an eventual risk in her analytical notes. In the dry language she used for observations she considered important enough to document, but was not raising as an immediate crisis. The cooperative decision accuracy is statistically inconsistent with available information at the time of each decision. If Bureau analytical teams run a retroactive timeline comparison, the anomaly will be visible. He had read the note 3 months ago and added a flag to his ARC timeline. Manage Choi relationship. Information release sequence TBD. The sequence was not yet determined. He needed to give Choi enough truth to maintain the working relationship and not so much that it triggered the investigation Myri had modeled. Tools that worked, and the credit for using them well. That was the version of trust he could offer right now. He walked back to the transit station and pulled up the draft for Choi's deviation communication protocol. Tomorrow he would give Choi something useful. That was the best version of honesty available to him. The deviation protocol draft took 4 hours to complete. It was technically specific enough to be useful and general enough to not require explaining how Juno knew to write it. The mana circulation patterns that characterized communication attempts were described as empirically derived from field observations rather than pattern library cross-referencing. Which was true. The field observations were his. The field observations came from 22 years of watching bosses, not 8 months. He sent it to Myri for review before forwarding to Choi. She returned it in 90 minutes with 3 annotations. 1 technical correction on the signal intensity thresholds, 1 suggestion about calibration language that would make the protocol easier for non-expert monitoring teams to implement, and 1 observation at the bottom. Asterisk, this protocol will save lives. Not just the bosses that teams stop killing before they can communicate. The information the bosses are trying to convey, if we can gather enough of it, will change the entire picture of what the towers are and what they want from us. Asterisk, he read the annotation twice. Then he incorporated the 2 technical changes, left the 3rd as a comment for Choi to find, and sent the draft. Choi's response came back inside 20 minutes. Asterisk, protocol received. 1 question. You described the suppression of boss communications as a systemic function. What is suppressing it? Who built the suppressor? Asterisk, Juno stared at the question. It was the right question, and he did not have an answer he could give. Not yet. Chapter 47. The Na Young-ho arrest happened the morning after the bureau meeting, and Juno had not planned it for that day. He had been running the tournament sabotage evidence. Cho Sung-min's intercepted bribe transaction records through the legal team for 2 weeks, waiting for the right moment to deploy it. The right moment had been the tournament floor when the false interference report was about to be filed. He had given the evidence to the tournament judges 30 minutes before Na Young-ho's bribed monitors were scheduled to submit. What he had not anticipated was the speed of the formal arrest process. The monitors were detained at the gate exit. The bribe records were presented to the Bureau's criminal division by mid-afternoon. By evening, an arrest warrant had been issued. Na Young-ho turned himself in the following morning with lawyers present. Juno watched the news feed from the Busan hub. Na Young-ho had been in the first run a continuous presence, not a constant threat, more an environmental condition. You did not plan specifically against Na Young-ho. You planned around the fact that Monarch's enforcement arm would always be deployed against you. His arrest was not an ending, but a removal. A variable eliminated from the operational environment. He felt nothing particular about it. That surprised him slightly. He had spent months building the case against Na Young-ho, had personal reasons for wanting him gone, had watched in his first run as Na Young-ho's operations had killed hunters who had trusted Monarch's protection guarantees. The expected response was satisfaction. What he felt instead was, 1 down, 10 to go. A count, not a feeling. He updated the ARC timeline. The timeline now showed 3 of the 4 major ARC 3 objectives completed ahead of schedule. Baek Sung-jae out. Na Young-ho arrested. The Cooperatives tournament when generating Bureau policy momentum. The 4th objective, the floor 50 deviation event, which his memory flagged as significant but whose specific content was unknown to him, was 12 days out. He called Jean Sora. Na Young-ho's arrest, she said when she picked up. You saw? Everyone saw. It's the lead item on every Hunter news service. A pause. How are you feeling about it? It was a characteristically Jean Sora question, not tactical, not analytical. She asked about the internal state with the direct curiosity of someone who had spent enough time in extreme situations to know that internal states were operational data. Efficient, he said. 1 variable removed. A brief silence. Not satisfied. I'll feel satisfied when Hwang Jinsu is out. Na Young-ho was the execution arm. The policy came from above him. Fair. She paused. The Incheon timestamp is in 2 days. He had not forgotten. The 4th contact's coordinates, Gate District in Incheon, a timestamp that was now 41 hours out. He had let it approach without acting, as he had told Jean Sora he would. I'm not going, he said. Another pause. No counter-surveillance. No dead drop intercept. If they want contact badly enough, they'll try again. Whatever message they have, they can deliver through a different method. Showing up to a location from an unknown source, with tower architecture encryption, a floor 99 glyph, and a timestamp I didn't request, is not how I operate. You're making them prove themselves. I'm making them work for it. If they're legitimate, they'll adapt. If they're observer, they already know I won't just follow coordinates. A longer pause. And if they're neither? He thought about the answer carefully. Then not going was still the right call. Because going would have told them my response to unknown pressure is compliance. Jean Sora took a moment to respond. I would have gone. Set traps, yes. Counter-surveillance, yes. But I would have gone. I know. He paused. You are braver than I am. I'm more paranoid. Not paranoid, she said. Systematic. A brief warmth in the word, something like respect. Floor 50 in 12 days. Floor 50 in 12 days, he confirmed. You'll be in position? I'll be at the closest relay point. 3B rank gates over from the entrance. If the deviation event seals the gate after you enter, I can breach from the adjacent node within 4 minutes. 4 minutes is enough. Depends on the deviation. Yes, he said. It does. They stood in the gate district, the threshold behind them, the city's ordinary morning sounds from 2 streets over. He ran through the pre-entry checklist. Pattern override reserve at full, mana channels open and settled, deviation log updated. What is your read on the Hollow King deviation level? Jean Sora asked. Significant. The previous major deviations have escalated in severity. Floor 30 was tactical, floor 40 was communicative, floor 50 will be something more. He paused. I might be walking into a conversation. Jean Sora absorbed this. And if it tries to communicate and you cannot understand the mana language pattern? I have a full pattern override load. If the communication attempt becomes a threat, I can reset it to combat mode. He paused. But if the bosses are trying to tell us something, I want to hear it. She nodded once. Her expression held that particular quality he had learned to read as professional respect. The face of someone who disagreed with the risk calculus and was choosing not to argue it because the reasoning was sound. For minutes, she said again. A commitment, not a reminder. I know, he said, and stepped through the threshold. The Hollow King's arena was compressed. Dohayan had been right about the spatial tendency, the ceiling lower than standard, the walls closer. He registered this in the first 3 seconds and updated his tactical positioning automatically. The Hollow King stood at the far end, the hollow spaces in its chest showing the energy circulation pattern he had been watching for since the floor boss deviations began. Not combat charging, not attack preparation, the slow, deliberate pulse of something trying to think. He did not draw. He stood in the arena entrance and waited. For 40 seconds, nothing happened. The Hollow King cycled its energy. Juno held his position. The silence in the arena was specific, not the silence of a predator waiting to strike, but the silence of a system attempting something it was not designed to do. And then the boss sat down. Not a combat posture. A deliberate rest, the armored bulk settling with a sound like shifting stone, the hollow form arranging itself into something that read, unmistakably, as patient intention. Juno walked forward. 8 meters. He stopped and looked at the Hollow King from across the arena floor. The boss raised one hand. The universal gesture that read, as I mean no harm regardless of the form using it. He said, carefully, can you understand me? His system flagged the response pattern immediately. Mana language projection, structured but imprecise. A communication attempt operating at the outer edge of what the boss's converted form could manage. The translation was approximate and incomplete. But it was there. Why have you returned? The question landed in the arena's silence like a stone dropped in still water. He let it settle for a moment before answering. Not because he needed to think about the answer, but because the question deserved to be received before it was replied to. He had come back because he had failed. Because 20 years of climbing had ended in a betrayal he had not predicted and a death he had not been able to prevent. Because 847,293 memories of how the towers worked were not worth the cost of dying at floor 99 without having done what he had come to do. But the Hollow King did not need his biography. It needed his intent. To fix something I failed the first time, he said. The boss cycled its energy again. The translation refined. Asterisk, we know what you carry. The old memories. We have been told you would come. Asterisk, who told you? A hesitation. A pulse the system could not fully translate. Something about the limitation of floor-level communication, an apology for truncation. Then, the ones who were here before us, he went very still. Were you human? Before the towers. The pulse that came back carried weight, not just meaning, but something the system flagged as emotional register, the first time it had ever made that annotation. The translation, asterisk, we do not remember. But sometimes, in the clearing, we feel as if we should. Asterisk, he stood with that for a long moment. Then he asked, what are you warning me about? The Hollow King's energy circulation changed, faster, more urgent. The translation came in fragments. The one who watches knows your shape now, the pattern of your second life. It is deciding. And then the communication cut off. The boss stood, returned to its position. Its combat sequence initiated. He fought it on instinct and pattern override, 1 in 7 minutes, and exited the gate with the entire conversation recorded in the deviation log. Jean Sora was at the threshold, field kit in hand, stopwatch running. 3 minutes 50 seconds. The Hollow King, she said, reading his expression. It communicated. Yes. What did it say? He told her. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, her expression did not change, but something shifted behind her eyes. The quality of someone recalibrating a threat model in real time. The one who watches knows your shape, she said quietly. We are running out of time before it decides, and when it does, we will not get a warning. Chapter 48. Park Do-hyun found Juno in the equipment maintenance bay 2 days before the floor 50 run, running his own pre-check on the S-rank gear that had been provided as part of the tournament prize allocation. The training schedule, Do-hyun said, and put a tablet on the work table beside Juno's kit. I updated it. Juno picked up the tablet. The schedule covered the next 3 weeks, post-tournament operational calendar, individual training blocks for each team member, gate run rotations, and a new section at the bottom labeled Floor 50 Prep, deflection geometry for closed-space boss arenas. He read the last section carefully. Do-hyun had mapped the Void Peak Citadel's internal geometry from the tournament footage and extrapolated a series of force wall deflection angles optimized for environments where the boss arena had less than 20 meters of clear maneuvering space. Floor bosses tended to operate in larger arenas, but the higher floors sometimes had compressed configurations, the boss's home environment matching whatever the boss was designed to do. If Floor 50's boss had a compressed arena, the standard deflection geometry was suboptimal. You don't know what Floor 50 looks like, Juno said. No, but if the boss has deviated as much as the ones we've been documenting, the original arena configuration might not hold either. Do-hyun paused. I've built 3 versions. Large arena, mid-size, compressed. I can adapt to any of them inside the first 20 seconds. Juno looked at the 3 configurations. They were clean, technically sound, and reflected the specific insight that Do-hyun had been developing since his rank advancement. That defensive positioning was not fixed geometry, but a dynamic reading of available space, continuously updated. This one, he said, pointing to the compressed version. Practice this one specifically. I think Floor 50 will be smaller than standard. Do-hyun nodded and took the tablet back. You've run it before? The question was direct and carried no accusation, just the straightforward curiosity that Do-hyun used for tactical information. He had noticed, as Ariam had noticed, that Juno's knowledge of gates was unusually precise. He had not pushed it. He asked when it was useful and did not ask when it wasn't. Once, Juno said, a long time ago, the configuration may have changed, but the spatial tendency. Yes, the spatial tendency holds. Do-hyun put the tablet in his kit bag. I'll run the compressed version tonight. He turned to go, and then stopped. Juno. A pause. My sister messaged me. She said a car she didn't recognize has been parked outside the repair shop twice this week. Juno went still. In the first run, Sujin's shop had been used as leverage against him in Arc 4. But he was in Arc 3. The timing was wrong. Unless the acceleration he had imposed on Huang's dismantling had triggered an earlier retaliation than the first run's pattern. When, he said, yesterday morning and this morning. Different car, same position, across the street, 1 door down. She took a picture. Do-hyun held out his phone. Juno looked at the image. Civilian vehicle, common model, no visible plates from the angle. The framing was consistent with static observation, not drive-by surveillance. Someone was maintaining a fixed watch position on the repair shop. I'll look into it today, Juno said. Don't tell her anything yet. Ask her to vary her route and schedule without explaining why. Do-hyun's jaw tightened slightly. She's not armed. She's not a hunter. I know. That's why I'm handling it today. He found Cho Sang-min within 20 minutes. The vehicle, once Sang-min ran the partial plate visible in a second image Juno had not initially seen, traced back to a shell company connected to a security contracting firm that appeared in 3 of the Monarch Guild audit documents from 3 months prior. Huang Jinsu, not Na Young-ho. Na Young-ho was in a detention facility awaiting arraignment. This was Huang operating directly or through whatever remained of Monarch's enforcement apparatus. And the target was Sujin. He was cold with it. Coordinate with Jin Sora's security team, he told Sang-min. I want Sujin out of that shop and into a secure location in Busan within 12 hours. Her own choosing, her own schedule publicly, but a bureau-linked safe house as the actual destination. File it through Choi's office as a witness protection consultation. Is she a witness? She will be. Get her out first. Documentation second. He sent a message to Do-hyun. Asterisk Sujin relocates to Busan today. Safe house, secure communication. I'll explain tonight. Asterisk then he sent a message to Choi Hyunwoo. Asterisk Huang Jinsu is conducting civilian surveillance on a non-awakened individual connected to my team. Request for immediate protective relocation under Bureau Witness Consultation Authority. Details to follow. Asterisk, he put the phone down and stood for a moment in the maintenance bay, the half-assembled S-rank kit in front of him, the equipment that represented 8 months of work, the running total of everything he had built in this second run. They had touched Sujin. He had allowed himself to take 30 seconds of satisfaction after the Baek Sung-jae resignation. He would allow himself nothing now. He would just move faster. Sujin was in the Busan's safe house by evening. She had been frustrated, confused, and quietly frightened, not because she understood the threat, but because Do-hyun had shown up at her shop with 2 other people she didn't know and told her she needed to leave. She had brought her tools and her repair ledgers and her phone and nothing else, and she had called Juno from the car and asked what was happening. He told her, "Someone from a guild we've been investigating is monitoring the shop. You're not in danger if we move you now. This is precautionary." For how long? Probably 4 to 6 weeks. Until the investigation phase concludes. He paused. "I'll explain more when I can." She took a breath. "You've been doing something for the past 8 months. Not just gate running. Something bigger." The silence stretched. She knew him well enough not to fill it. "Mom used to say you had that face sometimes," Sujin said. "The one where you've already thought of every possible thing that could go wrong, and you're deciding which one to fix first." A pause. "She said it made you look 60 years old when you were 15. He sat with that for a moment. "I'm sorry you have to be moved. Don't apologize. Just fix it." A brief pause. "And call me when you actually can explain. Not a summary. I want to understand what you've been doing." "Okay," he said. "I will." He ended the call and stood in the Busan hub's corridor until the feeling that was not quite grief and not quite fury settled into the operational register he needed to function from. Hwang Jinsu had not used Sujin yet. In the first run, the leverage threat came in Arc 4. In this run, Hwang was watching her in Arc 3, testing the distance, measuring the response. He had found the response. 2 days to floor 50. He made the calls he needed to make and sent the messages he needed to send, and then he checked in on Sujin directly. Not a message, a call. She picked up on the second ring. She was already in the Busan safe house, the sound of a late news broadcast audible in the background. She had brought her repair tools and her ledger and nothing that wasn't immediately practical. "I'm fine," she said before he could ask. "They have good coffee here, and someone left a stack of hardware catalogs that I've been meaning to read for months. It's almost peaceful." He felt something that was not quite amusement and not quite relief. "I'll explain everything when the investigation phase concludes. You said 4 to 6 weeks. Probably. Maybe less." A pause. "Juno, whatever you're doing, I can hear it in your voice that it's big. I'm not going to pretend I don't notice." Another pause. "Just come through it in one piece." "Yes," he said. 2 days to your next gate run," she said. Not a question. She had been tracking his schedule since he was 17. "Yes." "Then go do what you came back to do." He ended the call and stood in the hub corridor with a specific lightness after receiving exactly the permission he needed. He returned to the pre-floor 50 preparation. At 11 p.m., Sangmin sent a new flag. The security contracting firm Hwang had funded had made a hire. The hire's previous employment history was a data gap, a clean void that suggested professional erasure rather than no history. Former intelligence operative, probably. Hwang was building a team that operated outside the legal accountability structures Juno had been using against him. 2 days to floor 50, and Hwang was escalating. The clock was moving in both directions at once, and Hwang was moving faster now. Chapter 49. Jean Sora met him at the gate district 2 hours before the floor 50 entry window. She arrived alone, as she always did, carrying a field kit that Juno had learned to recognize as military-grade modified, civilian exterior, interior components that did not show on standard equipment scans. She had been a securities analyst in her first run. She fought like someone who had spent 20 years in gates, and then another 20 preparing for a contingency that never came. The preparation was visible in every movement. "Sujin is settled," she said, by way of greeting. Not a question. She had confirmed the safe house placement through her own channels. "Yes." He paused. "Thank you for the security team. They're good people. They'll keep her comfortable and safe." She fell into step beside him as he walked the gate district perimeter. This was his standard pre-entry protocol, a full walk of the surrounding area, checking the observable variables against his memory. Most of the time, the surrounding area was identical to his memory. The floor inside might deviate. The gate approach was stable. "How are you feeling about floor 50? She asked. "I know the boss. I've fought the Hollow King 11 times. But the last deviation alert was severe enough that I don't fully trust any of those 11 memories." "What do you trust?" "The spatial configuration. The timing pattern on the boss's primary attack cycle. And your relay position." She nodded. "For minutes from the adjacent gate node. I have a full breach kit. If the gate seals after you enter, it won't seal," he said. I don't think that's what the deviation does. You think the boss deviates behaviorally, not architecturally. Yes. He paused. The previous major deviations have been behavioral or tactical, Bloodmaw's charge pattern, Veilbound Titan's verbal event. The tower architecture itself hasn't changed. Only what the bosses do inside it. That's consistent with the caretaker intervention I told you about, Gene Soros said. If the caretaker is modifying individual boss parameters rather than rewriting gate structure, the architecture holds, but the occupant varies. She paused. The caretaker said it would allow bosses to evolve naturally rather than targeting your specific patterns. But natural evolution and boss-driven initiative are different things. Yes. He had been thinking about this. If the Hollow King initiates speech, if the deviation is communicative rather than combative, I'm treating it as high priority. You're expecting conversation. I'm expecting something I haven't seen before. She glanced at him from the side. That's either very prepared or very hopeful. Both, he said. I've had 20 years plus 8 months of preparation, and I still don't know what floor 50 looks like in the second run. They completed the perimeter walk in silence. At the gate threshold, Gene Soros stopped and looked at him with the particular expression she used for things she had already decided to say. If you don't come out in 4 minutes, she said, I'm coming in. I know. I just wanted to say it. He nodded once, then stepped through the gate threshold. The Hollow King's arena was smaller than he remembered. Not dramatically, maybe 15% compressed, the stone walls closer on the east and west sides, the ceiling lower by about 2 meters. The boss stood at the far end of the arena in its standard position, the towering hollow-armored form that had been the floor 50 challenge for the past 6 years. It had deviated. The armor was different, the hollow spaces in its chest and shoulders showing visible energy circulation rather than the dark, empty voids of the original design. Juno checked his mana channels and ran a full pattern override assessment. The override had the Hollow King's original behavior set in its library. The deviation was significant enough that the override would not be clean, but it would create a window if he needed it. He did not attack immediately. He stood in the arena and watched the Hollow King. The Hollow King did not attack. It stood. And then, slowly, it sat down. Not a combat posture. A deliberate rest. It lowered itself into a cross-legged position in the center of its arena, the armored bulk settling with a sound like shifting stone, and looked at Juno from across the gate floor. He stayed where he was for approximately 30 seconds, long enough to confirm that the boss was not preparing an attack sequence. Then he walked forward, not fast, not slow, and stopped 8 meters from the seated boss. The Hollow King raised one hand. It was the gesture humans used for I mean no harm. Juno said, carefully, can you understand me? The boss's hollow chest cycled its energy, in and out, a slow pulse. The system flagged the energy pattern. It was not a combat charging sequence. It was a communication attempt. The system had no translation matrix for it. It was new data. And then the Hollow King spoke. Not language, or not exactly. A mana pattern projection, dense and structured, that impacted his pattern library directly and translated into approximate meaning rather than words. Why have you returned? His breath caught. He said, to fix something I failed the first time. Another pulse. The translation was cleaner this time, as if the boss had calibrated. Asterisk, we know what you carry. The old memories. We have been told you would come. Asterisk, who told you? A hesitation. A pulse that the system could not fully translate. Something about the limitation of floor-level communication, an apology for truncation. Then, the ones who were here before us, he went very still. Were you human? He asked. Before the towers? The pulse that came back carried weight, not just meaning, but something the system flagged as emotional register, the first time it had ever made that annotation. The translation, asterisk, we do not remember. But sometimes, in the clearing, we feel as if we should. Asterisk, he stood with that for a long moment. Then he asked, what are you warning me about? The Hollow King's energy circulation changed, faster, more urgent. The translation came in fragments, like a signal through interference. The one who watches knows your shape now, the pattern of your second life. It is deciding. And then the communication cut off. The boss's energy circulation returned to baseline. It stood, returned to its original position, and its combat sequence initiated. He fought it on instinct and pattern override, won in 7 minutes, and exited the gate. Gene Soros was at the threshold. 3 minutes 50 seconds, she said. Her field kit was in her hands. What happened? He met her eyes. The boss talked to me. A silence. What did it say? He told her, precisely and completely. When he finished, Gene Soros sat with it without speaking. The one who watches knows your shape, she repeated. The architect. That's my interpretation. And it's deciding. She paused. What it's going to do about you. Yes. She put her field kit down slowly. When did it stop being able to communicate? Mid-sentence. Mid-sentence. The system flagged it as interference rather than message completion. He paused. Something suppressed it. The tower system suppressing unauthorized boss communication. Jean Sora sat down on a nearby bench. Which means the architect, or whatever manages the tower system, is aware that the bosses are talking and is actively preventing it from completing. Her voice dropped. They're trying to warn you, and they're being cut off. Yes. Juno. She said his name with something that was almost urgency, the closest to alarm he had seen in her. You need to reach floor 80 faster than you planned. I know. Because when the architect decides, it won't send a message. It'll just act. He looked at the gate threshold behind him, the floor 50 gate, now closed after his exit. The Hollow King regenerating inside, waiting for the next hunter who didn't know what it was trying to say. Arc 4, he said. We accelerate everything, starting now. Chapter 50. The floor 50 boss conversation report reached Choi Hyunwoo's desk by morning. Juno had written it himself, precisely and without editorial comment. The deviation pattern, the communication event, the mana language translation matrix, the partial message before suppression. He had not included his interpretation of the message's source or the suppression mechanism. He had given Choi the facts and let the Bureau's analytical team draw their own conclusions. Choi's response came back 3 hours later. Asterisk urgent meeting requested. Bring whoever you trust. Asterisk he brought Myri. Choi had gathered a small room. Himself, Myri and Juno, 2 Bureau technical specialists named Park Yunji and Shin Doho, and a second Hunter Committee liaison who did not speak during the meeting but took detailed notes. Park Yunji led the technical analysis. She had cross-referenced Juno's report against the deviation documentation that other teams had submitted through the new standardized protocol. 11 reports in the past 5 days since the protocol launched. 3 of them contained partial descriptions of similar behavior. Bosses that slowed or stopped their attack sequences. Bosses that circulated mana and patterns inconsistent with combat charging. 1 report of a boss that appeared to attempt gesture-based communication before being observed resuming its standard attack pattern. None of the other teams had successfully established communication. They had not known what to look for. The pattern is consistent across gate types and boss ranks, Park Yunji said. It's not isolated to floor 50 or S-rank gates. A D-rank gate in Incheon reported a similar event 3 days ago. The boss, a standard Goblin-class guard, stopped its attack, circled the arena twice, and then resumed attack. The team killed it and reported the behavior as unusual pre-attack hesitation. She paused. It was not pre-attack hesitation. They were trying to communicate, Myri said. Not a question. Almost certainly. And the hunters killed them before any communication was established. Park Yunji set her report down. Which means we've been killing messengers. The silence in the room had a particular texture. Choi looked at Juno. How did you know to wait? I've studied boss deviation patterns extensively, Juno said. It was true. It was also insufficient. The mana circulation pattern was inconsistent with attack preparation. It felt like language. Choi held his gaze for a moment. The pattern protocol is recording these events. But without your experience identifying them as communication attempts, we would have no way to know when they were occurring. He paused. How many other hunters have your level of boss behavioral analysis? None, said Myri, before Juno could answer. The statistical analysis I did for the committee brief compared gate run documentation across 4 years. No other registered hunter has Kong Juno's level of documented boss behavioral annotation. The next closest is Yoon Chulsu, and his documentation focuses on combat pattern rather than behavioral deviation. Choi digested this. You're saying we need him in the field for any future boss communication attempts. I'm saying the Bureau needs a protocol for identifying communication attempt deviations before teams kill the boss, Juno said. I can draft the identification criteria. The mana circulation pattern is distinct enough to flag with standard gate monitoring equipment if the monitoring parameters are updated. He paused. The communication events are being suppressed mid-message. Whoever or whatever is suppressing them will get more effective as it learns what to look for. The window for successful communication may be shorter in future events. The room was quiet again. Choi said, draft the protocol. Expedite. I want it in the monitoring update by end of week. He looked at his notes. The architect. The entity you believe is suppressing the communications. That's not in my report. No, it's in my speculation, which I've kept separate from your report. Choi looked at him steadily. I've been in the Bureau for 23 years. I've watched the gate system produce things that our models couldn't explain. The boss mutation events are the largest anomaly I've seen in those 23 years. And the pattern in your report, a message being cut off, is what a communication suppression system looks like. He paused. Who builds a suppression system? Someone who doesn't want the message delivered, Juno said. Yes. A pause. I think you already know more about what's happening in the towers than your report contains. Juno met his eyes and said nothing. Choi held the silence for a moment. Then, I'm not asking you to tell me. I'm noting that I think you know more. The Bureau is going to be operating in the dark on this for a while. If there's information that could prevent Hunter casualties, I'd ask you to think carefully about what can be shared without compromising your operational position. A pause. I'm not asking for everything. I'm asking you to use judgment about what matters. It was the most careful version of that request Juno had ever heard from a government official. He respected the precision of it. I'll use judgment, he said. Good. Choi stood. Meeting concluded. Protocol draft by end of week. And Kong Juno, he paused at the door. Sujin. The witness protection consultation. We've processed the request. She'll stay covered for as long as needed. A pause. Family is a vulnerability they'll use. You should already know that. I do, Juno said. Thank you. He and Myri left together. In the elevator, Myri said, he knows. He suspects. He's giving me room. Why? Because the results are good and he's a pragmatist. Juno watched the floor numbers descend. He doesn't care how I know what I know. He cares that the outcomes are moving the right direction. A pause. He'll care more in Arc 4. We'll need to manage it. Myri nodded slowly. Then, the protocol draft. I can have it ready in 48 hours. Good. Send it to me first. They exited into the Seoul midday traffic, the city's ordinary machinery running in all directions, gates somewhere in the distance. The F-rank tourist operations, the B-rank guild runs, the S-rank expeditions now generating deviation documentation on a standardized form that Juno had drafted in 4 hours. 8 months of Arc 1 through Arc 3. Baek Sung-jae, Na Young-ho, the mandatory integration directive, the Monarch audit, the Sujin relocation, the tournament record, the boss communication protocol. The towers were aware. The architect was deciding. Floor 50's Hollow King had been trying to finish a sentence before something cut it off. He needed Arc 4 to move faster. He pulled out his phone and opened the Arc timeline. 43 events from Arc 4 beginning to Floor 80. He started prioritizing. The prioritization took 2 hours, the first half in analysis and the second half in conversation with Myri about operational dependencies. She had a model tracking all active threads, legal, intelligence, gate run, political, showing the critical path. The Choi relationship is the load-bearing constraint, she said. If he moves to formal investigation before we are ready for disclosure, the information control problem becomes much harder. She paused. I recommend scheduling your next communication with him proactively. Do not let him come to you with questions you have not prepared for. The deviation protocol draft is the proactive offer, he said. Yes. And the Floor 50 communication report you promised him. Make it thorough. If he sees you are giving him everything he asked for, cleanly and on schedule, he has less reason to look for what you are not giving him. It was a sound argument. Myri's analysis consistently identified second-order consequences. He tended to underweight when first-order actions were demanding his attention. The tower memory was extraordinarily good at combat pattern analysis and strategic modeling, but it had been built from 20 years of solo operations. He had not had a Lee Myri in the first run. That was a gap the memory could document, but not correct. Schedule the Choi follow-up for tomorrow morning, he said. I will have the protocol draft ready tonight. She added it to the calendar and returned to the analysis. He picked up his own work, the deviation protocol draft, the Floor 50 entry logistics, and the open question of what the Hollow King's message had actually meant when it said the ones who were here before us, the bosses who had already been converted, the hunters who had reached the tower's top in some previous iteration and been held there. They had left something behind, a message for whoever came after. He incorporated the detail into the protocol draft under evidence of deliberate communication attempts. Chapter 51 International attention arrived in the second week after the Floor 50 deviation report. Juno had expected it. Park Gil-soo's IHF observer, On Young-woo, had been in the arena for the tournament finals and had certainly transmitted the efficiency data back. But the form it took was not what he had modeled. Not a formal inspection visit or a policy communication, but a journalist named Kaido Ryusei from the Japan-based International Hunter Chronicle who showed up at the Busan hub requesting an interview. Juno gave the interview through Myri, who managed media relations for the cooperative. He did not appear in person, but he read the transcript carefully. Kaido's questions were a map of what On Young-woo had flagged as significant to the IHF. The tournament run time, the combined roster cooperation structure, the boss deviation documentation protocol, and, near the end of the interview, a single question about the Floor 50 boss communication event, which had leaked from the Bureau meeting despite Juno's intent to keep it contained. Myri had answered the communication question carefully. Mr. Kong observed an unusual behavioral event during a gate run and submitted a full report to the Bureau. The Bureau is incorporating the findings into their deviation monitoring framework. We're not in a position to characterize what the boss behavior represented without more data. Kaido had then asked, is it true that the boss appeared to initiate communication? Myri, the Bureau has the report. Their analysis team is best placed to characterize the event. Careful, but not a denial. And Kaido had noted the non-denial in his published piece. The article ran under the headline, Korea's Independent Hunter Cooperative breaks tournament records, documents possible boss communication. What the global hunter community needs to know. It was read, by Myri's tracking estimate, by approximately 1.3 million people in 48 hours. Park Gilsu called. Juno took the call himself. Your team had a busy month, Park Gilsu said. His voice was the same as Juno remembered from his first run, measured, intelligent, completely without the performed warmth that most senior guild officials used as default register. He was not a warm man. He was a precise one. The arc required it, Juno said, and then wondered if that framing was too revealing. Park Gilsu's pause was brief. The arc. The operational period. Another pause. The tournament efficiency data is impressive. I've had 3 Federation member guild directors call me in the past 48 hours asking whether the cooperative model is formally viable at international scale. A pause. I've told them it depends on the gate environment. It depends on the team, Juno said. That's the same answer, structurally. Park Gilsu paused. The boss communication event. The Bureau is being careful about what it releases. I have 2 sources inside the Bureau who have told me the Hollow King spoke to you, or communicated to you, in mana language before the channel was suppressed. The Bureau has the report. I've read the report. I'm asking about what the report doesn't contain. A longer pause. I'm going to be in Seoul in 6 weeks for the Global Gate Accord review hearing. I'd like to meet. Formally or informally? Your preference. He thought about the first run's version of Park Gilsu, the man who, 6 years from now, would become the most powerful figure in international hunter governance. The man who had, at Geneva in Arc 4's version of this conversation, given what might have been a warning or might have been an offer. The man who had, in the first run, been a careful professional who genuinely believed in the governance structure he was building. Even as the structure was being used by guild stakeholders to consolidate power he had not fully controlled. Park Gilsu was not Huang Jinsu. He was something more complicated. Informally, Juno said, when you're in Seoul. Good. A pause. Kong Juno. The efficiency data, the 34% and the 51%. The IHF has independent analytical teams who will verify those numbers. If they verify, the pressure to implement voluntary international cooperative recognition frameworks will be significant. That would benefit the independent hunter community globally. It would. Another pause. It would also benefit anyone who is building the infrastructure to support that community at scale. A pause. I'm not assuming that's your intent. I'm noting it as the likely consequence of what you've built in 8 months. Juno said nothing. I'll see you in Seoul, Park Gilsu said, and the call ended. He sat with the call for a moment. Then he wrote a summary for Jean Sora. Park Gilsu wants an informal meeting in Seoul, 6 weeks. His tone is not adversarial. He's assessing. Recommend we prepare a package, not a pitch, an information set. Let him draw his own conclusions. Jean Sora's reply came back fast. I've been watching his financial moves for 2 years. He's cleaner than I expected. The IHF's consolidation agenda isn't his agenda. It's the agenda of the guild stakeholders who fund the IHF. He manages it because he has to. He's been looking for a lever to separate the governance mission from the consolidation agenda for 18 months. We might be the lever. He read this twice. Then, how sure are you? Her reply. Not sure enough to bet on. Sure enough to explore. He added Park Gilsu to the Arc 4 priority list. Arium's formal rank reclassification arrived 2 days after the Park Gilsu call. S rank. Official, retroactive to her original assessment date, with a formal notation of Monarch Guild's falsification on file with the Bureau's criminal division. The notification also included a damages assessment framework, the delta between C rank and S rank billing rates across all contracts filed under the false classification, calculated by the audit team. The total was significant. Juno found her in the Busan Hub's analysis room, reading the notification on her screen. She was still, the way she was when processing information that had weight. How does it feel, he asked. She considered the question without irony. Like I've been carrying a weight I didn't know I was carrying, and someone just told me it was there the whole time. A pause. I knew I was performing above C rank. I could feel it in the mana channels when I was at full draw. I thought I was an exceptional C rank. She paused. I wasn't. I was a suppressed S rank. Yes. The cases I couldn't save, in the first year before I joined your team. The hunters who died in gates I was working. Her voice held that specific edge. If I had been accurately classified and equipped accordingly, some of them would have lived, he said. Yes. She held his gaze. That's on Monarch's ledger. It is. And it's documented. He paused. The damages claim, I don't want the money. She said it clearly, without anger. I want it filed. I want it on the public record. Someone needs to see the number and understand what it cost. He nodded. Kim Jong-han will file it this week. She looked back at her screen. After a moment. I've been going over the tournament footage. The cascade inversion sequence at 4 minutes 34. I've been thinking about what that sequence looks like at higher mana output levels. SSS rank draw. If we get there. He paused. We're not at SSS yet. No. But you're S rank, and I'm S rank, and Chulsu is SS rank. She pulled up a tactical model. The cascade inversion's limiting factor is the amplification timing. At higher mana output, the timing window narrows, but the amplification effect is exponentially larger. A correctly timed inversion at SS rank draw would finish any S rank gate boss in under 60 seconds. He looked at the model. She was right. And she had worked it out from first principles, from the tournament footage, without him. That's Arc 5 thinking, he said. I know. She met his eyes. I'm preparing now. Because whoever is suppressing boss communications is deciding something. And when it decides, I want to be 2 arcs ahead. He stood with everything she was. The analyst, the healer, the person who had almost sold his data to Monarch Guild in a timeline that no longer existed. The S-rank hunter who was running tactical models for scenarios 4 arcs out. I told you once, he said. You became more than I projected. She held his gaze. I know you did. A pause. You also told me this run is the first data. That means I don't know what I'm capable of yet. She paused. Neither do you. He thought about the first run, 20 years in the tower, the patterns learned, the cost accumulated, the final terrible clarity of floor 99. He thought about the 847,293 entries in the tower memory, and all the things those entries could not tell him about what was happening in this second run. No, he said. I don't. She nodded once, something like satisfaction in her expression, and turned back to the tactical model. He stood there for a moment longer, then went to update the arc timeline. 42 events remaining. The towers were deciding. He had work to do. His phone lit up as he was closing the timeline. A message from the Bureau's new deviation monitoring system. A D-rank gate in Incheon, not far from the coordinates the fourth contact had sent him, had just logged a boss communication attempt event. The first one captured by the new protocol. The boss had stopped its attack sequence, circled the arena twice, and projected a mana pattern that the monitoring equipment had recorded but could not translate. The hunter team had killed it before any communication was established. The coordinates. The timing. He logged it and forwarded it to Jean Sora. The fourth contact had wanted him in Incheon. The bosses were trying to communicate in Incheon. Something in Incheon was different from everywhere else. But what? Chapter 52 Huang Jinsu's board removal came in the third week of what Juno was tracking as the Arc 3 closing sequence. He had not engineered it directly. This was a consequence chain, not a targeted operation. The Monarch Guild board had been watching the cumulative damage, the bribe exposure, the false rank record audit, the tournament loss, Na Youngho's arrest, the forced dissolution of the Hunter Resource Council after its connections to Monarch shell companies became public record. Each event was survivable. The sequence was not. The board held an emergency meeting. Huang Jinsu attended by remote connection, which told Juno everything about his current security posture. He had left the city. The vote was 12-2 in favor of operational removal. The 2 dissenting votes were proxies for Huang's personal investment block within the guild's financial structure. He watched the announcement from the hub's conference room. Myri was running 3 screens. Chulsu had sent a single message. Done. Huang was still Huang. The resources, the connections, the patience that Juno had learned to read and respect and fear. But he had been stripped of the institutional base that had made him dangerous at scale. Monarch Guild without Huang was still a major guild. Huang without Monarch was a private individual with money and grievances and no official authority to leverage. In the first run, Huang had remained Monarch's chairman until year 14, when the guild was absorbed by an international federation-aligned conglomerate and he retired to private financial operations. He had never been arrested. He had outlasted Juno's first run entirely. This was not the first run. Where is he now? Juno asked Sangmin. Private estate outside Busan. He moved 3 days ago, ahead of the board meeting. Sangmin paused, which means he knew the vote was coming and positioned accordingly. He's planning a secondary operation. Almost certainly. Sangmin set a document on the table. I've been tracking financial flows through the Shell Company network. 3 accounts have been active in the past 2 weeks, small amounts, irregular timing. Not operational spending. More like signal test transactions. He's building a new structure. Starting to. It's early. The flows don't have enough pattern yet to determine the direction. Sangmin paused. But the Sujin surveillance, the car outside the shop, that was from a different account. More established. Pre-board meeting. Juno filed this. Keep tracking the flows. I want to know when the new structure takes shape. Understood. Sangmin hesitated. There's one more thing. The 4th contact, the Incheon timestamp. It passed 8 days ago. I know. But the encryption I was looking at, the one that Jean Sora analyzed, I've seen a structural echo of it in one of the active financial flows. The irregular account. He paused. Small echo. Could be coincidence. Could be the same builder using similar architecture for different applications. Juno was still for a moment. Could the 4th contact and Huang's new structure be the same source? I don't know enough to say yes. I know enough to say I can't rule it out. He flagged the 4th contact connection in the deviation log as unresolved. If Huang had access to tower architecture encryption, the entire profile of the 4th contact shifted from unknown variable to something potentially more specific and more dangerous. He messaged Jean Sora. Sangmin found an encryption echo. 4th contact architecture matching a Huang-linked financial flow. How confident is your analysis that the 4th contact built their encryption independently rather than acquiring it? Her reply came in under 2 minutes. That changes the picture significantly. Give me the flow data. I need to compare directly. He forwarded Sangmin's documentation. Then he stood at the hub window and looked out at the Busan port. The ordinary operation of a major shipping hub, containers moving, cranes cycling, the infrastructure of a world that had no idea what was happening above its head in the towers. Huang Jinsu. The 4th contact. Tower architecture encryption. He did not know what the connection was. He knew that not knowing was more dangerous than whatever the connection turned out to be. He had 41 events left in Arc 4, and he was starting to think 41 was not going to be enough. He ran the contingency scenario through his head. What happened if the Huang Park 4th contact connection was what Sangmin's encryption echo suggested, and the resulting network had more operational depth than he had modeled? The worst case. Huang had tower memory access, not a full second run, but access to enough tower system information to understand that Juno's operational precision was foreknowledge-based. If Huang knew what Juno knew, the countermeasures were entirely different. You could not run the same tactic twice against someone who could predict the tactic. He did not think this was the most likely scenario. Huang's operational style was adaptive within a fixed strategic framework. He responded to what happened, but he did not anticipate what had not happened yet. A man with foreknowledge would not have been surprised by the bribe ledger exposure or the tournament efficiency data. Huang had been surprised by both. Huang was dangerous without foreknowledge. That was the thing to remember. He added a new flag to his operational log. 4th contact encryption connection, resolved before floor 80. If connection confirms, recalibrate all Huang-related operations immediately. Then he set it aside and moved to the next task. The next task was a call with Jean Sora about the 4th contact encryption echo. He ran through the call's objectives before dialing. Confirm the encryption comparison results. Determine whether the Huang connection changed the threat model, and establish what additional information was needed before the floor 80 decision could be finalized. Those were the operational objectives. The deeper question, whether an organization with tower architecture knowledge was actively interfering in the second run from the outside, was the kind of question that did not have a clean answer and would not have one until more data arrived. He put it in the background and focused on what could be resolved now. She had finished her comparative analysis of Sangmin's financial flow data against the original 4th contact message. She walked him through it methodically. The key structures were not identical, but they shared a design philosophy that was unusual enough to be non-coincidental. Both used a specific mathematical transform that derived from tower internal encoding patterns, but modified at the same branch point. The modification is deliberate, she said. Not an error. Someone took the base encoding pattern and changed it specifically to distinguish their messages from tower origin communications. That's a sophisticated decision. It means the builder understood the base pattern well enough to know how it would be identified and wanted to be identified as different from it. Different from tower origin, he said, but derived from it. Yes, which means the 4th contact and whoever is using the Huang-adjacent financial account both have access to tower architecture-based patterns and both chose to modify them in the same way. She paused. Either it's the same person using both channels, or 2 different people who were trained in the same system. A system that teaches people to encode information using tower-derived cryptography and then modify it for operational independence, he said. A silence. Then, that's a description of an organization, Juno, not an individual. He held that for a moment. An organization with access to tower architecture knowledge, which means an organization with inside access, or an organization that has been running long enough to have reverse engineered it. Either of which is a much larger problem than a single fourth contact or a Huang financial connection, she said. If there's an organization operating with tower-derived encryption across multiple channels, and that organization has any connection to Huang's shadow network, then the field is larger than we modeled, he said. And some of the connections we've been attributing to individual actors are actually nodes in a wider structure. A long silence. Then Jean Sora said, very quietly, "We need to reach floor 80 faster than planned." "Yes," he said, "we do. Or everything we have built may not be enough." Chapter 53. The Park Gilsu meeting happened earlier than expected. Juno had said 6 weeks, and Park Gilsu arrived in Seoul in 4. The informal meeting, his preference, was dinner at a small restaurant near the old Gate Zero district, the kind of place that held a capacity of 20 and would not be mistaken for a power meeting venue. Juno arrived first. Park Gilsu arrived exactly on time, alone, in a jacket without visible logos. He sat across from Juno and ordered tea without looking at the menu. "You know this restaurant," Juno said. "I've been coming to Seoul for 14 years. I have eating habits." Park Gilsu looked at him steadily. "You came early. I prefer to know the space before the conversation." "As do I." A pause. "You got here before me. You let me." A brief, genuine acknowledgement, not quite a smile. "Yes." He looked at his tea. The IHF's analytical team confirmed Lee Myri's numbers. The 34% and the 51%. The confirmation is going into the Federation's quarterly efficiency report, which will be distributed to all member guild directors. He paused. Some of them will be uncomfortable. Some of them should be. Many of them will find reasons why the numbers don't apply to their operations specifically. A pause. But some won't. The Federation has 3 member guilds in Australia, 2 in Canada, and 1 in Brazil that have been asking about cooperative model frameworks for 8 months. They're watching Korea. Juno said nothing, waiting. "They're going to ask me, formally, to design a cooperative recognition framework for the IHF, Park Gilsu said. A voluntary standard, not mandatory, that allows independent cooperatives to register with the Federation and access certain cross-border gate licensing benefits. He paused. The process will take 2 to 3 years. The framework will be contested by the large guild stakeholders at every step. But if Korea's cooperative model continues producing results, it will continue producing results, Juno said. Then the framework becomes politically viable. Park Gilsu looked at him. I'm not promising an outcome. I'm describing a process. I understand the difference. Neither spoke for a stretch. A server brought food that neither of them had ordered. The restaurant did a fixed menu, which Park Gilsu had known. The food was good. The boss communication event, Park Gilsu said. That's not in the Myri brief. No. But the IHF has been tracking boss deviation events across 47 countries for the past 8 months. The documentation density varies. Most countries aren't running a standardized protocol. Korea is the first to implement one. He paused. The deviation frequency is not uniform across countries. It's highest in Korea, Japan, and Germany. Specific gateway distribution, all 3 countries have unusually high concentrations of original emergence gates. A pause. Gate 0. Gate 0, Juno agreed. The anchor point hypothesis. Park Gilsu set down his tea. Jean Sora's land acquisition research. I've been tracking it through the public filings. She's been buying the perimeter around Seoul Station for most of this year. He looked at Juno steadily. She knows something about Gate 0 that she hasn't published. Juno held his gaze. She's a private investor. Her research is proprietary. Of course. A pause. I'm not asking you to share it. I'm noting that the Federation is going to start asking about Gate 0 in the context of the deviation pattern. When they do, it will be better for everyone if the narrative is controlled. He paused. Better for Korea? Certainly. This was the offer. Or the warning. As it had been in Geneva in Arc 4 of the first run. He said, "What do you need from us?" Park Gilsu looked at him with something that was close to relief. The expression of someone who had spent 20 minutes carefully not asking a direct question and had finally received permission to ask one. A briefing, he said. Not for publication. Not for the board. For me, privately, so I understand the scope of what Korea is managing. A pause. I can be more useful to you if I understand the actual situation. Juno thought about it. Not long. He had been thinking about this moment since Jean Sora's assessment of Park Gilsu's financial profile. The lever. A man who was managing a consolidation agenda he had not designed and was looking for a way to separate the governance mission from the politics. "I'll prepare something," he said, "before you leave Seoul." Park Gil-soo nodded once. Then he picked up his chopsticks and they ate in the silence of two people who had just reached an understanding neither would formalize in writing. After dinner, walking back through the Gate Zero district, Juno stopped at the old Seoul Station overpass and looked at the spot where Gate Zero had first appeared. It looked like a patch of air that didn't quite match the surrounding atmosphere, a slight visual density, barely perceptible, that most people walked through without registering. He had been one of them, once, on the morning of October 14th, before he registered as a hunter and began climbing toward a death that had sent him back here. He had cleared floor 99 of a tower that started with a gate that looked like this. The Hollow King had been trying to tell him something before the channel cut off. The one who watches knows your shape now. He was standing in front of Gate Zero on a street where people walked past him in both directions, completely unaware, and somewhere above him, in whatever dimensional layer housed the towers, something was deciding what to do about the fact that he had come back. He had 40 events remaining in Arc 4. He intended to make them count. He stood at the Gate Zero perimeter for another 10 minutes, watching the slight visual density where the gate edge existed in the air. The original emergence point. The anchor. Gene Sora research had established that Gate Zero was in a low-emission state rather than an active, a distinction the public registry treated as semantic, but that the underlying physics made structural. A gate in low-emission state retained its connection to the tower system, but was not cycling hunters through it. The connection persisted. The throughput was 0, which meant the tower system still recognized Gate Zero as an active node, which meant that whatever monitoring the architect or the caretaker or the suppression system was running across the tower network included Gate Zero. They had been watching from the anchor point, watching since October 14th, the first morning. He turned and walked back toward the transit station, keeping the arc timeline in his head, counting down the events between here and floor 80. The towers were watching. He intended to give them something worth watching. He sent a message to Gene Sora on the transit back, * the Gate Zero anchor point. The towers have been watching from there since October 14th. If the architect has continuous observation from Gate Zero, it has been tracking every decision I've made in public since day one. * a pause. How much of my Arc 1 and Arc 2 work was conducted in proximity to Gate Zero? Her reply. * most of it. The original E-rank gate where you were first spotted by Na Young-ho was 4 blocks from Gate Zero. The Monarch Guild headquarters is 7 blocks. Your bureau registration was 3 blocks. You have been operating in the anchor zone since the beginning. * another pause. Did you do that intentionally? He held the question on the transit, thinking through it. The honest answer was, partly. He had known Gate Zero was in a low emission rather than an active state from Gene Sora's research. He had known the towers had some form of monitoring capacity from the deviation pattern beginning in Arc 1. He had not specifically chosen to operate near the anchor point to be seen, but he had not avoided it either. He had operated at full visibility because he had wanted to move fast, and moving fast meant using the most efficient operational ground, which was the dense gate district network around the original emergence zone. But the Hollow King had said, "We have been told you would come." Someone or something had known he would return before he got there. And the anchor point was the most logical position from which to monitor the field for a returning second-run player. He replied, * partly intentional, partly efficient. The outcome is the same. * Gene Sora. * the architect has been watching you since day one. And it waited until floor 40 to speak. * a pause. Why wait? He didn't have an answer yet. He filed the question and noted the open variable. Chapter 54 The Arc 3 closing event came without warning. He had been tracking the floor 60 entry window for 2 weeks, running deviation probability models with Myri's analysis tools, comparing the Arc 3 closing pattern against the Arc 1 and Arc 2 closing events. The Arc 1 closer, the anonymous encrypted message, had been informational. The Arc 2 closer, the veil-bound Titan's spoken sentence, had been communicative. The Arc 3 closer, based on the escalation pattern, would be something larger. He had modeled for a combat deviation, a boss so far outside his memory set that the pattern override was inadequate. A gate structural event, the kind that changed the floor topology rather than just the boss behavior. He had not modeled for what actually happened. The Ash Peak Dragon was listed in his tower memory as floor 60's signature boss, a creature of compressed atmospheric energy, capable of sustained flight in the gate's internal space, with 3 primary attack modes and 2 secondary adaptive modes that Juno had cataloged across 9 previous clears. It was an S-rank boss, difficult but well documented. What emerged from the gate when Juno entered was not the Ash Peak Dragon. It was something built from what the Ash Peak Dragon had been, compressed and rewritten into a new form, a creature of dense crystallized gate energy, its body structured around what the tower memory system identified, in a notation he had never seen before, as pre-tower pattern, origin tier. The tower memory system had 847,293 entries. It had never flagged anything origin tier before. He ran a full pattern override assessment. The library returned nothing. There was no original behavior to restore because this form had no original behavior in his records. It was new. It had been created after his first run. It was here specifically because he was here. He fought it with 20 years of instinct and no library to fall back on. For rounds. Each round left him more depleted than the last. The origin tier form adapted faster than anything he had fought since the second run began, not just adapting to his tactics, but anticipating them, shifting before he executed, as if it could model his decision process. In the third round, it hit him hard enough to shatter 2 ribs. He set the pain register to operational suppression and kept fighting. The pattern override was useless on the original form, but he tested it on the fragment patterns within the composite. Each crystallized section had a micro-behavior that traced to an existing entry. He found 3 that aligned. A wing geometry from the original Ash Peak Dragon, a charge pattern fragment from a floor 45 boss he had cleared 6 months prior, and an evasive movement that matched the Veilbound Titan's second run adaptation. It was not a full override. It was 3 small overrides applied simultaneously, each one creating a 2-second behavioral conflict within the origin tier form. He needed 6 seconds of combined behavioral conflict to execute the final attack vector. He ran the 3 overrides in rapid sequence, overlapping them at the transition points, burning through the pattern override reserve at a rate he had never sustained before. The form stuttered, not completely, not long enough, but enough. He hit the crystallized core with full S-rank mana output in the fraction-second window the overlapped overrides created. A system warning arrived as the boss collapsed. Asterisk pattern library breach. New data detected. Origin tier record now in library. Asterisk he stood in the collapsed boss arena, ribs screaming, pattern override reserve at 11%, and looked at the notification. New data. The tower memory had never recorded new data before. It had always been a preservation system, cataloging and cross-referencing what already existed. This was not cataloging. This was documentation of something that had been created during the fight. He exited the gate bleeding and furious. Jean Sora was at the threshold. I heard the override burn pattern through the relay, she said. Her voice was controlled, but her hands were in her field kit, already out the ribs diagnostic tool. Sit down. I'm standing. You're listing 4 degrees to the left, and your breathing is wrong. Sit down. He sat. She ran the diagnostic, and her expression when it returned the results was the specific expression she used for information she would rather not have received. 2 cracked ribs and 1 partial fracture, she said. Arium needs to see this tonight. Tonight, he agreed. What happened on your relay? The gate energy signature shifted 4 minutes after you entered. The composition readings went off the chart, not just S-rank density, something higher. I've never seen those numbers. She paused. The system I've been using to model gate signatures topped out at SSS rank energy and kept climbing. She set the diagnostic down. That boss was running on energy above anything in our classification system. Origin tier, he said. A silence. That's a tower memory notation? New notation. It created it during the fight. He paused. The tower is not just adapting to me. It's writing new content specifically for me. Jean Sora looked at him for a long moment. We agreed in Arc 3 to accelerate everything, she said. Yes. We need to accelerate it further. She paused. The architect isn't just watching anymore. It started building. He held her gaze for a beat. Then he turned to the gate threshold behind him. Floor 60, closed now. The Ash Peak Dragon's origin tier form dissolving back into whatever the tower system used to reconstruct bosses for the next hunter who came through. The next hunter who came through would fight the standard Ash Peak Dragon. The origin tier form was for him. That was a resource expenditure. The architect had invested something in building that form, which meant the architect had decided something was worth the investment. He made the notation and turned to Jean Sora. Arc 4, he said. Everything moves faster. Jean Sora looked at him. How much faster? Faster than I was planning. He checked his mana reserves. The pattern override had burned through 20% of his total reserve on the floor 60 deviation form. The origin tier form was adapting to my tactical patterns in real time in a way the standard deviation forms do not. The architect is investing active intelligence in the opposition. That is a fundamental shift, Jean Sora said. Yes. The previous deviations have been architectural or behavioral modifications on existing forms. This was built from scratch, designed to counter my pattern override approach, running a real-time adaptation algorithm. He paused. The architect is studying the fight. She absorbed this. Then we study back. The origin tier construction used 3 pattern fragments from your documented combat history: the Bloodmaw, the Veilbound Titan second run form, and the original Ashbeak Dragon. That is a curated selection. Those were 3 bosses whose patterns you exploited most efficiently. It built the counter form from your greatest strengths. He had not connected the specific fragments to that framework. She had done it in 30 seconds. The counter form was built from my strengths, he said slowly, not my weaknesses. Your second run deviations, the triple override, the cascade inversion, are outside its model, she said. Keep developing those. The architect is working from an outdated profile. He updated the deviation log and added the analysis. Then he looked at the arc timeline with everything still ahead. Let us go, he said. Ariam's healing session was scheduled for that afternoon. After the session, the cracked ribs would be functionally stable and the mana channel integrity restored to 90% of baseline. Full recovery would take another session in 48 hours. He had the time. What he did not have was a complete picture of what the origin tier construction implied for the bosses above floor 60. If the architect had built a custom form for floor 60's encounter, the next 20 floors might contain similar constructions, escalating in sophistication as the architect applied more resources to the problem. He needed Ariam's healing session, 24 hours of pattern override reservoir rebuilding, and a full tactical review before he approached floor 61. He had all 3. What he did not have was certainty about what waited above floor 60. Tion's message about the deviation intensifying along the path to floor 99 sat in the back of his operational awareness like a countdown timer whose display he couldn't read. The origin tier boss at floor 60 had been custom built for him. The bosses above floor 60 had been built for other second-run players who had not survived. The question was not whether the opposition above floor 60 would be harder than floor 60. It would be. The question was, how much harder? Chapter 55 The Hollow King's question had not been the last thing Juno was thinking about when the new form fell. It had been the first. Why have you returned? He had answered honestly. To fix something he failed the first time. And now he was standing at floor 61's entry gate with 2 cracked ribs and a pattern override reserve at 11%. And the thing he had returned to fix was actively building custom opposition for him. Ariam had run the healing cycle the previous night. Not a full repair. That would take 2 sessions minimum, but enough to restore mana channel integrity and reduce the fracture risk on the partial break. She had done it without comment and without asking what had happened until she was finished. When she asked, he told her. She had listened with the particular stillness she used for information that had operational consequences. When he finished, she said, Origin tier notation. The tower memory created a new category. Yes. That means the previous 847,293 entries were all pre-origin. Everything above floor 60 may now have bosses in this new category. Possibly. Possibly is not reassuring. She set the diagnostic tool down. But you killed it. Yes. Then we have the pattern. Her tone did not soften. 1 kill is a library entry. 1 library entry is a tactic. He nodded. That's exactly how the tower memory works. I know. You explained it to me. A pause. The overlay approach. 3 simultaneous overrides on fragment patterns instead of a single full override. That's the method for origin tier forms. When there are fragment patterns to overlay. This one had 3 recognizable fragments. The next one may have more or fewer. Then we find them faster. She picked up her tablet. I'm going to model the fragment identification sequence. If I run it as an analysis protocol against the new notation, I can build a fast identification system for future encounters. She paused. You're going to be doing this again. Almost certainly. Then let me build you the tool. He ran Arc 4's first 2 events in the 3 days following the Ariam healing session. The first was the Park Gilsa briefing. He kept it to 2 hours, focused on the boss deviation pattern and the anchor gate hypothesis, and withheld everything related to the tower memory and the regressor mechanics. Park Gilsu listened with the focused attention of someone who was recalibrating a significant number of prior assumptions in real time. He asked precise questions and did not speculate aloud about implications. At the end, he said, the anchor gate hypothesis. If Gate 0 is the structural foundation for Korea's domestic gate network, its stability directly affects every hunter operating in the country. Yes. And Jean Sora believes it's more stable than currently modeled, that the inert classification is incorrect. Her data suggests it's in a low-emission state, not inactive. Juno paused. The distinction matters for long-term stability modeling. How long-term? Years. Possibly longer. Park Gilsu processed this before speaking. I'll begin positioning the IHF's research division to run independent verification on the anchor gate hypothesis. It'll take 4 to 6 months to get results. But if the results confirm what she's found. He paused. The Gate Zero anchor status changes the entire governance framework for Korean gates. It becomes an international concern. Or it becomes Korea's strongest argument for independent gate management, Juno said. Park Gilsu looked at him with something that was close to appreciation. Yes, that too. A pause. You're very good at this. I've had time to prepare. The second Arc 4 event was Chulsu's Floor 87 countertrap preparation. Not the execution. That was Arc 4 midsection, but the setup. He had already planted the false operational schedules through Kim Byung-hak's compromise channel. Now he needed to confirm that the schedules had been received and transmitted upward to the Federation-aligned blackmail operation. Songmin's contacts confirmed receipt 3 days later. The false schedules were in the operational pipeline. Floor 87 was set. The fourth contact tried again. Not Incheon coordinates this time. A message through a new encryption channel. Same key structure. Same tower architecture derivation. But the channel was routed through 3 bureau-adjacent servers rather than through the Hunter community's standard secure network. Whoever this was, they had access to bureau-connected infrastructure. The message was 4 words. Floor 70 needs you. He forwarded it to Jean Sora. Her reply. Asterisk the Floor 70 boss event is in your outline. The Iron Veil Sovereign stages a message from the architect. If someone knows that's coming, they either have ARC information or they're inside the tower system. Asterisk, he replied. Or they've been to Floor 70 in their first run. A pause. Then, another regressor. He had been considering the possibility for weeks. The fourth contact had tower architecture encryption, a Floor 99 glyph, bureau-adjacent server access, and timing that suggested foreknowledge of specific floor events. A third regressor, not Jean Sora and not the observer she had mentioned, would explain all 4 elements. He wrote back, asterisk if it's a fourth regressor, they're either helping or testing. Not threatening. The messages have been informational. Floor 99 watching you. Floor 70 needs you. Those are warnings, not demands. Asterisk Jean Sora. Or they want you to think they're warnings. He considered that. Then, what would their goal be if they're testing rather than warning? A longer pause this time. Then, asterisk to find out if you're what they're hoping for. Or if you're a threat they need to contain. Asterisk he sat with that and noted it in the deviation log. Floor 70 was 12 floors away. The Iron Veil Sovereign's staged message from the architect requesting a meeting at Floor 80. He would reach Floor 70 in the next 3 weeks if he maintained current progression pace. The fourth contact wanted him at Floor 70. He decided he would go, but on his own schedule. Not because the fourth contact asked. Because Floor 70 was next. The week between the Park Gilsa briefing and the Floor 70 entry window was Arc 4's densest. The Huang Jinsu Hunter Resource Council exposure. Cho Songmin's planted intel correctly angling the Huang Park financial connection into 3 simultaneous media stories. The IHF arbitration claim against Korea's Hunter Control Bureau. The preparation for Chulsu's Floor 87 countertrap. Do-hyen's sister relocation to a second safe house after the Huang surveillance escalated. Lee Myri's deviation communication protocol reaching 46 registered teams across 7 countries. Juno ran all of it in parallel with Myri's analysis infrastructure and Songmin's field contacts and Jean Sora's financial monitoring. And for 7 days he slept 4 hours a night and felt, not tired exactly, but saturated. The way he had felt in the first run's hardest arcs, when the decision density exceeded what any single mind could process cleanly. He made 3 mistakes in those 7 days. 2 were minor. A timing error in the Sangmin Intel plant that was corrected before it propagated, and a misread of a Bureau committee vote count that had him expecting one outcome and receiving a slightly better one. The third was not minor. He had misjudged the speed of Huang's new financial structure. Huang had been building faster than the shell company pattern suggested. When Songmin's full financial analysis came back, it showed not the early-stage infrastructure Juno had expected, but a nearly complete operational network, built in the 6 weeks since the board removal with a speed that implied pre-planning. Huang had anticipated his removal and had the backup structure ready. The network's first operation, a targeted harassment campaign against the cooperative's Busan Port District supply chain, using 3 logistics companies that appeared unconnected but all traced back to the same holding structure. Supply delays, equipment holds, permit challenges at the port level. Not catastrophic, the cooperative could route around the delays, but costly and visible enough that other independent cooperatives in Busan noticed and hesitated about further alignment. It was exactly the kind of second-order pressure Huang was best at. Not direct. Structural. He learned from the first run, Juno said to Myri. Myri absorbed the phrasing without reacting. He's operating in the same space, but at a layer we weren't watching as closely. The logistics network. She pulled up her analysis. 3 companies, 7 contracts. 2 permit issuing officials who appear to have been placed by a lobbying firm connected to the holding structure. She paused. We can map the full network in 48 hours. But exposure won't be fast enough. The permit challenges are already filed. They'll take 2 to 3 weeks to resolve in Busan's administrative system. Can we route around them? The supply chain, yes. We have 3 alternate logistics providers. The costs are 20% higher. She paused. The effect on smaller cooperatives who can't absorb a 20% cost increase is significant. He looked at the analysis. He's not targeting us. He's targeting the model. Yes. He spent an hour on the routing problem and a second hour on the exposure strategy. The solution was not fast, but it was thorough. Songmin's contacts traced the holding structure. Myri prepared the documentation, and Kim Jong-han filed a formal restraint of competition complaint with the Busan District Commerce Office. Not the Hunter Bureau. This was civilian trade law, a domain where the Hunter world's political complications did not apply. The restraint complaint was harder to delay than a Hunter Bureau action. The permit challenges were suspended pending the investigation. Huang adapted. Juno knew he would. But each adaptation cost Huang resources and time and the institutional credibility he was trying to rebuild. Each fight that Juno chose on favorable terrain was a fight that Huang could not choose on terrain he preferred. That was the game. Not winning. Choosing where to compete. He filed the Huang analysis and moved to the next item. At the bottom of Songmin's report, added in a different font that indicated it had been appended after the main document was drafted. Asterisk the security hire. I got a partial ID. His last known employer was a private intelligence firm that appears in the Monarch Guild financial records from year 3. He worked for Huang before. He left under circumstances Monarch's HR files describe as voluntary separation following internal review. The separation was in year 7. Year 7 of the first run was the year Monarch began the systematic targeting of independent hunters that eventually killed 6 people. Asterisk Juno read the annotation twice. Huang was not just building a new structure. He was rebuilding the one that had worked for him before. The one that had worked before had killed 6 hunters in the first run. He picked up his phone and started making calls that would end Huang's new network before it could do what the old one had done. Chapter 56. Jean Sora met him outside the floor 65 entry point on a cold morning. The Port District's freight traffic audible 3 streets over, her field kit on her shoulder and a coffee in each hand. She gave him one. The floor 65 bosses, she said. All 5. They were standard solo encounters the first time I ran them. In this run the tower memory is flagging them as a relay formation. He checked the deviation log. All 5 deviating simultaneously, patterns synchronized into a sequential clearing requirement. Which means, she watched him over the rim of her coffee. I need to clear them in the right order or the later bosses get buffed by the earlier one's unsettled mana. The tower's making them a chain puzzle. She nodded slowly. What's the chain? I don't know yet. The first run's entries aren't helpful here. They weren't in relay formation. I'll have to map it during the run. He paused. Are you coming in? To floor 65? I ran it through at A rank in the first run. It took me 6 hours. She looked at the gate. Yes, I'm coming in. Good. He finished the coffee. Your memories of the boss spatial configurations will be useful even if the patterns have shifted. My memories of the emotional register of each boss, she said quietly. I told you, my tower memory stores emotion and conversation with perfect fidelity. I remember how each of those 5 bosses felt in the arena. The spatial presence. The weight of their attention. He waited. And the third one is the pivot. The first time, it had a heaviness to it that the others didn't. A quality I couldn't articulate then. She paused. Now, knowing what I know about the bosses being converted humans, I think what I was feeling was grief. He held that for a moment. We clear the third one last, he said. Why? Because if it's the emotional center of the chain, making it last gives the others the most time to settle. The relay buff weakens with distance from the source. He paused. And because if there's a communication attempt, the third boss is the most likely to make it. She held the moment a beat. All right. They went in. The 40 hours that followed were the most demanding continuous operation of the second run. The 5 bosses of floors 61 to 65 were in relay formation exactly as the tower memory had flagged, each one channeling residual mana energy forward to the next when engaged, creating a cascade of increasing difficulty that would, if cleared in the standard sequential order, have the 4th and 5th bosses running at nearly double their original intensity by the time Juno and Jean Sora reached them. Juno's modified order, mapped in the first 6 hours from the entry point, cleared the 2 outer relay nodes first, then the 2 secondary channels, and approached the third boss last, after the relay energy had dissipated through the other 4 clears. By the time they reached the third boss, a figure that looked, in origin, like a human warrior in ancient armor, its form now wrapped in the dense blue-white energy of the tower system's conversion process. Both of them were operating on will and caffeine and the specific focused exhaustion that came from continuous combat concentration. The third boss stood in its arena and did not attack. It looked at Jean Sora. She went still. "It knows me," she said quietly. The boss inclined its head. Not a combat posture. Recognition. "Was it someone you knew in the first run?" Juno asked. A long silence. Then, "I don't know. It was on floor 64. I cleared it in the first run in my 7th year. I don't remember every floor I cleared." She paused. "But the grief I mentioned. This is it. This is what I felt." The boss projected a mana language sequence. Juno's system caught it partial. The suppression kicked in faster this time, cutting the message at the midpoint. What came through was, "We were waiting. Tell the returner. The door only opens once." And then the communication channel closed, and the boss engaged. They cleared it together in 4 minutes. Jean Sora said nothing for a long stretch after the gate exit. Juno did not push. He recorded the message fragment in the deviation log and gave her the time. "Finally," she said, "the door only opens once." "Yes. Floor 80, she said. "The door. The meeting with the caretaker." She paused. "He's saying you only get 1 meeting. Don't waste it." He recorded the milestone and checked the remaining distance. The caretaker meeting was 25 floors away. He wasn't going to waste it. He spent the hour after the floor 65 gate exit running the conversation analysis with Jean Sora. The third boss's fragment message. "We were waiting. Tell the returner. The door only opens